This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leon Meyer. The Anti-Federalist Papers, Section 1. Centinel, Letter 1. October 5th, 1787. To the Freemen of Pennsylvania. Friends, countrymen, and fellow citizens, permit one of yourselves to put you in mind of certain liberties and privileges secured to you by the Constitution of this Commonwealth, and to beg your serious attention to his uninterested opinion upon the plan of federal government submitted to your consideration, before you surrender these great and valuable privileges up forever. Your present frame of government secures to you a right to hold yourselves, houses, papers, and possessions free from search and seizure, and therefore warrants granted without oaths or affirmations first made, affording sufficient foundation for them, whereby any officer or messenger may be commanded or required to search your houses or seize your persons or property, not particularly described in such warrant, shall not be granted. Your Constitution further provides, that in controversies respecting property, and in suits between man and man, the parties have a right to trial by jury, which ought to be held sacred. It also provides and declares, that the people have a right of freedom of speech and of writing and publishing their sentiments. Therefore the freedom of the press ought not to be restrained. The Constitution of Pennsylvania is yet in existence, as you yet have the right to freedom of speech and of publishing your sentiments. How long those rights will appertain to you, you yourselves are called upon to say; whether your houses shall continue to be your castles, whether your papers, your persons, and your property are to be held sacred and free from general warrants, you are now to determine. Whether the trial by jury is to continue as your birthright, the freemen of Pennsylvania, nay, of all America, are now called upon to declare. Without presuming upon my own judgment, I cannot think it an unwarrantable presumption to offer my private opinion, and call upon others for theirs; and if I use my pen with the boldness of a freeman, it is because I know that the liberty of the press yet remains unviolated, and juries yet are judges. The late convention have submitted to your consideration a plan of a new federal government. The subject is highly interesting to your future welfare, whether it be calculated to promote the great ends of civil society, viz., the happiness and prosperity of the community. It behoves you well to consider, uninfluenced by the authority of names. Instead of that frenzy of enthusiasm that has actuated the citizens of Philadelphia in their approbation of the proposed plan, before it was possible that it could be the result of a rational investigation into its principles, it ought to be dispassionately and deliberately examined, and its own intrinsic merit the only criterion of your patronage. If ever free and unbiased discussion was proper or necessary, it is on such an occasion. All the blessings of liberty and the dearest privileges of freemen are now at stake and dependent on your present conduct. Those who are competent to the task of developing the principles of government ought to be encouraged to come forward, and thereby the better enable the people to make a proper judgment; for the science of government is so abstruse that few are able to judge for themselves. Without such assistance, the people are too apt to yield an implicit assent to the opinions of those characters whose abilities are held in the highest esteem, and to those in whose integrity and patriotism they can confide, not considering that the love of domination is generally in proportion to talents, abilities, and superior acquirements, and that the men of the greatest purity of intention may be made instruments of despotism in the hands of the artful and designing. If it were not for the stability and attachment which time and habit gives to forms of government, it would be in the power of the enlightened and aspiring few, if they should combine, at any time to destroy the best establishments, and even make the people the instruments of their own subjugation. The late Revolution, having effaced, in a great measure, all former habits, and the present institutions are so recent, that there exists not that great reluctance to innovation, so remarkable in old communities, and which accords with reason; for the most comprehensive mind cannot see the full operation of material changes on civil polity. It is the genius of the common law to resist innovation. The wealthy and ambitious, who, in every community, think they have a right to lord it over their fellow creatures, have availed themselves, very successfully, of this favorable disposition; for the people thus unsettled in their sentiments have been prepared to accede to any extreme of government. All the distresses and difficulties they experience, proceeding from various causes, have been ascribed to the impotency of the present confederation, and thence they have been led to expect full relief from the adoption of the proposed system of government, and in the other event immediately ruin and annihilation as a nation. These characters flatter themselves that they have lulled all distrust and jealousy of their new plan, by gaining the concurrence of the two men in whom America has the highest confidence, and now triumphantly exult in the completion of their long meditated schemes of power and aggrandizement. I would be very far from insinuating that the two illustrious personages alluded to have not the welfare of the country at heart, but that the unsuspecting goodness and zeal of the one has been imposed upon, in a subject of which he must be necessarily inexperienced, from his other arduous engagements, and that the weakness and indecision attendant on old age has been practised on in the other. I am fearful that the principles of government inculcated in Mr. Adams's treatise, and enforced in the numerous essays and paragraphs in the newspapers, have misled some well-designing members of the late convention; but it will appear in the sequel that the construction of the proposed plan of government is infinitely more extravagant. I have been anxiously expecting that some enlightened patriot would, ere this, have taken up the pen to expose the futility and counteract the baneful tendency of such principles. Mr. Adams's sine qua non of a good government is three balancing powers, whose repelling qualities are to produce an equilibrium of interests, and thereby promote the happiness of the whole community. He asserts that the administrators of every government will ever be actuated by views of private interest and ambition, to the prejudice of the public good; that therefore the only effectual method to secure the rights of the people and promote their welfare is to create an opposition of interests between the members of two distinct bodies, in the exercise of the powers of government, and balanced by those of a third. This hypothesis supposes human wisdom competent to the task of instituting three co-equal orders in government, and a corresponding weight in the community to enable them respectively to exercise their several parts, and whose views and interests should be so distinct as to prevent a coalition of any two of them for the destruction of the third. Mr. Adams, although he has traced the constitution of every form of government that has ever existed, as far as history affords materials, has not been able to adduce a single instance of such a government. He indeed says that the British Constitution is such in theory, but this is rather a confirmation that his principles are chimerical, and not to be reduced to practice. If such an organization of power were practicable, how long would it continue? Not a day; for there is so great a disparity in the talents, wisdom, and industry of mankind, that the scale would presently preponderate to one or the other body, and with every accession of power the means of further increase would be greatly extended. The state of society in England is much more favorable to such a scheme of government than that of America. There they have a powerful hereditary nobility, and real distinctions of rank and interests. But even there, for want of that perfect equality of power and distinction of interests in the three orders of government, they exist but in name. The only operative and efficient check upon the conduct of administration is the sense of the people at large. Suppose a government could be framed and supported on such principles, would it answer the great purposes of civil society? If the administrators of every government are actuated by views of private interest and ambition, how is the welfare and happiness of the community to be the result of such jarring adverse interests? Therefore, as different orders in government will not produce the good of the whole, we must recur to other principles. I believe it will be found that the form of government which holds those entrusted with power in the greatest responsibility to their constituents the best calculated for freemen. A republican or free government can only exist where the body of the people are virtuous, and where property is pretty equally divided. In such a government the people are the sovereign, and their sense or opinion is the criterion of every public measure. For when this ceases to be the case, the nature of the government is changed, and an aristocracy, monarchy, or despotism will rise on its ruin. The highest responsibility is to be attained in a simple structure of government, for the great body of the people never steadily attend to the operations of government, and for want of due information are liable to be imposed upon. If you complicate the plan by various orders, the people will be perplexed and divided in their sentiments about the source of abuses or misconduct. Some will impute it to the Senate, others to the House of Representatives, and so on, that the interposition of the people may be rendered imperfect or perhaps wholly abortive. But if, imitating the Constitution of Pennsylvania, you vest all the legislative power in one body of men, separating the executive and judicial, elected for a short period, and necessarily excluded by rotation from permanency, and guarded from precipitancy and surprise by delays imposed on its proceedings, you will create the most perfect responsibility, for then, whenever the people feel a grievance, they cannot mistake the authors, and will apply the remedy with certainty and effect, discarding them at the next election. This tie of responsibility will obviate all the dangers apprehended from a single legislature, and will the best secure the rights of the people. Having premised this much, I shall now proceed to the examination of the proposed plan of government, and I trust shall make it appear to the meanest capacity that it has none of the essential requisites of a free government, that it is neither founded on those balancing restraining powers recommended by Mr. Adams and attempted in the British Constitution, or possessed of that responsibility to its constituents, which, in my opinion, is the only effectual security for the liberties and happiness of the people; but, on the contrary, that it is a most daring attempt to establish a despotic aristocracy among freemen that the world has ever witnessed. I shall previously consider the extent of the powers intended to be vested in Congress before I examine the construction of the general government. It will not be controverted that the legislative is the highest delegated power in government, and that all others are subordinate to it. The celebrated Montesquieu establishes it as a maxim that legislation necessarily follows the power of taxation. By Section 8 of the first article of the proposed plan of government, "The Congress are to have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States; but all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States." Now, what can be more comprehensive than these words? Not content by other sections of this plan to grant all the great executive powers of a confederation, and a standing army in time of peace, that grand engine of oppression, and moreover the absolute control over the commerce of the United States, and all external objects of revenue, such as unlimited imposts upon imports, etc., they are to be vested with every species of internal taxation. Whatever taxes, duties, and excises that they may deem requisite for the general welfare may be imposed on the citizens of these States, levied by the officers of Congress, distributed through every district in America; and the collection would be enforced by the standing army, however grievous or improper they may be. the Congress may construe every purpose for which the State legislatures now lay taxes to be for the general welfare, and thereby seize upon every object of revenue. The judicial power by first section of Article 3, shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under this Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties made or which shall be made under their authority, to all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers, and consuls, to all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction, to controversies between two or more states, between a state and citizens of another state, between citizens of different states, between citizens of the same state claiming lands under grants of different states, and between a state or the citizens thereof and foreign states, citizens, or subjects." Unquote. The judicial power to be vested in one Supreme Court, and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time order and establish. The objects of jurisdiction recited above are so numerous, and the shades of distinction between civil causes are oftentimes so slight, that it is more than probable that the State judicatories would be wholly superseded; for in contests about jurisdiction, the federal court, as the most powerful, would ever prevail. Every person acquainted with the history of the courts in England knows by what ingenious sophisms they have, at different periods, extended the sphere of their jurisdiction over objects out of the line of their institution, and contrary to their very nature, courts of a criminal jurisdiction obtaining cognizance in civil causes. To put the omnipotency of Congress over the State government and judicatories out of all doubt, the sixth article ordains that "this Constitution and the laws of the United States which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made, or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every State shall be bound thereby, anything in the Constitution or laws of the State to the contrary notwithstanding." Unquote. By these sections the all-prevailing power of taxation, and such extensive legislative and judicial powers, are vested in the general government, as must in their operation necessarily absorb the State legislatures and judicatories; and that such was in the contemplation of the framers of it will appear from the provision made for such event in another part of it, but that, fearful of alarming the people by so great an innovation, they have suffered the forms of the separate governments to remain, as a blind. By section 4th of the first article, "the times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each State by the legislature thereof; but the Congress may at any time, by law, make or alter such regulations, except as to the place of choosing senators." Unquote. The plain construction of which is, that when the State legislatures drop out of sight, from the necessary operation of this government, then Congress are to provide for the election and appointment of representatives and senators. If the foregoing be a just comment, if the United States are to be melted down into one empire, it becomes you to consider, whether such a government, however constructed, would be eligible in so extended a territory, and whether it would be practicable, consistent with freedom. It is the opinion of the greatest writers that a very extensive country cannot be governed on democratical principles, or on any other plan than a confederation of a number of small republics, possessing all the powers of internal government, but united in the management of their foreign and general concerns. It would not be difficult to prove that anything short of despotism could not bind so great a country under one government, and that whatever plan you might, at the first setting out, establish, it would issue in a despotism. If one general government could be instituted and maintained on principles of freedom, it would not be so competent to attend to the various local concerns and wants of every particular district, as well as the peculiar governments who are nearer the scene, and possessed of superior means of information. Besides, if the business of the whole Union is to be managed by one government, there would not be time. Do we not already see that the inhabitants in a number of larger States, who are remote from the seat of government, are loudly complaining of the inconveniences and disadvantages they are subjected to on this account, and that to enjoy the comforts of local government they are separating into smaller divisions? Having taken a review of the powers, I shall now examine the construction of the proposed general government. Article 1, Section 1. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and House of Representatives. By another section, the President, the principal executive officer, has a conditional control over their proceedings. Section 2. The House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year, by the people of the several States. The number of representatives shall not exceed one for every 30,000 inhabitants. The Senate, the other constituent branch of the legislature, is formed by the legislature of each State appointing 2 senators for the term of 6 years. The executive power by Article 2, Section 1, is to be vested in a President of the United States of America, elected for 4 years. Section 2 gives him "power, by and with the consent of the Senate, to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators present concur; and he shall nominate, and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers, and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States, whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for, and which shall be established by law," etc. And by another section he has the absolute power of granting reprieves and pardons for treason and all other high crimes and misdemeanors, except in case of impeachment. The foregoing are the outlines of the plan. Thus we see the House of Representatives are on the part of the people to balance the Senate, who I suppose will be composed of the better sort, the well-born, etc. The number of the representatives, being only one for every 30,000 inhabitants, appears to be too few, either to communicate the requisite information of the wants, local circumstances, and sentiments of so extensive an empire, or to prevent corruption and undue influence in the exercise of such great powers. The term for which they are to be chosen too long to preserve a due dependence and accountability to their constituents, and the mode and places of their election not sufficiently ascertained; for as Congress have the control over both, they may govern the choice by ordering the representatives of a whole State to be elected in one place, and that too may be the most inconvenient. The Senate, the great efficient body in this plan of government, is constituted on the most unequal principles. The smallest State in the Union has equal weight with the great States of Virginia, Massachusetts, or Pennsylvania. The Senate, besides its legislative functions, has a very considerable share in the executive. None of the principal appointments to office can be made without its advice and consent. The term and mode of its appointment will lead to permanency. The members are chosen for 6 years. The mode is under the control of Congress; and as there is no exclusion by rotation, they may be continued for life, which, from their extensive means of influence, would follow of course. The President, who would be a mere pageant of state, unless he coincides with the views of the Senate, would either become the head of the aristocratic junto in that body, or its minion; besides, their influence being the most predominant, could the best secure his re-election to office; and from his power of granting pardons, he might screen from punishment the most treasonable attempts on liberties of the people, when instigated by the Senate. From this investigation into the organization of this government, it appears that it is devoid of all responsibility or accountability to the great body of the people, and that, so far from being a regular balanced government, it would be, in practice, a permanent aristocracy. The framers of it, actuated by the true spirit of such a government, which ever abominates and suppresses all free inquiry and discussion, have made no provision for the liberty of the press, that grand palladium of freedom, and scourge of tyrants, but observed a total silence on that head. It is the opinion of some great writers, that if the liberty of the press, by an institution of religion or otherwise, could be rendered sacred, even in Turkey, that despotism would fly before it. And it is worthy of remark, that there is no declaration of personal rights premised in most free constitutions, and that trial by jury in civil cases is taken away. For what other construction can be put on the following, viz. Article M, section 2nd, "In all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers, and consuls, and those in which a state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. In all the other cases above mentioned, the Supreme Court shall have appellate jurisdiction, both as to law and fact." It would be a novelty in jurisprudence, as well as evidently improper to allow an appeal from the verdict of a jury on the matter of fact. Therefore it implies and allows of a dismission of the jury in civil cases, and especially when it is considered that jury trial in criminal cases is expressly stipulated for, but not in civil cases. But our situation is represented to be so critically dreadful, that, however reprehensible and exceptionable the proposed plan of government may be, there is no alternative between the adoption of it and absolute ruin. My fellow citizens, things are not at that crisis. It is the argument of tyrants. The present distracted state of Europe secures us from injury on that quarter; and as to domestic dissensions, we have not so much to fear from them, as to precipitate us into this form of government, without it is a safe and proper one. For, remember, of all possible evils, that of despotism is the worst and the most to be dreaded. Besides, it cannot be supposed, that the first essay on so difficult a subject is so well digested as it ought to be. If the proposed plan, after a mature deliberation, should meet the approbation of the respective States, the matter will end. But if it should be found to be fraught with dangers and inconveniences, a future general convention, being in possession of the objections, will be the better enabled to plan a suitable government. Who's here so base that would a bondsman be? If any, speak, for him have I offended. Who's here so vile that will not love his country? If any, speak, for him have I offended. Julius Caesar, Act 3, Scene 2. Centinel. End of Section 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leon Meyer. The Anti-Federalist Papers, Section 2. Centinel, Letter 11. Independent Gazetteer, January 16th, 1788. To the Freemen of Pennsylvania. Friends, countrymen, and fellow citizens, the evils of anarchy have been portrayed with all the imagery of language and the growing colors of eloquence. The affrighted mind is thence led to clasp the new Constitution as the instrument of deliverance, as the only avenue to safety and happiness. To avoid the possible and transitory evils of one extreme, it is seduced into the certain and permanent misery necessarily attendant on the other. A state of anarchy, from its very nature, can never be of long continuance. The greater its violence, the shorter the duration. Order and security are immediately sought by the distracted people beneath the shelter of equal laws and the salutary restraints of regular government; and if this be not attainable, absolute power is assumed by the one, or a few, who shall be the most enterprising and successful. If anarchy, therefore, were the inevitable consequence of rejecting the new Constitution, it would be infinitely better to incur it, for even then there would be at least the chance of a good government rising out of licentiousness. But to rush at once into despotism, because there is a bare possibility of anarchy ensuing from the rejection, or from what is yet more visionary, the small delay that would be occasioned by a revision and correction of the proposed system of government, is so superlatively weak, so fatally blind, that it is astonishing any person of common understanding should suffer such an imposition to have the least influence on his judgment. Still more astonishing that so flimsy and deceptive a doctrine should make converts among the enlightened freemen of America, who have so long enjoyed the blessings of liberty. But when I view among such converts men otherwise preeminent, it raises a blush for the weakness of humanity, that these, her brightest ornaments, should be so dim-sighted to what is self-evident to most men, that such imbecility of judgment should appear where so much perfection was looked for. This ought to teach us to depend more on our own judgment and the nature of the case than upon the opinions of the greatest and best of men, who, from constitutional infirmities or particular situations, may sometimes view an object through a delusive medium; but the opinions of great men are, more frequently, the dictates of ambition or private interest. The source of the apprehensions of this so much dreaded anarchy would, upon investigation, be found to arise from the artful suggestions of designing men, and not from a rational probability grounded on the actual state of affairs. The least reflection is sufficient to detect the fallacy, to show that there is no one circumstance to justify the prediction of such an event. On the contrary, a short time will evince, to the utter dismay and confusion of the conspirators, that a perseverance in cramming down their scheme of power upon the freemen of this state will inevitably produce an anarchy destructive of their darling domination, and may kindle a flame prejudicial to their safety. They should be cautious not to trespass too far on the forbearance of free men when resting their dearest concerns, but prudently retreat from the gathering storm. The other spectre that has been raised to terrify and alarm the people out of the exercise of their judgment on this great occasion, is the dread of our splitting into several confederacies or republics, that might become rival powers and consequently liable to mutual wars from the usual motives of contention. This is an event still more improbable than the foregoing. It is a presumption unwarranted, either by the situation of affairs or the sentiments of the people. No disposition leading to it exists. The advocates of the new Constitution seem to view such a separation with horror, and its opponents are strenuously contending for a confederation that shall embrace all America under its comprehensive and salutary protection. This hobgoblin appears to have sprung from the deranged brain of Publius, a New York writer, who, mistaking sound for argument, has with Herculean labor accumulated myriads of unmeaning sentences, and mechanically endeavored to force conviction by a torrent of misplaced words. He might have spared his readers the fatigue of wading through his long-winded disquisitions on the direful effects of the contentions of inimical states, as totally inapplicable to the subject he was professedly treating. This writer has devoted much time, and wasted more paper, in combating chimeras of his own creation. However, for the sake of argument, I will admit that the necessary consequence of rejecting or delaying the establishment of the new Constitution would be the dissolution of the Union, and the institution of even rival and inimical republics. Yet ought such an apprehension, if well founded, to drive us into the fangs of despotism? Infinitely preferable would be occasional wars to such an event. The former, although a severe scourge, is transient in its continuance, and in its operation partial; but a small proportion of the community are exposed to its greatest horrors, and yet fewer experience its greatest evils. The latter is permanent and universal misery, without remission or exemption. As passing clouds obscure for a time the splendor of the sun, so do wars interrupt the welfare of mankind; but despotism is a settled gloom that totally extinguishes happiness. Not a ray of comfort can penetrate to cheer the dejected mind. The goad of power, with unabating rigor, insists upon the utmost exaction. Like a merciless taskmaster, it is continually inflicting the lash, and is never satiated with the feast of unfeeling domination, or the most abject servility. The celebrated Lord Kames, whose disquisitions of human nature evidence extraordinary strength of judgment and depth of investigation, says that a continual civil war, which is the most destructive and horrible scene of human discord, is preferable to the uniformity of wretchedness and misery attendant upon despotism. Of all possible evils, as I observed in my first number, this is the worst, and the most to be dreaded. I congratulate my fellow citizens that a good government, the greatest earthly blessing, may be so easily obtained, that our circumstances are so favorable, that nothing but the folly of the conspirators can produce anarchy or civil war, which would presently terminate in their destruction, and the permanent harmony of the State, alone interrupted by their ambitious machinations. Centinel. End of section 2.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anti-Federalist Papers. Anti-Federalist Paper Number 3. Letters from the Federal Farmer to the Republican. 1. October 8, 1787. Dear Sir, my letters to you last winter on the subject of a well-balanced national government for the United States were the result of free inquiry, when I passed from that subject to inquiries relative to our commerce, revenues, past administration, etc. I anticipated the anxieties I feel on carefully examining the plan of government proposed by the Convention. It appears to be a plan retaining some federal features, but to be the first important step, and to aim strongly to one consolidated government of the United States. It leaves the powers of government and the representation of the people so unnaturally divided between the general and state governments that the operations of our system must be very uncertain. My uniform federal attachments, and the interest I have in the protection of property and a steady execution of the laws, will convince you that, if I am under any bias at all, it is in favor of any general system which shall promise those advantages. The instability of our laws increases my wishes for firm and steady government, but then I can consent to no government which, in my opinion, is not calculated equally to preserve the rights of all orders of men in the community. My object has been to join with those who have endeavored to supply the defects in the forms of our governments by a steady and proper administration of them. Though I have long apprehended that fraudulent debtors, embarrassed men on the one hand, and men on the other unfriendly to republican equality, would produce an uneasiness among the people, and prepare the way, if not for cool and deliberate reforms in the governments, but for changes calculated to promote the interests of particular orders of men. Acquit me, sir, of any agency in the formation of the new system. I shall be satisfied with seeing, if it shall be adopted, a prudent administration. Indeed, I am so much convinced of the truth of Pope's maxim that which is best administered is best, that I am much inclined to subscribe to it from experience. I am not disposed to unreasonably contend about forms. I know our situation is critical, and it behooves us all to make the best of it. A federal government of some sort is necessary. We have suffered the present to languish, and whether the Confederation was capable or not originally of answering any valuable purposes, it is now but of little importance. I will pass by the men and states who have been particularly instrumental in preparing the way for a change, and, perhaps, for governments not very favorable to the people at large. A constitution is now presented which we may reject, or which we may accept, with or without amendments, and to which point we ought to direct our exertions is the question. To determine this question with propriety, we must attentively examine the system itself and the probable consequences of either step. This I shall endeavor to do, so far as I am able, with candor and fairness, and leave you to decide upon the propriety of my opinions, the weight of my reasons, and how far my conclusions are well drawn. Whatever may be the conduct of others, on the present occasion I do not mean hastily and positively to decide on the merits of the Constitution proposed. I shall be open to conviction, and always disposed to adopt that which, all things considered, shall appear to me to be the most for the happiness of the community. It must be granted that if men hastily and blindly adopt a system of government, they will as hastily and blindly be led to alter or abolish it, and changes must ensue one after another, till the peaceable and better part of the community will grow weary with changes, tumults, and disorders, and be disposed to accept any government, however despotic, that shall promise stability and firmness. The first principal question that occurs is, whether, considering our situation, we ought to precipitate the adoption of the proposed Constitution. If we remain cool and temperate, we are in no immediate danger of any commotions. We are in a state of perfect peace, and in no danger of invasions. The state governments are in the full exercise of their powers, and our governments answer all present exigencies, except the regulation of trade, securing credit in some cases, and providing for the interest in some cases of the public debts. and whether we adopt a change 3 or 9 months hence can make but little odds with the private circumstances of individuals. Their happiness and prosperity, after all, depend principally upon their own exertions. We are hardly recovered from a long and distressing war. The farmers, fishermen, and etc. have not yet fully repaired the waste made by it. Industry and frugality are again assuming their proper station. Private debts are lessened, and public debts incurred by the war have been by various ways diminished, and the public lands have now become a productive source for diminishing them much more. I know uneasy men who wish very much to precipitate do not admit all these facts, but they are facts well known to all men who are thoroughly informed in the affairs of this country. It must, however, be admitted that our federal system is defective, and that some of the state governments are not well administered. But then we impute to the defects in our governments many evils and embarrassments which are most clearly the result of the late war. We must allow men to conduct on the present occasion as on all similar ones. They will urge 1,000 pretenses to answer their purposes on both sides. When we want a man to change his condition, we describe it as miserable, wretched, and despised, and draw a pleasing picture of that which we would have him assume. And when we wish the contrary, we reverse our description. Whenever a clamor is raised, and idle men get to work, it is highly necessary to examine facts carefully, and without unreasonably suspecting men of falsehood, to examine and inquire attentively under what impressions they act. It is too often the case in political concerns that men state facts not as they are, but as they wish them to be, and almost every man, by calling to mind past scenes, will find this to be true. Nothing but the passions of ambitions, impatient or disorderly men, I conceive, will plunge us into commotions if time should be taken fully to examine and consider the system proposed. Men who feel easy in their circumstances, and such as are not sanguine in their expectations relative to the consequences of the proposed change, will remain quiet under the existing governments. Many commercial and moneyed men who are not uneasy, not without just cause, ought to be respected, and by no means unreasonably disappointed in their expectations and hopes. But as to those who expect employments under the new Constitution, as to those weak and ardent men who always expect to be gainers by revolutions, and whose lot it generally is to get out of one difficulty into another, they are very little to be regarded; and as to those who designedly avail themselves of this weakness and ardor, they are to be despised. It is natural for men who wish to hasten the adoption of a measure to tell us, now is the crisis, now is the critical moment which must be seized, or all will be lost, and to shut the door against free inquiry whenever conscious the thing presented has defects in it, which time and investigation will probably discover. This has been the custom of tyrants and their dependents in all ages. If it is true, that which has been so often said, that the people of this country cannot change their condition for the worse, I presume it still behooves them to endeavor deliberately to change it for the better. The fickle and ardent in any community are the proper tools for establishing despotic government. But it is deliberate and thinking men who must establish and secure governments on free principles. Before they decide on the plan proposed, they will inquire whether it will probably be a blessing or a curse to this people. The present moment discovers a new face in our affairs. Our object has been all along to reform our federal system and to strengthen our governments, to establish peace, order, and justice in the community. But a new object now presents. The plan of government now proposed is evidently calculated totally to change, in time, our conditions as a people. Instead of being 13 republics under a federal head, it is clearly designed to make us one consolidated government. Of this, I think, I shall fully convince you in my following letters on this subject. This consolidation of the States has been the object of several men in this country for some time past. Whether such a change can ever be effected in any manner, whether it can be effected without convulsions and civil wars, whether such a change will not totally destroy the liberties of this country, time only can determine. To have a just idea of the government before us, and to show that a consolidated one is the object in view, it is necessary not only to examine the plan, but also its history, and the politics of its particular friends. The Confederation was formed when great confidence was placed in the voluntary exertions of individuals and of the respective states, and the framers of it, to guard against usurpation, so limited and checked the powers that, in many respects, they are inadequate to the exigencies of the Union. We find, therefore, members of Congress urging alterations in the federal system almost as soon as it was adopted. It was early proposed to vest Congress with powers to levy an impost, to regulate trade, etc., but such was known to be the caution of the States imparting with power that the vestment, even of these, was proposed to be under several checks and limitations. During the war, the general confusion, the introduction of paper money, infused in the minds of people vague ideas respecting government and credit. We expected too much from the return to peace, and of course we have been disappointed. Our governments have been new and unsettled, and several legislatures, by making tender, suspension, and paper money laws, have given just cause of uneasiness to creditors. By these and other causes, several orders of men in the community have been prepared, by degrees, for a change of government; and this very abuse of power in the legislatures which, in some cases, has been charged upon the democratic part of the community, has furnished aristocratical men with those very weapons and those very means with which, in great measure, they are rapidly effecting their favorite object. And should an oppressive government be the consequence of the proposed change, posterity may reproach not only a few overbearing, unprincipled men, but those parties in the States which have misused their powers. The conduct of several legislatures touching paper money and tender laws has prepared many honest men for changes in government, which otherwise they would not have thought of. When by the evils on the one hand, and by the secret instigations of artful men on the other, the minds of men were becoming sufficiently uneasy, a bold step was taken, which is usually followed by a revolution or a civil war. A general convention for more commercial purposes was moved for. The authors of this measure saw that the people's attention was turned solely to the amendment of the federal system, and that, had the idea of total change been started, probably no state would have appointed members to the convention. The idea of destroying ultimately the state government and forming one consolidated system could not have been admitted. A convention, therefore, merely for vesting in Congress power to regulate trade was proposed. This was pleasing to the commercial towns, and the landed people had little or no concern about it. September 1786, a few men from the Middle States met at Annapolis, and hastily proposed a convention to be held in May 1787, for the purpose generally of amending the Confederation. This was done before the delegates of Massachusetts and of the other states arrived. Still not a word was said about destroying the old Constitution and making a new one. The states, still unsuspecting, and not aware that they were passing the Rubicon, appointed members to the new convention, for the sole and express purpose of revising and amending the Confederation, and, probably, not one man in 10,000 in the United States, till within these 10 or 12 days, had an idea that the old ship was to be destroyed, and he put to the alternative of embarking in the new ship presented, or of being left in danger of sinking, the states. The states, I believe, universally supposed the convention would report alterations to the Confederation, which would pass an examination in Congress, and after being agreed to there, would be confirmed by all the legislatures or be rejected. Virginia made a very respectable appointment, and placed at the head of it the first man in America. In this appointment there was a mixture of political characters, but Pennsylvania appointed principally those men who are esteemed aristocratical. Here the favorite moment for changing the government was evidently discerned by a few men, who seized it with address. 10 other states appointed, and though they chose men principally connected with commerce and the judiciary department, yet they appointed many good Republican characters. Had they all attended, we should now see, I am persuaded, a better system presented. The non-attendance of 8 or 9 men who were appointed members of the convention I shall ever consider as a very unfortunate event to the United States. Had they attended, I am pretty clear that the result of the convention would not have had that strong tendency to aristocracy now discernible in every part of the plan. There would not have been so great an accumulation of powers, especially as to the internal police of the country, in a few hands, as the Constitution reported proposes to vest in them. The young visionary men and the consolidating aristocracy would have been more restrained than they have been. 11 states met in the convention, and after 4 months' close attention presented the new Constitution, to be adopted or rejected by the people. The uneasy and fickle part of the community may be prepared to receive any form of government, but I presume the enlightened and substantial part will give any Constitution presented for their adoption a candid and thorough examination, and silence those designing or empty men who weakly and rashly attempt to precipitate the adoption of a system of so much importance. We shall view the convention with proper respect, and, at the same time that we reflect there were men of abilities and integrity in it, we must recollect how disproportionably the democratic and aristocratic parts of the community were represented. Perhaps the judicious friends and opposers of the new Constitution will agree that it is best to let it rest solely on its own merits or be condemned for its own defects. In the first place, I shall premise that the plan proposed is a plan of accommodation, and that it is in this way only, and by giving up a part of our opinions, that we can ever expect to obtain a government founded in freedom and compact. This circumstance candid men will always keep in view in the discussion of this subject. The plan proposed appears to be partly federal, but principally, however, calculated ultimately to make the states one consolidated government. The first interesting question, therefore, suggested is, how far the states can be consolidated into one entire government on free principles. In considering this question, extensive objects are to be taken in view, and important changes in the forms of government to be carefully attended to in all their consequences. The happiness of the people at large must be the great object with every honest statesman, and he will direct every movement to this point. If we are so situated as a people, and not to be able to enjoy equal happiness and advantages under one government, the consolidation of the states cannot be admitted. There are three different forms of government under which the United States may exist as one nation, and now is, perhaps, the time to determine to which we will direct our views. 1. Distinct republics connected under a federal head. In this case, the respective state governments must be the principal guardians of the people's rights, and exclusively regulate their internal police. In them must rest the balance of government. The Congress of the States, or federal head, must consist of delegates amenable to and removable by the respective states. This Congress must have general directing powers, powers to require men and moneys of the states, to make treaties, peace and war, to direct the operations of armies, etc. Under this federal modification of government, the powers of Congress would be rather advisory or recommendatory than coercive. 2. We may do away the several state governments and form or consolidate all the states into one entire government with one executive, one judiciary, and one legislature, consisting of senators and representatives collected from all parts of the Union. In this case there would be a complete consolidation of the states. 3. We may consolidate the states as to certain national objects, and leave them severally distinct independent republics as to internal police generally. Let the general government consist of an executive, a judiciary, and balanced legislature, and its powers extend exclusively to all foreign concerns, causes arising on the seas to commerce, imports, armies, navies, Indian affairs, peace and war, and to a few internal concerns of the community, to the coin, post offices, weights and measures, a general plan for the militia, to naturalization, and perhaps to bankruptcies, leaving the internal police of the community in other respects exclusively to the state governments, as the administration of justice in all causes arising internally, the laying and collecting of internal taxes, and the forming of the militia according to a general plan prescribed. In this case there would be a complete consolidation quod certain objects only. Touching the first or federal plan, I do not think much can be said in its favor. The sovereignty of the nation, without coercive and efficient powers to collect the strength of it, cannot always be depended on to answer the purposes of government, and in a Congress of representatives of sovereign states there must necessarily be an unreasonable mixture of powers in the same hands. As to the second or complete consolidating plan, it deserves to be carefully considered at this time by every American. If it be impracticable, it is a fatal error to model our governments, directing our views ultimately to it. The third plan, or partial consolidation, is, in my opinion, the only one that can secure the freedom and happiness of this people. I once had some general ideas that the second plan was practicable, but from long attention, and the proceedings of the convention, I am fully satisfied that this third plan is the only one we can with safety and propriety proceed upon. Making this the standard to point out, with candor and fairness, the parts of the new Constitution which appear to be improper, is my object. The convention appears to have proposed the partial consolidation evidently with a view to collect all powers ultimately, in the United States, into one entire government, and from its views in this respect, and from the tenacity of the small states to have an equal vote in the Senate, probably originated the greatest defects in the proposed plan. Independent of the opinions of many great authors that a free elective government cannot be extended over large territories, a few reflections must evince, that one government and general legislation alone can never extend equal benefits to all parts of the United States. Different laws, customs, and opinions exist in the different states, which by a uniform system of laws would be unreasonably invaded. The United States contain about 1,000,000 of square miles, and in half a century will probably contain 10 millions of people, and from the center to the extremes is about 800 miles. Before we do away the state governments, or adopt measures that will tend to abolish them, and to consolidate the states into one entire government, several principles should be considered and facts ascertained. These, and my examination into the essential parts of the proposed plan, I shall pursue in my next. Yours, etc., The Federal Farmer. End of Anti-Federalist Papers, Section 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anti-Federalist Papers. Anti-Federalist Paper Number 4. Letters from the Federal Farmer to the Republican, Number 2. October 9th, 1787. Dear Sir, the essential parts of a free and good government are a full and equal representation of the people in the legislature, and the jury trial of the vicinage in the administration of justice. A full and equal representation is that which possesses the same interests, feelings, opinions, and views the people themselves would were they all assembled. A fair representation, therefore, should be so regulated that every order of men in the community, according to the common course of elections, can have a share in it, in order to allow professional men, merchants, traders, farmers, mechanics, etc., to bring a just proportion of their best informed men, respectively, into the legislature. The representation must be considerably numerous. We have about 200 state senators in the United States, and a less number than that of federal representatives cannot clearly be a full representation of this people. In the affairs of internal taxation and police, were there but one legislature for the whole Union, the representation cannot be equal, or the situation of the people proper for one government only, if the extreme parts of the society cannot be represented as fully as the central. It is apparently impracticable that this should be the case in this extensive country. It would be impossible to collect a representation of the parts of the country 500, 600, and 700 miles from the seat of government. Under one general government alone, there could be but one judiciary, one supreme, and a proper number of inferior courts. I think it would be totally impracticable in this case to preserve a due administration of justice, and the real benefits of the jury trial of the vicinage. There are now Supreme Courts in each state in the Union, and a great number of county and other courts subordinate to each Supreme Court. Most of these Supreme and inferior courts are itinerant, and hold their sessions in different parts every year of their respective states, counties, and districts. With all these moving courts, our citizens, from the vast extent of the country, must travel very considerable distances from home to find the place where justice is administered. I am not for bringing justice so near to individuals as to afford them any temptation to engage in lawsuits, though I think it one of the greatest benefits in a good government that each citizen should find a court of justice within a reasonable distance, perhaps within a day's travel of his home, so that, without great inconveniences and enormous expense, he may have the advantage of his witnesses and jury. It would be impracticable to derive these advantages from one judiciary. The one Supreme Court, at most, could only set in the center of the Union, and move once a year into the center of the eastern and southern extremes of it. And in this case, each citizen, on an average, would travel 150 or 200 miles to find this court. That, however, inferior courts might be properly placed in the different counties and districts of the Union, the appellate jurisdiction would be intolerable and expensive. If it were possible to consolidate the states and preserve the features of a free government, still it is evident that the middle states, the parts of the Union about the seat of the government, would enjoy great advantages, while the remote states would experience the many inconveniences of remote provinces. Wealth, offices, and the benefits of government would collect in the center, and the extreme states and their principal towns become much less important. There are other considerations which tend to prove that the idea of one consolidated whole, on free principles, is ill-founded. The laws of a free government rest on the confidence of the people and operate gently, and never can extend their influence very far, if they are executed on free principles about the center, where the benefits of the government induce the people to support it voluntarily. Yet they must be executed on the principles of fear and force in the extremes. This has been the case with every extensive republic of which we have any accurate account. There are certain unalienable and fundamental rights which in forming the social compact ought to be explicitly ascertained and fixed. A free and enlightened people, in forming this compact, will not resign all their rights to those who govern, and they will fix limits to their legislators and rulers, which would soon be plainly seen by those who are governed, as well as by those who govern, and the latter will know they cannot be passed unperceived by the former, and without giving a general alarm. These rights should be made the basis of every constitution, and if a people be so situated, or have such different opinions that they cannot agree in ascertaining and fixing them, it is a very strong argument against their attempting to form one entire society, to live under one system of laws only. I confess I never thought the people of these States differed essentially in these respects. They, having derived all these rights from one common source, the British systems, and having in the formation of their state constitutions discovered that their ideas relative to these rights are very similar. However, it is now said that the States differ so essentially in these respects, and even in the important article of the trial by a jury, that when assembled in convention they can agree to no words by which to establish that trial, or by which to ascertain and establish many other of these rights as fundamental articles in the social compact. If so, we proceed to consolidate the States on no solid basis whatever. But I do not pay much regard to the reasons given for not bottoming the new Constitution on a better Bill of Rights. I still believe a complete Federal Bill of Rights to be very practicable. Nevertheless, I acknowledge the proceedings of the Convention furnish my mind with many new and strong reasons against a complete consolidation of the States. They tend to convince me that it cannot be carried with propriety very far, that the Convention have gone much farther in one respect than they found it practicable to go in another, that is, they propose to lodge in this general government very extensive powers nearly, if not altogether, complete and unlimited over the purse and the sword. But in its organization they furnish the strongest proof that the proper limbs or parts of a government to support and execute those powers on proper principles, or in which they can be safely lodged, cannot be formed. These powers must be lodged somewhere in every society, but then they should be lodged where the strength and guardians of the people are collected. They can be wielded or safely used in a free country only by an able executive and judiciary, a respectable Senate, and a secure, full, and equal representation of the people. I think the principles I have premised or brought into view are well founded. I think they will not be denied by any fair reasoner. It is in connection with these and other solid principles we are to examine the Constitution. It is not a few democratic phrases or a few well-formed features that will prove its merits, or a few small omissions that will produce its rejection among men of sense. They will inquire, what are the essential powers in a community, and what are nominal ones? Where and how the essential powers shall be lodged to secure government, and to secure true liberty. In examining the proposed Constitution carefully, we must clearly perceive an unnatural separation of these powers from the substantial representation of the people. The state governments will exist with all their governors, senators, representatives, officers, and expenses. In these will be 19/20ths of the representatives of the people. They will have a near connection and their members an immediate intercourse with the people, and the probability is that the state governments will possess the confidence of the people and be considered generally as their immediate guardians. The general government will consist of a new species of executive, a small Senate, and a very small House of Representatives. As many citizens will be more than 300 miles from the seat of this government as will be nearer to it. Its judges and officers cannot be very numerous, without making our governments very expensive. Thus will stand the state and the general governments, should the Constitution be adopted without any alterations in their organization. But as to powers, the general government will possess all essential ones, at least on paper, and those of the states a mere shadow of power. And therefore, unless the people shall make some great exertions to restore to the state governments their powers and manners of internal police, as the powers to lay and collect exclusively internal taxes, to govern the militia, and to hold the decisions of their own judicial courts upon their own laws final, the balance cannot possibly continue long, but the state governments must be annihilated or continue to exist for no purpose. It is, however, to be observed that many of the essential powers given the national government are not exclusively given, and the general government may have prudence enough to forbear the exercise of those which may still be exercised by the respective states. But this cannot justify the impropriety of giving powers, the exercise of which prudent men will not attempt, and the imprudent men will, or probably can, exercise only in a manner destructive of free government. The general government, organized as it is, may be adequate to many valuable objects, and be able to carry its laws into execution on proper principles in several cases. But I think its honest friends will not contend that it can carry all the powers proposed to be lodged in it into effect, without calling to its aid a military force, which must very soon destroy all elective governments in the country, produce anarchy, or establish despotism. Though we cannot have now a complete idea of what will be the operations of the proposed system, we may, allowing things to have their common course, have a very tolerable one. The powers lodged in the general government, if exercised by it, must intimately affect the internal police of the States, as well as external concerns, and there is no reason to expect the numerous State governments and their connections will be very friendly to the execution of federal laws in those internal affairs, which hitherto have been under their own immediate management. There is more reason to believe that the general government, far removed from the people, and none of its members elected oftener than once in 2 years, will be forgot or neglected, and its laws in many cases disregarded, unless a multitude of officers and military force be continually kept in view, and employed to enforce the execution of the laws, and to make the government feared and respected. No position can be truer than this, that in this country either neglected laws or a military execution of them must lead to a revolution and to the destruction of freedom. Neglected laws must first lead to anarchy and confusion, and a military execution of laws is only a shorter way to the same point, despotic government. Yours, and etc., signed, The Federal Farmer. End of Anti-Federalist Papers, Section 4. Letters from the Federal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anti-Federalist Papers. Anti-Federalist No. 5. Federal Farmer, Letter No. 3. Letters from the Federal Farmer to the Republican, October 10th, 1787. Dear Sir, the great object of a free people must be so to form their government and laws, and so to administer them, as to create a confidence in and respect for the laws, and thereby induce the sensible and virtuous part of the community to declare in favor of the laws, and to support them without an expensive military force. I wish, though I confess I have not much hope, that this may be the case with the laws of Congress under the new Constitution. I am fully convinced that we must organize the national government on different principles, and make the parts of it more efficient, and secure in it more effectually the different interests in the community, or else leave in the State governments some powers proposed to be lodged in it, at least till such an organization shall be found to be practicable. Not sanguine in my expectations of a good federal administration, and satisfied as I am of the impracticability of consolidating the States, and at the same time of preserving the rights of the people at large, I believe we still ought to leave some of those powers in the State governments, in which the people, in fact, will still be represented, to define some other powers proposed to be vested in the general government, more carefully, and to establish a few principles to secure a proper exercise of the powers given it. It is not my object to multiply objections, or to contend about inconsiderable powers or amendments. I wish the system adopted with a few alterations, but those, in my mind, are essential ones. If adopted without, every good citizen will acquiesce, though I shall consider the duration of our governments, and the liberties of this people, very much dependent on the administration of the general government. A wise and honest administration may make the people happy under any government, but necessity only can justify even our leaving open avenues to the abuse of power by wicked, unthinking, or ambitious men. I will examine first the organization of the proposed government, in order to judge; second, with propriety, what powers are improperly, at least prematurely, lodged in it. I shall examine, thirdly, the undefined powers, and fourthly, those powers the exercise of which is not secured on safe and proper ground. First, as to the organization, the House of Representatives, the Democratic branch, as it is called, is to consist of 65 members, that is, about one representative for 50,000 inhabitants, to be chosen biennially. The federal legislature may increase this number to one for each 30,000 inhabitants, abating fractional numbers in each state. 33 representatives will make a quorum for doing business, and a majority of those present determine the sense of the House. I have no idea that the interests, feelings, and opinions of 3 or 4 millions of people, especially touching internal taxation, can be collected in such a House. In the nature of things, 9 times 10 men of the elevated classes in the community only can be chosen. Connecticut, for instance, will have 5 representatives. Not one man in 100 of those who form the Democratic branch in the state legislature will, on a fair computation, be one of the 5. The people of this country, in one sense, may all be Democratic; but if we make the proper distinction between the few men of wealth and abilities, and consider them, as we ought, as the natural aristocracy of the country, and the great body of the people, the middle and lower classes, as the democracy, this federal representative branch will have but very little democracy in it. Even this small representation is not secured on proper principles. The branches of the legislature are essential parts of the fundamental compact, and ought to be so fixed by the people that the legislature cannot alter itself by modifying the elections of its own members. This by a part of Article 1, Section 4, the general legislature may do. It may evidently so regulate elections as to secure the choice of any particular description of men. It may make the whole state one district, make the capital or any places in the state the place or places of election. It may declare that the 5 men, or whatever the number may be the state may choose, who shall have the most votes shall be considered as chosen. In this case it is easy to perceive how the people who live scattered in the inland towns will bestow their votes on different men, and how a few men in a city, in any order or profession, may unite and place any 5 men they please highest among those that may be voted for. And all this may be done constitutionally, and by those silent operations which are not immediately perceived by the people in general. I know it is urged that the general legislature will be disposed to regulate elections on fair and just principles. This may be true. Good men will generally govern well with almost any constitution. But why, in laying the foundation of the social system, need we unnecessarily leave a door open to improper regulations? This is a very general and unguarded clause, and many evils may flow from that part which authorizes the Congress to regulate elections. Were it omitted, the regulations of elections would be solely in the respective states, where the people are substantially represented, and where the elections ought to be regulated. Otherwise, to secure a representation from all parts of the community in making the Constitution, we ought to provide for dividing each state into a proper number of districts, and for confining the electors in each district to the choice of some men who shall have a permanent interest and residence in it, and also for this essential object, that the representative elected shall have a majority of the votes of those electors who shall attend and give their votes. In considering the practicability of having a full and equal representation of the people from all parts of the Union, not only distances and different opinions, customs, and views, common in extensive tracts of country, are to be taken into view, but many differences peculiar to Eastern, Middle, and Southern States. These differences are not so perceivable among the members of Congress and men of general information in the States as among the men who would properly form the Democratic branch. The Eastern States are very democratic, and composed chiefly of moderate freeholders. They have but few rich men and no slaves. The Southern States are composed chiefly of rich planters and slaves. They have but few moderate freeholders, and the prevailing influence in them is generally a dissipated aristocracy. The Middle States partake partly of the Eastern and partly of the Southern character. Perhaps nothing could be more disjointed, unwieldy, and incompetent to doing business with harmony and dispatch than a federal House of Representatives properly numerous for the great objects of taxation, etc., collected from the several States. Whether such men would ever act in concert, whether they would not worry along a few years and then be the means of separating the parts of the Union, is very problematical. View this system in whatever form we can, propriety brings us still to this point: a federal government possessed of general and complete powers as to those national objects which cannot well come under the cognizance of the internal laws of the respective States, and this federal government accordingly consisting of branches not very numerous. The House of Representatives is on the plan of consolidation, but the Senate is entirely on the federal plan, and Delaware will have as much constitutional influence in the Senate as the largest state in the Union, and in this Senate are lodged legislative, executive, and judicial powers. 10 states in this Union urge that they are small states, 9 of which were present in the convention. They were interested in collecting large powers into the hands of the Senate, in which each state will have its equal share of power. I suppose it was impracticable for the 3 large states, as they were called, to get the Senate formed on any other principles. But this only proves that we cannot form one general government on equal and just principles, and proves that we ought not to lodge in it such extensive powers before we are convinced of the practicability of organizing it on just and equal principles. The Senate will consist of 2 members from each state, chosen by the state legislatures every 6th year. The clause referred to, respecting the elections of representatives, empowers the general legislature to regulate the elections of senators also, except as to the places of choosing senators. There is, therefore, but little more security in the elections than in those of representatives. 14 senators make a quorum for business, and a majority of the senators present give the votes of the Senate, except in giving judgment upon an impeachment, or in making treaties, or in expelling a member, when 2/3 of the senators present must agree. The members of the legislature are not excluded from being elected to any military offices or any civil offices except those created or the emoluments of which shall be increased by themselves. 2/3 of the members present of either house may expel a member at pleasure. The Senate is an independent branch of the legislature, a court for trying impeachments, and also a part of the executive, having a negative in the making of all treaties and in appointing almost all officers. The Vice President is not a very important, if not an unnecessary, part of the system. He may be a part of the Senate at one period, and act as the supreme executive magistrate at another. The election of this officer, as well as of the President of the United States, seems to be properly secured. But when we examine the powers of the President and the forms of the executive, we shall perceive that the general government in this part will have a strong tendency to aristocracy, or the government of the few. The executive is, in fact, the President and the Senate in all transactions of any importance. The President is connected with, or tied to, the Senate. He may always act with the Senate, but never can effectually counteract its views. The President can appoint no officer, civil or military, who shall not be agreeable to the Senate, and the presumption is that the will of so important a body will not be very easily controlled, and that it will exercise its powers with great address. In the judicial department, powers ever kept distinct in well-balanced governments are no less improperly blended in the hands of the same men. In the judges of the Supreme Court is lodged the law, the equity, and the fact. It is not necessary to pursue the minute organical parts of the general government proposed. There were various interests in the convention to be reconciled, especially of large and small states, of carrying and non-carrying states, and of states more and states less democratic. Vast labor and attention were by the convention bestowed on the organization of the parts of the Constitution offered. Still, it is acknowledged there are many things radically wrong in the essential parts of this Constitution, but it is said that these are the result of our situation. On a full examination of the subject, I believe it, but what do the laborious inquiries and determinations of the convention prove? If they prove anything, they prove that we cannot consolidate the States on proper principles. The organization of the government presented proves that we cannot form a general government in which all power can be safely lodged, and a little attention to the parts of the one proposed will make it appear very evident that all the powers proposed to be lodged in it will not be then well deposited, either for the purposes of government or the preservation of liberty. I will suppose no abuse of powers in those cases in which the abuse of it is not well guarded against. I will suppose the words authorizing the general government to regulate the elections of its own members struck out of the plan, or free district elections, in each State amply secured. That the small representation provided for shall be as fair and equal as it is capable of being made, I will suppose the judicial department regulated on pure principles by future laws as far as it can be by the Constitution, and consistent with the situation of the country. Still there will be an unreasonable accumulation of powers in the general government, and if all be granted, enumerated in the plan proposed. The plan does not present a well-balanced government. The senatorial branch of the legislative and the executive are substantially united, and the President or the first executive magistrate may aid the senatorial interest when weakest, but never can effectually support the democratic, however it may be oppressed. The excellency, in my mind, of a well-balanced government is that it consists of 9 distinct branches, each sufficiently strong and independent to keep its own station, and to aid either of the other branches which may occasionally want aid. The convention found that any but a small House of Representatives would be expensive, and that it would be impracticable to assemble a large number of representatives. Not only the determination of the convention in this case, but the situation of the States proves the impracticability of collecting in any one point a proper representation. The formation of the Senate and the smallness of the House being therefore the result of our situation and the actual state of things, the evils which may attend the exercise of many powers in this national government may be considered as without remedy. All officers are impeachable before the Senate only, before the men by whom they are appointed, or who are consenting to the appointment of these officers. No judgment of conviction on an impeachment can be given unless 2/3 of the senators agree. Under these circumstances the right of impeachment in the House can be but of little importance. The House cannot expect often to convict the offender, and therefore probably will but seldom or never exercise the right. In addition to the insecurity and inconveniences attending this organization before mentioned, it may be observed that it is extremely difficult to secure the people against the fatal effects of corruption and influence. The power of making any law will be in the President, 8 senators, and 17 representatives, relative to the important objects enumerated in the Constitution. Where there is a small representation, a sufficient number to carry any measure may, with ease, be influenced by bribes, offices, and civilities. They may easily form private junctos and outdoor meetings, agree on measures, and carry them by silent votes. Impressed as I am with a sense of the difficulties there are in the way of forming the parts of a federal government on proper principles, and seeing a government so unsubstantially organized after so arduous an attempt has been made, I am led to believe that powers ought to be given to it with great care and caution. In the second place, it is necessary, therefore, to examine the extent and the probable operations of some of those extensive powers proposed to be vested in this government. These powers, legislative, executive, and judicial, respect internal as well as external objects. Those respecting external objects, as all foreign concerns, commerce, imposts, all causes arising on the seas, peace and war, and Indian affairs, can be lodged nowhere else with any propriety but in this government. Many powers that respect internal objects ought clearly to be lodged in it, as those to regulate trade between the States, weights and measures, the coin, or current moneys, post offices, naturalization, etc. These powers may be exercised without essentially affecting the internal police of the respective States. But powers to lay and collect internal taxes, to form the militia, to make bankrupt laws, and to decide on appeals, questions arising on the internal laws of the respective States, are of a very serious nature, and carry with them almost all other powers. These, taken in connection with the others, and powers to raise armies and build navies, proposed to be lodged in this government, appear to me to comprehend all the essential powers in the community, and those which will be left to the States will be of no great importance. A power to lay and collect taxes at discretion is, in itself, of very great importance. By means of taxes the government may command the whole or any part of the subject's property. Taxes may be of various kinds, but there is a strong distinction between external and internal taxes. External taxes are impost duties which are laid on imported goods. they may usually be collected in a few seaport towns and of a few individuals, though ultimately paid by the consumer. A few officers can collect them, and they can be carried no higher than trade will bear or smuggling permit. That in the very nature of commerce bounds are set to them. But internal taxes, as poll and land taxes, excises, duties on all written instruments, etc., may fix themselves on every person and species of property in the community. They may be carried to any lengths, and in proportion as they are extended, numerous officers must be employed to assess them and to enforce the collection of them. In the United Netherlands the general government has complete powers as to external taxation, but as to internal taxes it makes requisitions on the provinces. Internal taxation in this country is more important, as the country is so very extensive. As many assessors and collectors of federal taxes will be above 300 miles from the seat of the federal government as will be less. Besides, to lay and collect internal taxes in this extensive country must require a great number of congressional ordinances, immediately operating upon the body of the people. These must continually interfere with the state laws, and thereby produce disorder and general satisfaction, till the one system of laws or the other, operating on the same subjects, shall be abolished. These ordinances alone, to say nothing of those respecting the militia, coin, commerce, federal judiciary, etc., etc., will probably soon defeat the operations of the state laws and governments. Should the general government think it politic, as some administrations, if not all, probably will, to look for a support in a system of influence, the government will take every occasion to multiply laws and officers to execute them, considering these as so many necessary props for its own support. Should this system of policy be adopted, taxes more productive than the impost duties will probably be wanted to support the government, and to discharge foreign demands, without leaving anything for the domestic creditors. The internal sources of taxation then must be called into operation, and internal tax laws and federal assessors and collectors spread over this immense country. All these circumstances considered, is it wise, prudent, or safe to vest the powers of laying and collecting internal taxes in the general government, while imperfectly organized and inadequate, and to trust to amending it hereafter and making it adequate to this purpose? It is not only unsafe, but absurd to lodge power in a government before it is fitted to receive it. It is confessed that this power and representation ought to go together. Why give the power first? Why give the power to the few who, when possessed of it, may have address enough to prevent the increase of representation? Why not keep the power, and when necessary amend the Constitution, and add to its other parts this power, and a proper increase of representation at the same time? Then men who may want the power will be under strong inducements to let in the people, by their representatives, into the government, to hold their due proportion of this power. If a proper representation be impracticable, then we shall see this power resting in the States, where it at present ought to be, and not inconsiderately given up. When I recollect how lately Congress, conventions, legislatures, and people contended in the cause of liberty, and carefully weighed the importance of taxation, I can scarcely believe we are serious in proposing to vest the powers of laying and collecting internal taxes in a government so imperfectly organized for such purposes. Should the United States be taxed by a House of Representatives of 200 members, which would be about 15 members for Connecticut, 25 for Massachusetts, etc., still the middle and lower classes of people would have no great share, in fact, in taxation. I am aware it is said that the representation proposed by the new Constitution is sufficiently numerous. It may be, for many purposes. But to suppose that this branch is sufficiently numerous to guard the rights of the people in the administration of the government, in which the purse and sword is placed, seems to argue that we have forgot what the true meaning of representation is. I am sensible also that it is said that Congress will not attempt to lay and collect internal taxes, that it is necessary for them to have the power, though it cannot probably be exercised. I admit that it is not probable that any prudent Congress will attempt to lay and collect internal taxes, especially direct taxes, but this only proves that the power would be improperly lodged in Congress, and that it might be abused by imprudent and designing men. I have heard several gentlemen, to get rid of objections to this part of the Constitution, attempt to construe the powers relative to direct taxes as those who object to it would have them. As to these, it is said that Congress will only have power to make requisitions, leaving it to the States to lay and collect them. I see but very little color for this construction, and the attempt only proves that this part of the plan cannot be defended. By this plan there can be no doubt, but that the powers of Congress will be complete, as to all kinds of taxes whatever. Further, as to internal taxes, the State governments will have concurrent powers with the general government, and both may tax the same objects in the same year. And the objection that the general government may suspend a State tax, as a necessary measure for the promoting the collection of a federal tax, is not without foundation. As the States owe large debts, and have large demands upon them individually, there clearly would be a propriety in leaving in their possession exclusively some of the internal sources of taxation, at least until the federal government shall be properly increased. The power in the general government to lay and collect internal taxes will render its powers respecting armies, navies, and the militia the more exceptionable. By the Constitution it is proposed that Congress shall have the power to raise and support armies, but no appropriation of money to that use shall be for a longer term than 2 years; to provide and maintain a navy; to provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions; to provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia, reserving to the States the right to appoint officers, and to train the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress. Congress will have unlimited power to raise armies, and to engage officers and men for any number of years; but a legislative act applying the money for their support can have operation for no longer term than 2 years, and if a subsequent Congress do not within the 2 years renew the appropriation, or further appropriate moneys for the use of the army will be left to take care of itself. When an army shall once be raised for a number of years, it is not probable that it will find much difficulty in getting Congress to pass laws for applying moneys to its support. I see so many men in America fond of a standing army, and especially among those who probably will have a large share in administering the federal system. It is very evident to me that we shall have a large standing army as soon as the moneys to support them can possibly be found. An army is a very agreeable place of employment for the young gentlemen of many families. A power to raise armies must be lodged somewhere. Still, this will not justify the lodging this power in a bare majority of so few men, without any checks, or in the government in which the great body of the people, in the nature of things, will be only nominally represented. In the State governments the great body of the people, the yeomanry, etc., of the country are represented. It is true that they will choose the members of Congress, and may now and then choose a man of their own way of thinking; but it is impossible for 40,000 or 30,000 people in this country, one time in 10, to find a man who can possess similar feelings, views, and interests with themselves. Powers to lay and collect taxes and to raise armies are of the greatest moment. For carrying them into effect, laws need not be frequently made, and the yeomanry, etc., of the country ought substantially to have a check upon the passing of these laws. This check ought to be placed in the legislature, or at least in the few men the common people of the country will probably have in Congress, in the true sense of this word, from among themselves. It is true the yeomanry of the country possess the lands, the weight of property, possess the arms, and are too strong a body of men to be openly offended; and therefore, it is urged, they will take care of themselves, that men who shall govern will not dare to pay any disrespect to their opinions. It is easily perceived that if they have not their proper negative upon passing laws in Congress, or on the passage of laws relative to taxes and armies, they may in 20 or 30 years be by means imperceptible to them totally deprived of that boasted weight and strength. This may be done in a great measure by Congress if disposed to do it, by modeling the militia. Should 1/5 or 1/8 part of the men capable of bearing arms be made a select militia, as has been proposed, and those the young and ardent part of the community, possessed of but little or no property, and all the others put upon a plan that will render them of no importance, the former will answer all the purposes of an army, while the latter will be defenseless. The state must train the militia in such form and according to such systems and rules as Congress shall prescribe, and the only actual influence the respective states will have respecting the militia will be in appointing the officers. I see no provision made for calling out the posse comitatus for executing the laws of the Union, but a provision is made for Congress to call forth the militia for the execution of them, and the militia in general, or any select part of it, may be called out under military officers instead of the sheriff to enforce an execution of federal laws in the first instance, and thereby introduce an entire military execution of the laws. I know that powers to raise taxes, to regulate the military strength of the community on some uniform plan, to provide for its defense and internal order, and for duly executing laws must be lodged somewhere. But still we ought not so to lodge them as evidently to give one order of men in the community undue advantages over others, or to commit the many to the mercy, prudence, and moderation of the few. And so far as it may be necessary to lodge any of the peculiar powers in the general government, a more safe exercise of them ought to be secured by requiring the consent of 2/3 or 3/4 of Congress thereto, until the federal representation can be increased, so that the Democratic members in Congress may stand some tolerable chance of a reasonable negative in behalf of the numerous, important, and democratic part of the community. I am not sufficiently acquainted with the laws and internal police of all the states to discern fully how general bankrupt laws made by the Union would affect them, or promote the public good. I believe the property of debtors in the several states is held responsible for their debts in modes and forms very different. If uniform bankrupt laws can be made without producing real and substantial inconveniences, I wish them to be made by Congress. There are some powers proposed to be lodged in the general government in the judicial department, I think very unnecessarily. I mean powers respecting questions arising upon the internal laws of the respective states. It is proper the federal judiciary should have powers coextensive with the federal legislature, that is, the power of deciding finally on the laws of the Union. By Article 3, Section 2, the powers of the federal judiciary are extended, among other things, to all cases between a state and citizens of another state, between citizens of different states, between a state or the citizens thereof, and foreign states, citizens, or subjects. Actions in all these cases, except against a state government, are now brought and finally determined in the law courts of the states respectively, and as there are no words to exclude these courts of their jurisdiction in these cases, they will have concurrent jurisdiction with the inferior federal courts in them, and therefore, if the new Constitution be adopted without any amendment in this respect, all those numerous actions now brought in the state courts between our citizens and foreigners, between citizens of different states, by state governments against foreigners, and by state governments against citizens of other states, may also be brought in the federal courts, and an appeal will lay in them from the state courts, or federal inferior courts, to the supreme judicial court of the nation. In almost all these cases, either party may have the trial by jury in the state courts, excepting paper money and tender laws, which are wisely guarded against in the proposed Constitution. Justice may be obtained in these courts on reasonable terms. They must be more competent to proper decisions in the laws of their respective states than the federal courts can possibly be. I do not, in any point of view, see the need of opening a new jurisdiction to these causes, of opening a new scene of expensive lawsuits, of suffering foreigners and citizens of different states to drag each other many hundred miles into the federal courts. It is true those courts may be so organized by a wise and prudent legislature as to make the obtaining of justice in them relatively easy. They may in general be organized on the common principles of the country, but this benefit is by no means secured by the Constitution. The trial by jury is secured only in those few criminal cases to which the federal laws will extend, as crimes committed on the seas, against the laws of nations, treason, and counterfeiting the federal securities and coin. But even in these cases the jury trial of the vicinage is not secured. Particularly in the large states, a citizen may be tried for a crime committed in the state, and yet tried in some states 500 miles from the place where it was committed. But the jury trial is not secured at all in civil cases. Though the convention have not established this trial, it is to be hoped that Congress, in putting the new system into execution, will do it by a legislative act, in all cases in which it can be done with propriety. Whether the jury trial is not excluded from the Supreme Judicial Court is an important question. By Article 3, Section 2, all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers, and consuls, and in those cases in which a state shall be the party, the Supreme Court shall have jurisdiction. In all the other cases before mentioned, the Supreme Court shall have appellate jurisdiction, both as to law and fact, with such exception, and under such regulations, as the Congress shall make. By court is understood a court consisting of judges, and the idea of a jury is excluded. This court, or the judges, are to have jurisdiction on appeals, in all the cases enumerated, as to law and fact. The judges are to decide the law and try the fact, and the trial of the fact being assigned to the judges by the Constitution, a jury for trying the fact is excluded. However, under the exceptions and powers to make regulations, Congress may, perhaps, introduce the jury, to try the fact in most necessary cases. There can be but one Supreme Court in which the final jurisdiction will center in all federal cases, except in cases where appeals by law shall not be allowed. The judicial powers of the federal courts extends in law and equity to certain cases, and therefore the powers to determine on the law, in equity, and as to the fact, all will concenter in the Supreme Court. These powers, which by this Constitution are blended in the same hands, the same judges, are in Great Britain deposited in different hands, to wit, the decision of the law in the law judges, the decision in equity in the chancellor, and the trial of the fact in the jury. It is a very dangerous thing to vest in the same judge power to decide on the law, and also general powers in equity. For if the law restrain him, he is only to step into his shoes of equity and give what judgment his reason or opinion may dictate. We have no precedents in this country as yet to regulate the divisions in equity as in Great Britain. Equity, therefore, in the Supreme Court for many years will be mere discretion. I confess in the Constitution of this Supreme Court, as left by the Constitution, I do not see a spark of freedom or a shadow of our own or the British common law. This court is to have appellate jurisdiction in all the other cases before mentioned. Many sensible men suppose that cases before mentioned respect, as well as the criminal cases as the civil ones, mentioned antecedently in the Constitution. If so, an appeal is allowed in criminal cases, contrary to the usual sense of the law. How far it may be proper to admit a foreigner or the citizen of another state to bring actions against state governments, which have failed in performing so many promises made during the war, is doubtful. How far it may be proper to so humble a state as to oblige it to answer an individual in a court of law is worthy of consideration. The states are now subject to no such actions, and this new jurisdiction will subject the states and many defendants to actions and processes which were not in the contemplation of the parties when the contract was made. All engagements existing between citizens of different states, citizens and foreigners, and states and citizens of other states were made, the parties contemplating the remedies then existing on the laws of the states, and the new remedy proposed to be given in the federal courts can be founded on no principle whatever. Yours and etc., the Federal Farmer. End of Anti-Federalist, number 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anti-Federalist Papers. Anti-Federalist number 7. Federal Farmer number 5. Letters from the Federal Farmer to the Republican, letter number 5. October 13th, 1787. Dear Sir, thus I have examined the Federal Constitution as far as a few days' leisure would permit. It opens to my mind a new scene. Instead of seeing powers cautiously lodged in the hands of numerous legislators and many magistrates, we see all important powers collecting in one centre, where a few men will possess them almost at discretion. And instead of checks in the formation of the government to secure the rights of the people against the usurpations of those they appoint to govern, we are to understand the equal division of lands among our people, and the strong arm furnished them by nature and situation, are to secure them against these usurpations. If there are advantages in the equal division of our lands, and the strong and manly habits of our people, we ought to establish governments calculated to give duration to them, and not governments which can never work naturally till that equality of property, and those free and manly habits, shall be destroyed. These evidently are not the natural basis of the proposed Constitution. No man of reflection and skilled in the science of government can suppose these will move on harmoniously together for ages, or even for 50 years. As to the little circumstances commented upon by some writers with applause, as the age of a representative of the President, etc., they have, in my mind, no weight in the general tendency of the system. There are, however, in my opinion, many good things in the proposed system. It is founded on elective principles, and the deposits of power in different hands is essentially right. The guards against those evils we have experienced in some states in legislation are valuable indeed, but the value of every feature in this system is vastly lessened for the want of that one important feature in a free government, a representation of the people. Because we have sometimes abused democracy, I am not among those men who think a democratic branch a nuisance, which branch shall be sufficiently numerous to admit some of the best informed men of each order in the community into the administration of government. While the radical defects in the proposed system are not so soon discovered, some temptations to each state, and to many classes of men to adopt it, are very visible. It uses the democratic language of several of the state constitutions, particularly that of Massachusetts. The eastern states will receive advantages so far as the regulation of trade, by a bare majority, is committed to it. Connecticut and New Jersey will receive their share of a general impost. The middle states will receive the advantages surrounding the seat of government. The southern states will receive protection and have their Negroes represented in the legislature, and large back countries will soon have a majority in it. This system promises a large field of employment to military gentlemen and gentlemen of the law, and in case the government shall be executed without convulsions, it will afford security to creditors, to the clergy, salarymen, and others depending on money payments. So far as the system promises justice and respectable advantages, in these respects it ought to be supported by all honest men. But whenever it promises unequal and improper advantages to any particular states, or orders of men, it ought to be opposed. I have in the course of these letters observed that there are many good things in the proposed Constitution, and I have endeavored to point out many important defects in it. I have admitted that we want a federal system, that we have a system presented which, with several alterations, may be made a tolerably good one. I have admitted there is a well-founded uneasiness among creditors and mercantile men. In this situation of things, you ask me what I think ought to be done. My opinion in this case is only the opinion of an individual, and so far only as it corresponds with the opinions of the honest and substantial part of the community is it entitled to consideration. Though I am fully satisfied that the State Conventions ought most seriously to direct their exertions to altering and amending the system proposed before they shall adopt it, yet I have not sufficiently examined the subject, or formed an opinion how far it will be practicable for those conventions to carry their amendments. As to the idea that it will be in vain for those conventions to attempt amendments, it cannot be admitted. It is impossible to say whether they can or not until the attempt shall be made, and when it shall be determined by experience that the conventions cannot agree in amendments, it will then be an important question before the people of the United States whether they will adopt or not the system proposed in its present form. This subject of consolidating the States is new, and because 40 or 50 men have agreed in a system, to suppose the good sense of this country, an enlightened nation, must adopt it without examination, and though in a state of profound peace, without endeavoring to amend those parts they perceive are defective, dangerous to freedom, and destructive of the valuable principles of republican government, is truly humiliating. It is true there may be danger in delay, but there is danger in adopting the system in its present form, and I see the danger in either case will arise principally from the conduct and views of two very unprincipled parties in the United States. Two fires between which the honest and substantial people have long found themselves situated. One party is composed of little insurgents, men in debt who want no law, and who want a share of the property of others. These are called levelers, Shayites, etc. The other party is composed of a few but more dangerous men with their servile dependents. These avariciously grasp at all power and property. You may discover in all the actions of these men an evident dislike to free and equal government, and they will go systematically to work to change, essentially, the forms of government in this country. These are called aristocrats, monarchites, etc. Between these two parties is the weight of the community, the men of middling property, men not in debt on the one hand, and men on the other content with republican governments, and not aiming at immense fortunes, offices, and power. In 1786 the little insurgents, the Levellers, came forth, invaded the rights of others, and attempted to establish governments according to their wills. Their movements evidently gave encouragement to the other party, which in 1787 has taken the political field, and with its fashionable dependence and the tongue and the pen is endeavouring to establish in great haste a politer kind of government. These two parties, which will probably be opposed or united as it may suit their interests and views, are really insignificant, compared with the solid, free, and independent part of the community. It is not my intention to suggest that either of these parties and the real friends of the proposed Constitution are the same men. The fact is, these aristocrats support and hasten the adoption of the proposed Constitution merely because they think it is a stepping stone to their favorite object. I think I am well founded in this idea. I think the general politics of these men support it, as well as the common observation among them. That the proffered plan is the best that can be got at present, it will do for a few years and lead to something better. The sensible and judicious part of the community will weigh carefully all these circumstances. They will view the late convention as a respectable assembly of men. America probably will never see an assembly of men of a like number more respectable. But the members of the convention met without knowing the sentiments of 1 man in 10,000 in these states, respecting the new ground taken. Their doings are but the first attempts in the most important scene ever opened. Though each individual in the state conventions will not, probably, be so respectable as each individual in the federal convention, yet as the state conventions will probably consist of 1,500 or 2,000 men of abilities, and versed in the science of government, collected from all parts of the community and from all orders of men, it must be acknowledged that the weight of respectability will be in them. In them will be collected the solid sense and the real political character of the country. Being revisers of the subject, they will possess peculiar advantages. To say that these conventions ought not to attempt, coolly and deliberately, the revision of the system, or that they cannot amend it, is very foolish and very assuming. If these conventions, after examining the system, adopt it, I shall be perfectly satisfied, and wish to see men make the administration of the government an equal blessing to all orders of men. I believe the great body of our people to be virtuous and friendly to good government, to the protection of liberty and property, and it is the duty of all good men, especially of those who are placed as sentinels to guard their rights, it is their duty to examine into the prevailing politics of parties, and to disclose them, while they avoid exciting undue suspicions, to lay facts before the people which will enable them to form a proper judgment. Men who wish the people of this country to determine for themselves, and deliberately to fit the government to their situation, must feel some degree of indignation at those attempts to hurry the adoption of a system, and to shut the door against examination. The very attempts create suspicions that those who make them have secret views, or see some defects in the system, which in the hurry of affairs they expect will escape thee ye of a free people. What can be the views of those gentlemen in Pennsylvania who precipitated decisions on this subject? What can be the views of those gentlemen in Boston who countenanced the printers in setting up the press against a fair and free investigation of this important system in the usual way? The members of the Convention have done their duty. Why should some of them fly to their states, almost forget a propriety of behavior, and precipitate measures for the adoption of a system of their own making? I confess candidly, when I consider these circumstances in connection with the unguarded parts of the system I have mentioned, I feel disposed to proceed with very great caution, and to pay more attention than usual to the conduct of particular characters. If the Constitution presented be a good one, it will stand the test with a well-informed people. All agreed there shall be state conventions to examine it, and we must believe it will be adopted unless we suppose it is a bad one, or that those conventions will make false divisions respecting it. I admit improper measures are taken against the adoption of the system as well as for it. All who object to the plan proposed ought to point out the defects objected to, and to propose those amendments with which they can accept it, or to propose some other system of government, that the public mind may be known, and that we may be brought to agree in some system of government, to strengthen and execute the present, or to provide a substitute. I consider the field of inquiry just opened, and that we are to look to the state conventions for ultimate decisions on the subject before us. It is not to be presumed that they will differ about small amendments, and lose a system when they shall have made it substantially good. But touching the essential amendments, it is to be presumed the several conventions will pursue the most rational measures to agree in and obtain them. And such defects as they shall discover and not remove, they will probably notice, keep them in view as the groundwork of future amendments, and in the firm and manly language which every free people ought to use, will suggest to those who may hereafter administer the government that it is their expectation that the system will be so organized by legislative acts, and the government so administered, as to render those defects as little injurious as possible. Our countrymen are entitled to an honest and faithful government, to a government of laws and not of men, and also to one of their choosing. As a citizen of the country, I wish to see these objects secured, and licentious, assuming, and overbearing men restrained. If the Constitution or social compact be vague and unguarded, then we depend wholly upon the prudence, wisdom, and moderation of those who manage the affairs of government, or on what probably is equally uncertain and precarious, the success of the people oppressed by the abuse of government, in receiving from it the hands of those who abuse it, and placing it in the hands of those who will use it well. In every point of view, therefore, in which I have been able as yet to contemplate this subject, I can discern but one rational mode of proceeding relative to it, and that is to examine it with freedom and candor, to have state conventions some months hence, which shall examine coolly every article, clause, and word in the system proposed, and to adopt it with such amendments as they shall think fit. How far the state conventions ought to pursue the mode prescribed by the Federal Convention of adopting or rejecting the plan in toto, I leave it to them to determine. Our examination of the subject hitherto has been rather of a general nature. The Republican characters in the several States, who wish to make this plan more adequate to secure of liberty and property, and to the duration of the principles of a free government, will no doubt collect their opinions to certain points, and accurately define those alterations and amendments they wish. If it shall be found they essentially disagree in them, the conventions will then be able to determine whether to adopt the plan as it is, or what will be proper to be done. Under these impressions, and keeping in view the improper and unadvisable lodgment of powers in the general government, organized as it at present is, touching internal taxes, armies and militia, the elections of its own members, causes between citizens of different States, etc., and the want of a more perfect Bill of Rights, etc., I drop the subject for the present, and when I shall have leisure to revise and correct my ideas respecting it, and collect into points the opinions of those who wish to make the system more secure and safe, perhaps I may proceed to point out particularly for your consideration the amendments which ought to be engrafted into this system, not only in conformity to my own, but the deliberate opinions of others. You will with me perceive that the objections to the plan proposed may, by a more leisure examination, be set in a stronger point of view, especially the important one, that there is no substantial representation of the people provided for in a government in which the most essential powers, even as to the internal police of the country, is proposed to be lodged. I think the honest and substantial part of the community will wish to see this system altered, permanency and consistency given to the Constitution we shall adopt, and therefore they will be anxious to apportion the powers to the features and organization of the government, and to see abuse in the exercise of power more effectually guarded against. It is suggested that state officers, from interested motives, will oppose the Constitution presented. I see no reason for this. Their places in general will not be affected, but new openings to offices and places of profit must evidently be made by the adoption of the Constitution in its present form. Yours, and etc., the Federal Farmer. End of Federalist No. 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anti-Federalist Papers. Anti-Federalist No. 8. Letters from the Federal Farmer to the Republican, No. 6. December 25, 1787. Dear Sir, my former letters to you respecting the Constitution proposed were calculated merely to lead to a fuller investigation of the subject. Having more extensively considered it, and the opinions of others relative to it, I shall, in a few letters, more particularly endeavour to point out the defects and propose amendments. I shall in this make only a few general and introductory observations, which, in the present state of the momentous question, may not be improper, and I leave you in all cases to decide by a careful examination of my works upon the weight of my arguments, the propriety of my remarks, the uprightness of my intentions, and the extent of my candour. I presume I am writing to a man of candour and reflection, and not to an ardent, peevish, or impatient man. When the Constitution was first published, there appeared to prevail a misguided zeal to prevent a fair, unbiased examination of a subject of infinite importance to this people and their posterity, to the cause of liberty and the rights of mankind; and it was the duty of those who saw a restless ardour or design attempting to mislead the people by a parade of names and misrepresentations to endeavour to prevent their having their intended effects. The only way to stop the passions of men in their career is, coolly to state facts, and deliberately to avow the truth. And to do this we are frequently forced into a painful view of men and measures. Since I wrote to you in October, I have heard much said, and seen many pieces written, upon the subject in question, and on carefully examining them on both sides, I find much less reason for changing my sentiments respecting the good and defective parts of the system proposed than I expected. The opposers, as well as the advocates of it, confirm me in my opinion, that this system affords, all circumstances considered, a better basis to build upon than the Confederation. And as to the principal defects, as the smallness of the representation, the insecurity of elections, the undue mixture of powers in the Senate, the insecurity of some essential rights, etc., the opposition appears generally to agree respecting them, and many of the ablest advocates virtually admit to them. Clear it is, the latter do not attempt manfully to defend these defective parts, but to cover them with a mysterious veil. They concede, they retract, they say we could do no better, and some of them, when a little out of temper, and hard pushed, used arguments that do more honour to their ingenuity than to their candour and firmness. 3 States have now adopted the Constitution without amendments. These and other circumstances ought to have their weight in deciding the question, whether we will put the system into operation, adopt it, enumerate and recommend the necessary amendments, which afterwards, by 3/4 of the States, may be engrafted into the system, or whether we will make the amendments prior to the adoption. I only undertake to show amendments are essential and necessary. How far it is practicable to engraft them into the plan prior to the adoption, the State conventions must determine. Our situation is critical, and we have but our choice of evils. We may hazard much by adopting the Constitution in its present form; we may hazard more by rejecting it wholly; we may hazard much by long contending about amendments prior to adoption. The greatest political evils that can befall us are discords and civil wars. The greatest blessings we can wish for are peace, union, and industry, under a mild, free, and steady government. Amendments recommended will tend to guard and direct the administration, but there will be danger that the people, after the system shall be adopted, will become inattentive to amendments. Their attention is now awake. The discussion of the subject, which has already taken place, has had a happy effect. It has called forth the able advocates of liberty, and tends to renew in the minds of the people their true republican jealousy and vigilance, the strongest guard against the abuses of power. But the vigilance of the people is not sufficiently constant to be depended upon. Fortunate it is for the body of a people if they can continue attentive to their liberties long enough to erect for them a temple and constitutional barriers for their permanent security. When they are well fixed between the powers of the rulers and the rights of the people, they become visible boundaries, constantly seen by all, and any transgression of them is immediately discovered. They serve as sentinels for the people at all times, and especially in those unavoidable intervals of inattention. Some of the advocates, I believe, will agree to recommend good amendments, but some of them will only consent to recommend indefinite, specious, but unimportant ones, and this only with a view to keep the door open for obtaining in some favorable moment their main object, a complete consolidation of the States, and a government much higher toned, less republican and free than the one proposed. If necessity, therefore, should ever oblige us to adopt the system, and recommend amendments, the true friends of a federal republic must see they are well defined and well calculated, not only to prevent our system of government moving further from republican principles and equality, but to bring it back nearer to them. They must be constantly on their guard against the address, flattery, and maneuvers of their adversaries. The gentlemen who oppose the Constitution, or contend for amendments in it, are frequently and with much bitterness charged with wantonly attacking the men who framed it. The unjustness of this charge leads me to make one observation upon the conduct of parties, etc. Some of the advocates are only pretended Federalists; in fact, they wish for an abolition of the State governments. Some of them I believe to be honest Federalists, who wish to preserve substantially the State governments united under an efficient federal head, and many of them are blind tools without any object. Some of the opposers also are only pretended Federalists, who want no federal government, or one merely advisory. Some of them are the true Federalists; their object, perhaps more clearly seen, is the same with that of the honest Federalists, and some of them, probably, have no distinct object. We might as well call the advocates and opposers Tories and Whigs, or anything else, as Federalists and Anti-Federalists. To be for or against the Constitution, as it stands, is not much evidence of a federal disposition. If any names are applicable to the parties on account of their general politics, they are those of Republicans and Anti-Republicans. The opposers are generally men who support the rights of the body of the people, and are properly Republicans. The advocates are generally men not very friendly to these rights, and properly Anti-Republicans. Had the advocates left the Constitution, as they ought to have done, to be adopted or rejected on account of its own merits or imperfections, I do not believe the gentlemen who framed it would have ever been alluded to in the contest by the opposers. Instead of this, the ardent advocates begun by quoting names as incontestable authorities for the implicit adoption of the system without any examination, treated all who opposed it as friends of anarchy, and with an indecent virulence addressed M. N., G. Y., L. E., and almost to every man of weight they could find in the opposition by name. If they had been candid men, they would have applauded the moderation of the opposers for not retaliating in this pointed manner, when so fair an opportunity was given them. But the opposers generally saw that it was no time to heat the passions; but at the same time they saw there was something more than mere zeal in many of their adversaries. They saw them attempting to mislead the people, and to precipitate their divisions, by the sound of names, and forced to do it, the opposers in general terms alleged those names were not of sufficient authority to justify the hasty adoption of the system contended for. The Convention as a whole was undoubtedly respectable. It was generally composed of members of the then and preceding Congresses; as a body of respectable men we ought to view it. To select individual names is an invitation to personal attacks, and the advocates for their own sake ought to have known the abilities, politics, and situation of some of their favorite characters better, before they held them up to view in the manner they did, as men entitled to our implicit political belief. They ought to have known whether all the men they so held up to view could, for their past conduct in public offices, be approved or not by the public records, and the honest part of the community. These ardent advocates seem now to be peevish and angry because by their own folly they have led to an investigation of facts and political characters unfavourable to them, which they had not the discernment to foresee. They may well apprehend they have opened a door to some Junius, or to some man after his manner, with his polite addresses to men by name, to state serious facts and unfold the truth. But these advocates may rest assured that cool men in the opposition, best acquainted with the affairs of the country, will not, in the critical passage of a people from one constitution to another, pursue inquiries which in other circumstances will be deserving of the highest praise. I will say nothing further about political characters, but examine the Constitution, and as a necessary and previous measure to a particular examination, I shall state a few general positions and principles, which receive a general assent, and briefly notice the leading features of the Confederation, and several State conventions, i.e., constitutions, to which through the whole investigation we must frequently have recourse to aid the mind in its determinations. We can put but little dependence on the partial and vague information transmitted to us respecting ancient governments. Our situation as a people is peculiar. Our people in general have a high sense of freedom. They are high-spirited, though capable of deliberate measures. They are intelligent, discerning, and well-informed, and it is to their condition we must mold the Constitution and laws. We have no royal or noble families, and all things concur in favor of a government entirely elective. We have tried our abilities as freemen in a most arduous contest, and have succeeded, but we now find the mainspring of our movements were the love of liberty, and a temporary ardor, and not any energetic principle in the federal system. Our territories are far too extensive for a limited monarchy, in which the representatives must frequently assemble, and the laws operate mildly and systematically. The most eligible system is a federal republic, that is, a system in which national concerns may be transacted in the centre, and local affairs in state or district governments. The powers of the Union ought to be extended to commerce, the coin, and national objects, and a division of powers and a deposit of them in different hands is safest. Good government is generally the result of experience and gradual improvements, and a punctual execution of the laws is essential to the preservation of life, liberty, and property. Taxes are always necessary, and the power to raise them can never be safely lodged without checks and limitation. But in a full and substantial representation of the body of the people, the quantity of power delegated ought to be compensated by the brevity of the time holding it, in order to prevent the possessors increasing it. The supreme power is in the people, and rulers possess only that portion which is expressly given them, yet the wisest people have often declared this is the case on proper occasions, and have carefully formed stipulations to fix the extent and limit the exercise of the power given. The people, by Magna Carta, etc., did not acquire powers or receive privileges from the king. They only ascertained and fixed those they were entitled to as Englishmen. The title used by the king, we grant, was mere form. Representation and the jury trial are the best features of a free government as ever yet discovered, and the only means by which the body of the people can have their proper influence in the affairs of government. In a federal system we must not only balance the parts of the same government as those of the state or that of the union, but we must find a balancing influence between the general and local governments. The latter is what men or writers have but very little or imperfectly considered. A free and mild government is that in which no laws can be made without the formal and free consent of the people, or of their constitutional representatives, that is, of a substantial representative branch. Liberty, in its genuine sense, is security to enjoy the effects of our honest industry and labors, in a free government, and personal security from all illegal restraints. Of rights, some are natural and unalienable, of which even the people cannot deprive individuals. Some are constitutional or fundamental. These cannot be altered or abolished by the ordinary laws, but the people, by express acts, may alter or abolish them. These, such as the trial by jury, the benefits of the writ of habeas corpus, etc., individuals claim under the solemn compacts of the people as constitutions, or at least under laws so strengthened by long usage as not to be repealable by the ordinary legislature; and some are common or mere legal rights, that is, such as individuals claim under laws which the ordinary legislature may alter or abolish at pleasure. The Confederation is a league of friendship among the states or sovereignties for the common defense and mutual welfare. Each state expressly retains its sovereignty and all powers not expressly given to Congress. All federal powers are lodged in a Congress of delegates annually elected by the state legislatures, except in Connecticut and Rhode Island, where they are chosen by the people. Each state has a vote in Congress, pays its delegates, and may instruct or recall them. No delegate can hold any office of profit or serve more than 3 years in any 6. Each state may be represented by not less than 2 or more than 7 delegates. Congress, 9 states agreeing, may make peace and war, treaties and alliances, grant letters of marque and reprisal, coin money, regulate the alloy and value of coin, regulate men and moneys of the states by fixed proportions, and appropriate moneys, form armies and navies, emit bills of credit, and borrow moneys. Congress, 7 states agreeing, may send and receive ambassadors, regulate captures, make rules for governing the army and navy, institute courts for the trial of piracies and felonies committed on the high seas, and for settling territorial disputes between the individual states, regulate weights and measures, post offices, and Indian affairs. No state without the consent of Congress can send or receive embassies, make any agreement with any other state or a foreign state, keep up any vessels of war or bodies of forces in time of peace, engage in war, or lay any duties which may interfere with the treaties of Congress. Each state must appoint regimental officers and keep up a well-regulated militia. Each state may prohibit the importation or exportation of any species of goods. The free inhabitants of one state are entitled to the privileges and immunities of the free citizens of the other states. Credit in each state shall be given to the records and judicial proceedings in the others. Canada, acceding, may be admitted, and any other colony may be admitted by the consent of 9 states. Alterations may be made by the agreement of Congress and confirmation of all the state legislatures. The following, I think, will be allowed to be unalienable or fundamental rights in the United States. No man, demeaning himself peaceably, shall be molested on account of his religion or mode of worship. The people have a right to hold and enjoy their property according to known standing laws, and which cannot be taken from them without their consent or the consent of their representatives. And whenever taken in the pressing urgencies of government, they are to receive a reasonable compensation for it. Individual security consists in having free recourse to the laws. The people are subject to no laws or taxes not assented to by their representatives constitutionally assembled. They are at all times entitled to the benefits of the writ of habeas corpus, the trial by jury in criminal and civil cases. They have a right, when charged, to a speedy trial in the vicinage, to be heard by themselves or counsel, not to be compelled to furnish evidence against themselves, to have witnesses face to face, and to confront their adversaries before the judge. No man is held to answer a crime charged upon him till it be substantially described to him, and he is subject to no unreasonable searches or seizures of his person, papers, or effects. The people have a right to assemble in an orderly manner and petition the government for a redress of wrongs. The freedom of the press ought not to be restrained. No emoluments except for actual service, no hereditary honors or orders of nobility ought to be allowed. The military ought to be subordinate to the civil authority, and no soldier be quartered on the citizens without their consent. The militia ought always to be armed and disciplined, and the usual defense of the country. The supreme power is in the people, and power delegated ought to return to them at stated periods, and frequently. The legislative, executive, and judicial powers ought always to be kept distinct. Others, perhaps, might be added. The organization of the state governments. Each state has a legislature, an executive, and a judicial branch. In general, legislators are excluded from the important executive and judicial offices. Except in the Carolinas, there is no constitutional distinction among Christian sects. The constitutions of New York, Delaware, and Virginia exclude the clergy from offices civil and military. The other states do nearly the same in practice. Each state has a Democratic branch elected twice a year, in Rhode Island and Connecticut, biennially in South Carolina, and annually in the other states. There are about 1,500 representatives in all the states, or one to each 1,700 inhabitants, reckoning 5 blacks for 3 whites. The states do not differ as to the age or moral characters of the electors or elected, nor materially as to their property. Pennsylvania has lodged all her legislative powers in a single branch, and Georgia has done the same. The other 11 states have each in their legislatures a second or senatorial branch. In forming this, they have combined various principles and aimed at several checks and balances. It is amazing to see how ingenuity has worked in the several states to fix a barrier against popular instability. In Massachusetts, the senators are apportioned on districts according to the taxes they pay, nearly according to property. In Connecticut, the freemen in September vote for 20 councilors and return the names of those voted for in the several towns. The legislature takes the 20 who have the most votes and gives them to the people, who in April choose 12 of them, who, with the governor and deputy governor, form the senatorial branch. In Maryland, the senators are chosen by 2 electors from each county. These electors are chosen by the freemen and qualified as the members in the Democratic branch are. In these 2 cases, checks are aimed at in the mode of election. Several states have taken into view the periods of service, age, and property, etc. In South Carolina, a senator is elected for 2 years, in Delaware 3, and in New York and Virginia 4, in Maryland 5, and in the other states for 1. In New York and Virginia, 1/4 part go out yearly. In Virginia, a senator must be 25 years old, in South Carolina 30. In New York, the electors must each have a freehold worth $250. In North Carolina, a freehold of 50 acres of land. In the other states, the electors of senators are qualified as electors of representatives are. In Massachusetts, a senator must have a freehold in his own right worth $1,000, or any estate worth $2,000. In New Jersey, any estate worth $2,666. In South Carolina, worth $1,300. In North Carolina, 300 acres of land in fee, etc. The numbers of senators in each state are from 10 to 31, about 160 in the 11 states, about 1 to 14,000 inhabitants. 2 states, Massachusetts and New York, have each introduced into their legislatures a third but incomplete branch. In the former, the governor may negative any law not supported by 2/3 of the senators and 2/3 of the representatives. In the latter, the governor, chancellor, and judges of the Supreme Court may do the same. Each state has a single executive branch. In the 5 eastern states, the people at large elect their governors. In the other states, the legislatures elect them. In South Carolina, the governor is elected once in 2 years, in New York and Delaware once in 3, and in the other states annually. The governor of New York has no executive council; the other governors have. In several states the governor has a vote in the senatorial branch. The governors have similar powers in some instances, and quite dissimilar ones in others. The number of executive councilors in the states are from 5 to 12. In the 4 eastern states, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, they are of the men returned legislators by the people. In Pennsylvania, the councilors are chosen triennially; in Delaware every 4th year; in Virginia every 3 years; in South Carolina biennially; and in the other states yearly. Each state has a judicial branch, each common law courts, superior and inferior, some chancery and admiralty courts. The courts in general sit in different places in order to accommodate the citizens. The trial by jury is had in all the common law courts and in some of the admiralty courts. The democratic freemen principally form the juries. Men destitute of property, of character, or under age, are excluded as in elections. Some of the judges are during good behavior, and some appointed for a year, and some for years, and all are dependent on the legislatures for their salaries. Particulars respecting this department are too many to be noticed here. Yours, and etc., The Federal Farmer. End of Anti-Federalist, section number 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anti-Federalist Papers. Anti-Federalist number 9. Letters from the Federal Farmer to the Republican. Letter number 7. December 31st, 1787. Dear Sir, in viewing the various governments instituted by mankind, we see their whole force reducible to two principles: the important springs which alone move the machines and give them their intended influence and control are force and persuasion. By the former men are compelled, by the latter they are drawn. We denominate a government despotic or free, as the one or the other principle prevails in it. Perhaps it is not possible for a government to be so despotic as to not operate persuasively on some of its subjects, nor is it in the nature of things, I conceive, for a government to be so free, or so supported by voluntary consent, as never to want force to compel obedience to the laws. In despotic governments one man, or a few men, independent of the people, generally make the laws, command obedience, and enforce it by the sword. 1/4 part of the people are armed, and obligated to endure the fatigues of soldiers, to oppress the others and keep them subject to the laws. In free governments the people, or their representatives, make the laws. Their execution is principally the effect of voluntary consent and aid. The people respect the magistrate, follow their private pursuits, and enjoy the fruits of their labor, with very small deductions for the public use. The body of the people must evidently prefer the latter species of government, and it can be only those few who may be well paid for the part they take in enforcing despotism that can, for a moment, prefer the former. Our true object is to give full efficacy to one principle, to arm persuasion on every side, and to render force as little necessary as possible. Persuasion is never dangerous, not even in despotic governments. But military force, if often applied internally, can never fail to destroy the love and confidence, and break the spirits of the people, and to render it totally impracticable and unnatural for him or them who govern and yield to this force against the people to hold their places by the people's elections. I repeat my observation that the plan proposed will have a doubtful operation between the two principles, and whether it will preponderate towards persuasion or force is uncertain. Government must exist. If the persuasive principle be feeble, force is infallibly the next resort. The moment the laws of Congress shall be disregarded they must languish, and the whole system be convulsed. That moment we must have recourse to this next resort, and all freedom vanish. It being impracticable for the people to assemble to make laws, they must elect legislators, and assign men to the different departments of the government. In the representative branch we must expect chiefly to collect the confidence of the people, and in it to find almost entirely the force of persuasion. In forming this branch, therefore, several important considerations must be attended to. It must possess abilities to discern the situation of the people and of public affairs, a disposition to sympathize with the people, and a capacity and inclination to make laws congenial to their circumstances and condition. It must afford security against interested combinations, corruption, and influence. It must possess the confidence and have the voluntary support of the people. I think these positions will not be controverted, nor the one I formerly advanced, that a fair and equal representation is that in which the interests, feelings, and opinions and views of the people are collected in such manner as they would be were the people all assembled. Having made these general observations, I shall proceed to consider further my principal position, viz., that there is no substantial representation of the people provided for in a government in which the most essential powers, even as to the internal police of the country, are proposed to be lodged; and to propose certain amendments as to the representative branch: first, that there ought to be an increase of the numbers of representatives, and secondly, that the elections of them ought to be better secured. 1. The representation is unsubstantial and ought to be increased. In matters where there is much room for opinion, you will not expect me to establish my positions with mathematical certainty. You must only expect my observations to be candid, and such as are well founded in the mind of the writer. I am in a field where doctors disagree, and as to genuine representation, though no feature in government can be more important, perhaps no one has been less understood, and no one that has received so imperfect a consideration by political writers. The Ephori in Sparta and the tribunes in Rome were but the shadow. The representation in Great Britain is unequal and insecure. In America we have done more in establishing this important branch on its true principles than, perhaps, all the world besides. Yet even here I conceive that very great improvements in representation may be made. In fixing this branch, the situation of the people must be surveyed, and the number of representatives and forms of election apportioned to that situation. When we find a numerous people settled in a fertile and extensive country, possessing equality, and a few or none of them oppressed with riches or wants, it ought to be the anxious care of the Constitution and laws to arrest them from national depravity, and to preserve them in their happy condition. A virtuous people make just laws, and good laws tend to preserve unchanged a virtuous people. A virtuous and happy people, by laws uncongenial to their characters, may easily be gradually changed into servile and depraved creatures. Where the people or their representatives make the laws, it is probable they will be generally fitted to the national character and circumstances, unless the representation be partial, and the imperfect substitute of the people. However, the people may be electors if the representation be so formed as to give one or more of the natural classes of men in the society an undue ascendancy over the others. It is imperfect. The former will gradually become masters, and the latter slaves. It is the first of all among the political balances to preserve in its proper station each of these classes. We talk of balances in the legislature and among the departments of government. We ought to carry them to the body of the people. Since I advanced the idea of balancing the several orders of men in a community in forming a genuine representation, and seen that idea considered as chimerical, I have been sensibly struck with a sentence in the Marquis Beccaria's treatise. This sentence was quoted by Congress in 1774, and is as follows: "In every society there is an effort continually tending to confer on one part the height of power and happiness, and to reduce the others to the extreme of weakness and misery. The intent of good laws is to oppose this effort, and to diffuse their influence universally and equally." Add to this Montesquieu's opinion that in a free state every man who is supposed to be a free agent ought to be concerned in his own government. Therefore the legislative should reside in the whole body of the people or their representatives. It is extremely clear that these writers had in view the several orders of men in society, which we call aristocratical, democratical, mercantile, mechanic, and etc., and perceive the efforts they are constantly, from interested and ambitious views, disposed to make to elevate themselves and oppress others. Each order must have a share in the business of legislation actually and efficiently. It is deceiving a people to tell them they are electors and can choose their legislators if they cannot, in the nature of things, choose men from among themselves and genuinely like themselves. I wish you to take another idea along with you. We are not only to balance these natural efforts, but we are also to guard against accidental combinations, combinations founded in the connections of offices and private interests, both evils which are increased in proportion as the number of men among which the elected must be are decreased. To set this matter in a proper point of view, we must form some general ideas and descriptions of the different classes of men, as they may be divided by occupations and politically. The first class is the aristocratical. There are three kinds of aristocracy spoken of in this country. The first is a constitutional one, which does not exist in the United States in our common acceptation of the word. Montesquieu, it is true, observes that where a part of the persons in a society for want of property, age, or moral character are excluded any share in the government, the others, who alone are the constitutional electors and elected, form this aristocracy. This, according to him, exists in each of the United States, where a considerable number of persons, as all convicted of crimes, under age, or not possessed of certain property, are excluded any share in the government. The second is an aristocratic faction, a junto of unprincipled men, often distinguished for their wealth or abilities, who combine together and make their object their private interests and aggrandizement. The existence of this description is merely accidental, but particularly to be guarded against. The third is the natural aristocracy. This term we use to designate a respectable order of men, the line between whom and the natural democracy is in some degree arbitrary. We may place men on one side of this line, which others may place on the other, and in all disputes between the few and the many, a considerable number are wavering and uncertain themselves on which side they are or ought to be. In my idea of our natural aristocracy in the United States, I include about 4,000 or 5,000 men, and among these I reckon those who have been placed in the offices of governors, of members of Congress and State senators generally, in the principal officers of Congress, of the army and militia, the superior judges, the most eminent professional men, and etc., and men of large property. The other persons and orders in the community form the natural democracy. This includes in general the yeomanry, the subordinate officers, civil and military, the fishermen, mechanics and traders, many of the merchants and professional men. It is easy to perceive that men of these two classes, the aristocratical and democratical, with views equally honest, have sentiments widely different, especially respecting public and private expenses, salaries, taxes, and etc. Men of the first class associate more extensively, have a high sense of honor, possess abilities, ambition, and general knowledge. Men of the second class are not so much used to combining great objects. They possess less ambition and a larger share of honesty. Their dependence is principally on middling and small estates, industrious pursuits, and hard labor, while that of the former is principally on the emoluments of large estates, and the chief offices of government. Not only the efforts of these two great parties are to be balanced, but other interests and parties also, which do not always oppress each other merely for want of power, and for fear of the consequences, though they in fact mutually depend on each other. Yet such are their general views that the merchants alone would never fail to make laws favorable to themselves and oppressive to the farmers, etc. The farmers alone would act on like principles. The former would tax the land, the latter the trade. The manufacturers are often disposed to contend for monopolies. Buyers make every exertion to lower prices, and sellers to raise them. Men who live by fees and salaries endeavor to raise them, and the part of the people who pay them endeavor to lower them. The public creditors to augment the taxes, and the people at large to lessen them. Thus in every period of society, and in all the transactions of men, we see parties verifying the observations made by the Marquis, and those classes which have not their sentinels in the government in proportion to what they have to gain or lose, must infallibly be ruined. Efforts among parties are not merely confined to property. They contend for rank and distinctions. All their passions in turn are enlisted in political controversies. Men, elevated in society, are often disgusted with the changeableness of the democracy, and the latter are often agitated with the passions of jealousy and envy. The yeomanry possess a large share of property and strength, are nervous and firm in their opinions and habits. The mechanics of towns are ardent and changeable, honest and credulous. They are inconsiderable for numbers, weight, and strength, not always sufficiently stable for the supporting free governments. The fishing interest partakes partly of the strength and stability of the landed, and partly of the changeableness of the mechanic interest. As to merchants and traders, they are our agents in almost all money transactions, give activity to government, and possess a considerable share of influence in it. It has been observed by an able writer that frugal, industrious merchants are generally advocates for liberty. It is an observation, I believe, well founded, that the schools produce but few advocates for republican forms of government. Gentlemen of the law, divinity, physic, and etc. probably form about a fourth part of the people, yet their political influence perhaps is equal to that of all the other descriptions of men. If we may judge from the appointments to Congress, the legal characters will often, in small representation, be the majority, but the more the representatives are increased, the more of the farmers, merchants, and etc. will be found to be brought into the government. These general observations will enable you to discern what I intend by different classes, and the general scope of my ideas, when I contend for uniting and balancing their interests, feelings, opinions, and views in the legislature. We may not only so unite and balance these as to prevent a change in the government by the gradual exaltation of one part to the depression of others, but we may deprive many other advantages from the combination and full representation. A small representation can never be well informed as to the circumstances of the people. The members of it must be too far removed from the people in general to sympathize with them, and too few to communicate with them. A representation must be extremely imperfect where the representatives are not circumstanced to make the proper communications to their constituents, and where the constituents in turn cannot, with tolerable convenience, make known their wants, circumstances, and opinions to their representatives. Where there is but one representative to 30,000 or 40,000 inhabitants, it appears to me he can only mix and be acquainted with the few respectable characters among his constituents, even double the federal representation, and then there must be a very great distance between the representatives and the people in general represented. On the proposed plan, the State of Delaware, the City of Philadelphia, the State of Rhode Island, the Province of Maine, the County of Suffolk, and Massachusetts will have one representative each. There can be but little personal knowledge, or but few communications, between him and the people at large of either of those districts. It has been observed that mixing only with the respectable men, he will get the best information and ideas from them. He will also receive impressions favorable to their purposes particularly. Many plausible shifts have been made to divert the mind from dwelling on this defective representation. These I shall consider in another place. Could we get over all our difficulties respecting a balance of interests and party efforts to raise some and oppress others, the want of sympathy, information, and intercourse between the representatives and the people, an insuperable difficulty will still remain. I mean the constant liability of a small number of representatives to private combinations. The tyranny of the one or the licentiousness of the multitude are, in my mind, but small evils compared with the factions of the few. It is a consideration well worth pursuing, how far this House of Representatives will be liable to be formed into private juntos, how far influenced by expectations of appointments and offices, how far liable to be managed by the President and Senate, and how far the people will have confidence in them. To obviate difficulties on this head, as well as objections to the representative branch, generally, several observations have been made. These I will now examine, and if they shall appear to be unfounded, the objections must stand unanswered. That the people are the electors, must elect good men, and attend to the administration. It is said that the members of Congress at stated periods must return home, and that they must be subject to the laws they make, and to a share of the burdens they may impose. That the people possess the strong arm to overawe their rulers, and the best checks in their national character against the abuses of power, that the supreme power will remain in them. That the state governments will form a part of and a balance in the system. That Congress will have only a few national objects to attend to, and the state governments many and local ones. That the new Congress will be more numerous than the present, and that any numerous body is unwieldy and mobbish. That the states are only represented in the present Congress, and that the people will require a representation in the new one, that in 50 or 100 years the representation will be numerous. That Congress will have no temptation to do wrong, and that no system to enslave the people is practicable. That as long as the people are free they will preserve free governments, and that when they shall become tired of freedom, arbitrary government must take place. These observations I shall examine in the course of my letters, and, I think, not only show that they are not well founded, but point out the fallacy of some of them, and show that others do not very well comport with the dignified and manly sentiments of a free and enlightened people. Yours, etc., The Federal Farmer. End of Anti-Federalist, No. 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anti-Federalist Papers. Anti-Federalist No. 10. Letters from the Federal Farmer to the Republican. Letter No. 8. January 3, 1788. Dear Sir, before I proceed to examine the objections, I beg leave to add a valuable idea respecting representation to be collected from Delhomme and other able writers, which essentially tends to confirm my positions. They very justly impute the establishment of general and equal liberty in England to a balance of interests and powers among the different orders of men, aided by a series of fortunate events that never before and possibly never again will happen. Before the Norman Conquest the people of England enjoyed much of this liberty. The first of the Norman kings, aided by foreign mercenaries and foreign attendants, obnoxious to the English, immediately laid arbitrary taxes and established arbitrary courts, and severely oppressed all orders of people. The barons and people, who recollected their former liberties, were induced by those oppressions to unite their efforts in their common defence. Here it became necessary for the great men, instead of deceiving and depressing the people, to enlighten and court them. The royal power was too strongly fixed to be annihilated, and rational means were, therefore, directed to limiting it within proper bounds. In this long and arduous task, in this new species of contest, the barons and people succeeded, because they had been freemen, and knew the value of the object they were contending for, because they were the people of a small island, one people who found it practicable to meet and deliberate in one assembly and act under one system of resolves, and who were not obliged to meet in different provincial assemblies, as is the case in large countries, as was the case in France, Spain, etc., where their determinations were inconsistent with each other, and where the king could play off one assembly against another. It was in this united situation the people of England were for several centuries enabled to combine their exertions, and by compacts, as Magna Carta, a Bill of Rights, and etc., were able to limit by degrees the royal prerogatives and establish their own liberties. The first combination was probably the accidental effect of pre-existing circumstances, but there was an admirable balance of interests in it, which has been the parent of English liberty, and excellent regulations enjoyed since that time. The executive power having been uniformly in the king, and he the visible head of the nation, it was chimerical for the greatest lord or most popular leader, consistent with the state of the government and opinion of the people, to seriously think of becoming the king's rival, or to aim at even a share of the executive power. The greatest subject's prospect was only in acquiring a respectable influence in the House of Commons, House of Lords, or in the ministry, circumstances at once made it the interest of the leaders of the people to stand by them. Far otherwise it was with the ephori in Sparta and tribunes in Rome. The leaders in England have led the people to freedom, in almost all other countries to servitude. The people in England have made use of deliberate exertions, their safest and most efficient weapons. In other countries they have often acted like mobs, and been enslaved by their enemies or by their own leaders. In England the people have been led uniformly and systematically by their representatives to secure their rights by compact, and to abolish innovations upon the government. They successfully obtained Magna Carta, the powers of taxation, the power to propose laws, the Habeas Corpus Act, Bill of Rights, and etc. They in short secured general and equal liberty, security to their persons and property, and, as an everlasting security and bulwark of their liberties, they fixed the democratic branch in the legislature, and jury trial in the execution of the laws, the freedom of press, and etc. In Rome and most other countries the reverse of all this is true. In Greece, Rome, and wherever the civil law has been adopted, torture has been admitted. In Rome the people were subject to arbitrary confiscations, and even their lives would be arbitrarily disposed of by consuls, tribunes, dictators, masters, and etc. Half of the inhabitants were slaves, and the other half never knew what equal liberty was. Yet in England the people have had king, lords, and commons. In Rome they had consuls, senators, and tribunes. Why then was the government of England so mild and favourable to the body of the people, and that of Rome an ambitious and oppressive aristocracy? Why in England have the revolutions always ended in stipulations in favour of general liberty, equal laws, and the common rights of the people, and in most other countries in favour only of a few influential men? The reasons, in my mind, are obvious. In England the people have been substantially represented in many respects. In the other countries it has not been so. Perhaps a small degree of attention to a few simple facts will illustrate this. In England, from the oppressions of the Norman kings to the Revolution in 1688, during which period of 200 or 300 years the English liberties were ascertained and established, the aristocratic part of that nation was substantially represented by a very large number of nobles, possessing similar interests and feelings with those they represented. The body of the people, about 4 or 5 millions, then mostly a frugal, landed people, were represented by about 500 representatives, taken not from the order of men which formed the aristocracy, but from the body of the people, and possessed of the same interests and feelings. De Lolme, speaking of the British representation, expressly founds all his reasons on this union, this similitude of interests, feelings, views, and circumstances. He observes the English have preserved their liberties because they and their leaders or representatives have been strictly united in interests, and in contending for general liberty. Here we see a genuine balance founded in the actual state of things. The whole community, probably not more than 2/5 more numerous than we now are, were represented by 700 or 800 men. The barons stipulated with the common people, and the king with the whole. Had the legal distinction between lords and commons been broken down, and the people of that island been called upon to elect 45 senators and 120 representatives, about the proportion we propose to establish, their whole legislature evidently would have been of the natural aristocracy, and the body of the people would not have had scarcely a single sincere advocate. Their interests would have been neglected, general and equal liberty forgot, and the balance lost. Contests and conciliations, as in most other countries, would have been merely among the few, and as it might have been necessary to serve their purposes, the people at large would have been flattered or threatened, and probably not a single stipulation made in their favour. In Rome the people were miserable, though they had 3 orders, the consuls, senators, and tribunes, and approved of the laws, and all for want of a genuine representation. The people were too numerous to assemble, and do anything properly themselves. The voice of a few, the dupes of artifice, was called the voice of the people. It is difficult for the people to defend themselves against the arts and intrigues of the great, but by selecting a suitable number of men fixed to their interest to represent them, and to oppose ministers and senators. And the people's all depends on the number of the men selected, and the manner of doing it. To be convinced of this, we need only attend to the reason of the case, the conduct of the British Commons, and of the Roman tribunes. Equal liberty prevails in England because there was a representation of the people, in fact and reality, to establish it. Equal liberty never prevailed in Rome, because there was but the shadow of a representation. There were consuls in Rome annually elected to execute the laws, several hundred senators represented the great families, the body of the people annually chose those tribunes from among themselves to defend them and secure their rights. I think the number of tribunes annually chosen never exceeded 10. This representation, perhaps, was not proportionally so numerous as the representation proposed in the new plan, but the difference will not appear to be so great when it shall be recollected that these tribunes were chosen annually, that the great patrician families were not admitted to these offices of tribunes, and that the people of Italy who elected the tribunes were a long while, if not always, a small people, compared with the people of the United States. What was the consequence of this trifling representation? The people of Rome always elected for their tribunes men conspicuous for their riches, military commands, professional popularity, and etc., great commoners, between whom and the noble families there was only the shadowy difference of legal distinction. Among all the tribunes the people chose for several centuries, they had scarcely 5 real friends to their interests. These tribunes lived, felt, and saw not like the people, but like the great patrician families, like senators and great officers of state, to get into which it was evident by their conduct was their sole object. These tribunes often talked about the rights and prerogatives of the people, and that was all, for they never attempted to establish equal liberty. So far from establishing the rights of the people, they suffered the Senate, to the exclusion of the people, to engross the powers of taxation, those excellent and almost only real weapons of defence even the people of England possess. The tribunes obtained that the people should be eligible to some of the great offices of state, and marry, if they pleased, into the noble families. These were advantages in their nature, confined to a few elevated commoners, and of trifling importance to the people at large. Nearly the same observations may be made as to the ephori of Sparta. We may amuse ourselves with names, but the fact is, men will be governed by the motives and temptations that surround their situation. Political evils to be guarded against are in the human character, and not in the name of patrician or plebeian. Had the people of Italy, in the early period of the Republic, selected yearly or biennially 400 or 500 of their best informed men, emphatically from among themselves, these representatives would have formed an honest and respectable assembly, capable of combining in them the views and exertions of the people, and their respectability would have procured them honest and able leaders, and we should have seen equal liberty established. True liberty stands in need of a fostering hand. From the days of Adam she has found but one temple to dwell in securely. She has laid the foundation of one, perhaps her last, in America. Whether this is to be completed and have duration is yet a question. Equal liberty never yet found many advocates among the great. It is a disagreeable truth that power perverts men's views in a greater degree than public employments inform their understandings. They become hardened in certain maxims, and more lost to fellow feelings. Men may always be too cautious to commit alarming and glaring iniquities, but they, as well as systems, are liable to be corrupted by slow degrees. Junius well observes, we are not only to guard against what men will do, but even against what they may do. Men in high public offices are in stations where they gradually lose sight of the people, and do not often think of attending to them, except when necessary to answer private purposes. The body of the people must have this true representative security placed somewhere in the nation, and in the United States, or in any extended empire, I am fully persuaded can be placed nowhere but in the forms of a federal republic, where we can divide and place it in several state or distinct legislatures, giving the people in these the means of opposing heavy internal taxes and oppressive measures in the proper stages. A great empire contains the amities and animosities of a world within itself. We are not like the people of England, one people compactly settled on a small island, with a great city filled with frugal merchants, serving as a common centre of liberty and union. We are dispersed, and it is impracticable for any but the few to assemble in one place. The few must be watched, checked, and often resisted. Tyranny has ever shown a predilection to be in close amity with them, or the one man. Derive it from kings, and it flies to senators, to decemvirs, to dictators, to tribunes, to popular leaders, to military chiefs, and etc. De Lolme well observes that in societies laws which were to be equal to all are soon warped to the private interests of the administrators, and made to define the usurpations of a few. The English, who had tasted the sweets of equal law, were aware of this, and though they restored their king, they carefully delegated to Parliament the advocates of freedom. I have often lately heard it observed that it will do very well for a people to make a constitution, and ordain that at stated periods they will choose in a certain manner a first magistrate, a given number of senators and representatives, and let them have all power to do as they please. This doctrine, however it may do for a small republic, as Connecticut, for instance, where the people may choose so many senators and representatives to assemble in the legislature, in an eminent degree, the interests, the views, feelings, and genuine sentiments of the people themselves can never be admitted in an extensive country; and when this power is lodged in the hands of a few, not to limit the few is but one step short of giving absolute power to one man. In a numerous representation the abuse of power is a common injury, and has no temptation. Among the few the abuse of power may often operate to the private emolument of those who abuse it. Yours, etc., the Federal Farmer. End of Anti-Federalist, No. 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anti-Federalist Papers. Anti-Federalist No. 11. Letters from the Federal Farmer to the Republican. Letter No. 9. January 4th, 1788. Dear Sir, the advocates of the Constitution say we must trust to the administration and elect good men for representatives. I admit that in forming the social compact we can fix only general principles, and, of necessity, must trust something to the wisdom and integrity of the administration. But the question is, do we not trust too much, and to men also placed in the vortex of temptation, to lay hold of proffered advantages for themselves and their connections, and to oppose the body of the people? It is one thing to authorize a well-guarded legislature to make laws under the restraints of a well-guarded constitution, and another to assemble a few men and to tell them to do what they please. I am not the more shaken in my principles or disposed to despair of the cause of liberty because some of our able men have adopted the yielding language of non-resistance, and dare writers insult the people with the signatures of Caesar, Mark Antony, and of other tyrants, because I see even more moderate and amiable men, forced to let go of monarchy in 1775, still in love with it. To use the simile of our countrymen, when the political pot boils, the scum will often get uppermost and make its appearance. I believe the people of America, when they shall fully understand any political subject brought before them, will talk in a very different style, and use the manly language of freedom. But the people must elect good men. Examine the system. Is it practicable for them to elect fit and proper representatives where the number is so small? But the people may choose whom they please. This is an observation, I believe, made without due attention to facts and the state of the community. To explain my meaning, I will consider the descriptions of men commonly presented to the people as candidates for the offices of representatives. We may rank them in three classes. 1. The men who form the natural aristocracy, as before defined. 2. Popular demagogues. These men also are often politically elevated, so as to be seen by the people through the extent of large districts. They often have some abilities without principle, and rise into notice by their noise and arts. 3. The substantial and respectable part of the democracy. They are a numerous and valuable set of men who discern and judge well, but from being generally silent in public assemblies are often overlooked. They are the most substantial and the best informed men in several towns, who occasionally fill the middle grades of offices, etc., who hold not a splendid but a respectable rank in private concerns. These men are extensively diffused through all the counties, towns, and small districts in the Union. Even they and their immediate connections are raised above the majority of the people, and as representatives are only brought to a level with a more numerous part of the community, the middle orders, and a degree nearer the mass of the people. Hence it is that the best practical representation, even in a small state, must be several degrees more aristocratical than the body of the people. A representative so formed as to admit but a few or none of the third class is, in my opinion, not deserving of the name. Even in armies, courts martial are so formed as to admit subaltern officers into them. The true idea is so to open and enlarge the representation as to let in a due proportion of the third class with those of the first. Now my opinion is that the representation proposed is so small as that ordinarily very few or none of them can be elected, and therefore, after all the parade of words and forms, the government must possess the soul of aristocracy, or something worse, the spirit of popular leaders. I observed in a former letter that the State of Delaware, of Rhode Island, the Province of Maine, and each of the great counties in Massachusetts, etc., would have one member, and rather more than one when the representatives shall be increased to one for each 30,000 inhabitants. In some districts the people are more dispersed and unequal than in others. In Delaware they are compact, in the Province of Maine dispersed. How can the elections in either of those districts be regulated so as that a man of the third class can be elected? Exactly the same principles and motives, the same uncontrollable circumstances must govern the elections as in the choice of the governors. Call upon the people of either of those districts to choose a governor, and it will probably never happen that they will bestow a major part, or the greatest number, of their votes on some very conspicuous or very popular character. A man that is known among a few thousands of people may be quite unknown among 30 or 40,000. On the whole, it appears to me to be almost a self-evident position that when we call on 30 or 40,000 inhabitants to unite in giving their votes for one man, it will be uniformly impracticable for them to unite in any men, except those few who have become eminent for their civil or military rank, or their popular legal abilities. It will be found totally impracticable for men in the private walks of life, except in the profession of law, to become conspicuous enough to attract the notice of so many electors and have their suffrages. But if I am right, it is asked why so many respectable men advocate the adoption of the proposed system. Several reasons may be given. Many of our gentlemen are attached to the principles of monarchy and aristocracy. They have an aversion to democratic republics. The body of the people have acquired large powers and substantial influence by the Revolution. In the unsettled state of things, their numerous representatives in some instances misuse their powers, and have induced many good men suddenly to adopt ideas unfavorable to such republics, and which ideas they will discard on reflection. Without scrutinizing into the particulars of the proposed system, we immediately perceive that its general tendency is to collect the powers of government, now in the body of the people in reality, and to place them in the higher order in fewer hands. No wonder then that all those of and about these orders are attached to it. They feel there is something in this system advantageous to it. They feel there is something in this system advantageous to them. On the other hand, the body of the people evidently feel there is something wrong and disadvantageous to them. Both descriptions perceive there is something tending to bestow on the former the height of power and happiness, and to reduce the latter to weakness, insignificance, and misery. The people evidently feel all this, though they want expressions to convey their ideas. Further, even the respectable part of the democracy have never yet been able to distinguish clearly where the fallacy lies. They find there are defects in the Confederation, they see a system presented, they think something must be done, and, while their minds are in suspense, the zealous advocates force a reluctant consent. Nothing can be stronger evidence of the nature of this system than the general sense of the several orders in the community respecting its tendency. The parts taken generally by them proves my position that, notwithstanding the parade of words and forms, the government must possess the soul of aristocracy. Congress heretofore have asked for moderate additional powers. The cry was give them, be federal, but the proper distinction between the cases that produce this disposition and the system proposed has not been fairly made and seen in all its consequences. We have seen some of our state representations too numerous, and without examining a medium we run into the opposite extreme. It is true, the proper number of federal representatives is a matter of opinion in some degree, but there are extremes which we immediately perceive, and others which we clearly discover on examination. We should readily pronounce a representative branch of 15 members small in a federal government, having complete powers as to taxes, military matters, commerce, the corn, and etc. On the other hand, we should readily pronounce a federal representation as numerous as even those of the several states, consisting of about 1,500 representatives, unwieldy and totally improper. It is asked, has not the wisdom of the convention found the medium? Perhaps not. The convention was divided on this point of numbers. At least some of its members urged that instead of 65 representatives there ought to be 130 in the first instance. They fixed one representative for each 40,000 inhabitants, and at the close of the work the President suggested that the representation appeared to be too small, and without debate it was put at not exceeding one for each 30,000. I mention these facts to show that the convention went on no fixed data. In this extensive country it is difficult to get a representation sufficiently numerous. Necessity, I believe, will oblige us to sacrifice in some degree the true genuine principles of representation, but this sacrifice ought to be as little as possible. How far we ought to increase the representation I will not pretend to say, but feel that we ought to increase it very considerably is clear, to double it at least, making full allowances for the state representations, and this we may evidently do, and approach accordingly towards safety and protection, without encountering any inconveniences. It is with great difficulty the people can unite these different interests and views even tolerably in the state senators, who are more than twice as numerous as the federal representatives, as proposed by the convention. Even these senators are considered as so far removed from the people that they are not allowed immediately to hold their purse strings. The principal objections made to the increase of the representation are the expense and difficulty in getting the members to attend. The first cannot be important; the last, if founded, is against any federal government. As to the expense, I presume the House of Representatives will not be in sessions more than 4 months in the year. We find by experience that about 2/3 of the members of representative assemblies usually attend. Therefore, of the representation proposed by the convention, about 45 members will probably attend. Doubling their number, about 90 will probably attend. Their pay in one case at $4 a day each, which is putting it high enough, will amount to, yearly, $21,600. In the other case, $43,200, difference $21,600. Reduce the state representatives from 1,500 down to 1,000, and thereby save the attendance of 2/3 of the 500, say 3 months in a year, at $1.25 a day each, $37,125. Thus we may leave the state representation sufficiently large, and yet save enough by the reduction nearly to support exceedingly well the whole federal representation I propose. Surely we never can be so unwise as to sacrifice essentially the all-important principles of representation for so small a sum as $21,600 a year for the United States. A single company of soldiers would cost this sum. It is a fact that can easily be shown that we expend 3 times this sum every year upon useless inferior offices and very trifling concerns. It is also a fact which can be shown that the United States in the late war suffered more by a faction in the federal government than the pay of the federal representation will amount to for 20 years. As to the attendance, can we be so unwise as to establish an unsafe and inadequate representative branch, and give it as a reason that we believe only a few members will be induced to attend? We ought certainly to establish an adequate representative branch, and adopt measures to induce an attendance. I believe that a due proportion of 130 or 140 members will be induced to attend. There are various reasons for the non-attendance of the members of the present Congress. It is to be presumed that these will not exist under the new system. To compensate for the want of a genuine representation in a government where the purse and sword and all important powers are proposed to be lodged, a variety of unimportant things are enumerated by the advocates of it. In the second place, it is said that the members of Congress must return home, and share in the burdens they may impose, and therefore private motives will induce them to make mild laws, to support liberty, and ease the burdens of the people. This brings us to a mere question of interest under this head. I think these observations will appear, on examination, altogether fallacious, because this individual interest, which may coincide with the rights and interests of the people, will be far more than balanced by opposite motives and opposite interests. If on a fair calculation a man will gain more by measures oppressive to others than he will lose by them, he is interested in their adoption. It is true that those who govern generally by increasing the public burdens increase their own share of them, but by this increase they may, and often do, increase their salaries, fees, and emoluments in a tenfold proportion, by increasing salaries, forming armies and navies, and by making offices. If it shall appear the members of Congress will have these temptations before them, the argument is on my side. They will view the account, and be induced continually to make efforts advantageous to themselves and connections, and oppressive to others. We must examine facts. Congress in its present form have but few offices to dispose of worth the attention of the members, or of men of the aristocracy. Yet from 1774 to this time we find a large proportion of these offices assigned to those who were, or had been, members of Congress. And though the States choose annually 60 or 70 members, many of them have been provided for, but few men are known to Congress in this extensive country, and probably but few men will be to the President and Senate, except those who have, or shall appear, as members of Congress, or those whom the members may bring forward. The States may now choose yearly 91 members of Congress. Under the new Constitution they will have it in their power to choose exactly the same number, perhaps afterwards 115, but these must be chosen once in 2 and 6 years, so that in the course of 10 years together not more than 2/3 so many members of Congress will be elected and brought into view, as there now are in the Confederation in the same term of time. But at least there will be 5, if not 10 times as many offices and places worthy the attention of the members, under the new Constitution, as there are under the Confederation. Therefore we may fairly presume that a very great proportion of the members of Congress, especially the influential ones, instead of returning to private life, will be provided for with lucrative offices in the civil or military department, and not only the members, but many of their sons, friends, and connection. These offices will be in the constitutional disposition of the President and Senate, and corruption out of the question, what kind of security can we expect in a representation, so many of the members of which may rationally feel themselves candidates for these offices? Let common sense decide. It is true that members chosen to offices must leave their seats in Congress, and to some few offices they cannot be elected till the time shall be expired for which they were elected members. But this scarcely will affect the bias arising from the hopes and expectations of office. It is not only in this point of view the members of Congress, by their efforts, may make themselves and friends powerful and happy, while the people may be oppressed. But there is another way in which they may soon warp laws which ought to be equal to their own advantages by those imperceptible means, and on those doubtful principles which may not alarm. No society can do without taxes. They are the efficient means of safety and defense, and they too have often been the weapons by which the blessings of society have been destroyed. Congress will have power to lay taxes at pleasure for the general welfare, and if they misjudge of the general welfare and lay unnecessary oppressive taxes, the Constitution will provide, as I shall hereafter show, no remedy for the people or States. The people must bear them, or have recourse, not to any constitutional checks or remedies, but to that resistance which is the last resort, and founded in self-defense. It is well stipulated that all duties, imposts, and excises shall be equal, and that direct taxes shall be apportioned on the several States by a fixed rule, but nothing further. Here commences a dangerous power in matters of taxation, lodged without any regard to the balance of interests of the different orders of men, and without any regard to the internal policy of the States. Congress having assigned to any State its quota, say to New Jersey $80,000 in a given tax, Congress will be entirely at liberty to apportion that sum on the counties and towns, polls, lands, houses, labor, etc., and appoint the assessors and collectors in that state in what manner they please. There will be nothing to prevent a system of tax laws being made, unduly to ease some descriptions of men and burden others. Though such a system may be unjust and injudicious, though we may complain, the answer will be, Congress have the power delegated by the people, and probably Congress has done what it thought best. By the Confederation, taxes must be quoted on the several states by fixed rules, as before mentioned, but then each state's quota is apportioned on the several numbers and classes of citizens in the state by the state legislature, assessed and collected by state laws. Great pains have been taken to confound the two cases, which are as distinct as light and darkness. This I shall endeavor to illustrate when I come to the amendment respecting internal taxes. I shall only observe at present that in the state legislatures the body of the people will be genuinely represented, and in Congress not; that the right of resisting oppressive measures is inherent in the people, and that a constitutional barrier should be so formed that their genuine representatives may stop an oppressive ruinous measure in its early progress, before it shall come to maturity, and the evils of it become in a degree fixed. It has lately been often observed that the power or body of men entrusted with the national defense and tranquillity must necessarily possess the purse unlimitedly, that the purse and sword must go together. This is a new doctrine in a free country, and by no means tenable. In the British government the king is particularly entrusted with the national honour and defence, but the Commons solely hold the purse. I think I have amply shown that the representation in Congress will be totally inadequate in matters of taxation, etc., and therefore that the ultimate control over the purse must be lodged elsewhere. We are not to expect even honest men rigidly to adhere to the line of strict impartiality, where the interest of themselves or friends is particularly concerned. If we do expect it, we shall deceive ourselves and make a wrong estimate of human nature. But it is asked, how shall we remedy the evil so as to complete and perpetuate the temple of equal laws and equal liberty? Perhaps we never can do it. Perhaps we never may be able to do it, in this immense country, under any one system of laws however modified. Nevertheless, at present, I think the experiment worth the making. I feel an aversion to the disunion of the States, and to separate confederacies. The States have fought and bled in a common cause, and great dangers, too many, attend these confederacies. I think the system proposed capable of a very considerable degrees of perfection, if we pursue first principles. I do not think that Delolme, or any writer I have seen, has sufficiently pursued the proper inquiries and efficient means for making representation and balances in government more perfect. It is our task to do this in America. Our object is equal liberty, and equal laws diffusing their influence among all orders of men. To obtain this we must guard against the bias of interests and passions, against interested combinations, secret or open. We must aim at a balance of efforts and strength. Clear it is, by increasing the representation we lessen the prospects of each member of Congress being provided for in public offices. We proportionally lessen official influence and strengthen his prospects of becoming a private citizen, subject to the common burdens, without the compensation of the emoluments of office. By increasing the representation we make it more difficult to corrupt and influence the members. We diffuse them more extensively among the body of the people, perfect the balance, multiply information, strengthen the confidence of the people, and consequently support the laws on equal and free principles. There are two other ways, I think, of obtaining in some degree the security we want. The one is by excluding more extensively the members from being appointed to offices. The other is by limiting some of their powers. But these two I shall examine hereafter. Yours, etc., The Federal Farmer. End of Anti-Federalist No. 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anti-Federalist Papers. Anti-Federalist No. 12. Letters from the Federal Farmer to the Republican. Letter No. 10. January 7, 1788. Dear Sir, it is said that our people have a high sense of freedom, possess power, property, and the strong arm, meaning, I presume, that the body of the people can take care of themselves, and all their rulers, and therefore particular provision in the Constitution for their security may not be essential. When I come to examine these observations, they appear to me too trifling and loose to deserve a serious answer. To palliate for the smallness of the representation, it is observed that the state governments in which the people are fully represented necessarily form a part of the system. This idea ought to be fully examined. We ought to inquire if the Convention have made the proper use of these essential parts, the state governments, when we are told they will stand between the arbitrary exercise of power and the people. True, they may, but armless and helpless, perhaps, with the privilege of making a noise when hurt. This is no more than individuals may do. Does the Constitution provide a single check for a single measure, by which the state governments can constitutionally and regularly check the arbitrary measures of Congress? Congress may raise immediately 50,000 men, and $20 millions in taxes, build a navy, model the militia, and etc., and all this constitutionally. Congress may arm on every point, and the state governments can do no more than an individual, by petition to Congress, suggest their measures are alarming and not right. I conceive the position to be undeniable that the federal government will be principally in the hands of the natural aristocracy, and the state governments principally in the hands of the democracy, the representatives of the body of the people. These representatives in Great Britain hold the purse, and have a negative upon all laws. We must yield to circumstances, and depart something from this plan, and strike out a new medium, so as to give efficacy to the whole system, supply the wants of the Union, and leave the several states, or the people assembled in the state legislatures, the means of defense. It has often been mentioned that the objects of Congress will be few and national, and require a small representation; that the objects of each state will be many and local, and require a numerous representation. This circumstance has not the weight of a feather in my mind. It is certainly unadvisable to lodge in 65 representatives and 26 senators unlimited power to establish systems of taxation, armies, navies, model the militia, and to do every thing that may essentially tend soon to change, totally, the affairs of the community, and to assemble 1,500 state representatives and 160 senators, to make fence laws, and laws to regulate the descent and conveyance of property, the administration of justice between man and man, to appoint militia officers, and etc. It is not merely the quantity of information I contend for. 2 taxing powers may be inconvenient, but the point is, Congress, like the Senate of Rome, will have taxing powers, and the people no check. When the power is abused, the people may complain and grow angry, so may the state governments. They may remonstrate and counteract, by passing laws to prohibit the collection of congressional taxes, but these will be acts of the people, acts of sovereign power, the dernier resort unknown to the Constitution, acts operating in terrorem, acts of resistance, and not the exercise of any constitutional power to stop or check a measure before matured. A check properly is the stopping, by one branch in the same legislature, a measure proposed by the other in it. In fact, the Constitution provides for the states no check, properly speaking, upon the measures of Congress. Congress can immediately enlist soldiers and apply to the pockets of the people. These few considerations bring us to the very strong distinction between the plan that operates on federal principles and the plan that operates on consolidated principles. A plan may be federal or not as to its organization. Each state may retain its vote or not. The sovereignty of the state may be represented, or the people of it. A plan may be federal or not as to its operations, federal when it requires men and moneys of the states, and the states as such to make laws for raising the men and moneys, not federal when it leaves the states' governments out of the question and operates immediately upon the persons and property of the citizens. The first is the case with the Confederation, the second with the new plan. In the first the state governments may be a check, in the last none at all. This distinction I shall pursue further hereafter, under a head before mentioned, of amendments as to internal taxes. And here I shall pursue a species of checks which writers have not often mentioned. To excuse the smallness of the representation, it is said the new Congress will be more numerous than the old one. This is not true, and for the facts I refer you to my letter of the 4th instant, to the plan and confederation. Besides, there is no kind of similitude between the two plans. The Confederation is a mere league of the States, and Congress is formed with the particular checks and possessed the united powers enumerated in my letter of the 25th. The new plan is totally a different thing. A national government, to many purposes administered by men chosen for 2, 4, and 6 years, not recallable, and among whom there will be no rotation, operating immediately in all money and military matters, on the persons of property and citizens. I think, therefore, that no part of the Confederation ought to be adduced for supporting or injuring the new Constitution. It is also said that the Constitution gives no more power to Congress than the Confederation respecting money and military matters, that Congress under the Confederation may require men and moneys to any amount, and the States are bound to comply. This is generally true, but I think I shall in a subsequent letter satisfactorily prove that the States have well-founded checks for securing their liberties. I admit the force of the observation that all the federal powers by the Confederation are lodged in a single assembly. However, I think much more may be said in defense of the leading principles of the Confederation. I do not object to the qualifications of the electors of representatives, and I fully agree that the people ought to elect one branch. Further, it may be observed that the present Congress is principally an executive body, which ought not to be numerous, that the House of Representatives will be a mere legislative branch, and being the democratic one, ought to be numerous. It is one of the greatest advantages of a government of different branches that each branch may be conveniently made conformable to the nature of the business assigned it, and all be made conformable to the condition of the several orders of the people. After all the possible checks and limitations we can devise, the powers of the Union must be very extensive. The sovereignty of the nation cannot produce the object in view, the defense and tranquillity of the whole, without such powers, executive and judicial. I dislike the present Congress a single assembly, because it is impossible to fit it to receive those powers. The executive and judicial powers, in the nature of things, ought to be lodged in a few hands, the legislature in many hands. Therefore, want of safety and unavoidable hasty measures out of the question. They never can all be lodged in one assembly properly. It, in its very formation, must imply a contradiction. In objection to increasing the representation, it has also been observed that it is difficult to assemble 100 men or more without making them tumultuous and a mere mob. Reason and experience do not support this observation. The most respectable assemblies we have any knowledge of, and the wisest, have been those, each of which consisted of several hundred members, as the Senate of Rome, of Carthage, of Venice, the British Parliament, etc. I think I may, without hazarding much, affirm that our more numerous state assemblies and conventions have universally discovered more wisdom and as much order as the less numerous ones. There must be also a very great difference between the characters of 200 or 300 men assembled from a single state, and the characters of the number or half the number assembled from all the United States. It is added that on the proposed plan the House of Representatives in 50 or 100 years will consist of several hundred members. The plan will begin with 65, and we have no certainty that the number ever will be increased for this plain reason, that all the combination of interests and influence which has produced this plan and supported so far will constantly oppose the increase of the representation, knowing that thereby the government will become more free and democratic. But admitting, after a few years, there will be a member for each 30,000 inhabitants, the observation is trifling. The government is in a considerable measure to take its tone from its early movements, and by means of a small representation it may in half of 50 or 100 years get moved from its basis, or at least so far as to be incapable of ever being recovered. We ought therefore on every principle now to fix the government on proper principles, and fit to our present condition. When the representation shall become too numerous, alter it, or we may now make provision that when the representation shall be increased to a given number, that there shall be one for each given number of inhabitants. Another observation is, that Congress will have no temptations to do wrong. The men that make it must be very uninformed, or suppose they are talking to children. In the first place, the members will be governed by all those motives which govern the conduct of men, and have before them all the allurements of offices and temptations to establish an unequal burdens before described. In the second place, they and their friends probably will find it for their interest to keep up large armies, navies, salaries, and in laying adequate taxes. In the third place, we have no good grounds to presume from reason or experience that it will be agreeable to their characters or views that the body of the people should continue to have power effectually to interfere in the affairs of government. But it is confidently added that Congress will not have it in their power to oppress or enslave the people, that the people will not bear it. It is supposed that Congress will act the tyrant immediately and in the face of daylight. It is not supposed Congress will adopt important measures without plausible pretenses, especially those which may tend to alarm or produce opposition. We are to consider the natural progress of things, that men unfriendly to republican equality will go systematically to work, gradually to exclude the body of the people from any share in government, first of the substance and then of the forms. The men who will have these views will not be without their agents and supporters. When we reflect that a few years ago we established democratic republics and fixed the state governments as the barriers between Congress and the pockets of the people, what great progress has been made in less than 7 years to break down those barriers, and essentially to change the principles of our governments, even by the armless few. It is chimerical to suppose that in 15 or 20 years to come, that much more can be performed, especially after the adoption of the Constitution, when the few will be so much better armed with power and influence to continue the struggle. Probably they will be wise enough never to alarm, but gradually prepare the minds of the people for one specious change after another, till the final object shall be obtained. Say the advocates, these are only possibilities, they are probabilities, a wise people ought to guard against, and the address made use of to keep the evils out of sight, and means to present them, confirm my opinion. But to obviate all objections to the proposed plan in the last resort, it is said our people will be free so long as they possess the habits of free men, and when they lose them they must receive some other forms of government. To this I shall only observe that this is very humiliating language, and can, I trust, never suit a manly people who have contended nobly for liberty and declared to the world they will be free. I have dwelt much longer than I expected upon the increasing the representation, the democratic interest in the federal system, but I hope the importance of the subject will justify my dwelling upon it. I have pursued it in a manner new, and I have found it necessary to be somewhat prolix to illustrate the point I had in view. My idea has ever been, when the democratic branch is weak and small, the body of the people have no defense and everything to fear. If they expect to find genuine political friends in kings and nobles, in great and powerful men, they deceive themselves. On the one hand, fix a genuine democratic branch in the government solely to hold the purse and with the power of impeachment, and to propose negative laws, cautiously limit the king and nobles, or the executive and the senate, as the case may be, and the people, I conceive, have but little to fear, and their liberties will always be secure. I think we are now arrived to a new era in the affairs of men, when the true principles of government will be more fully unfolded than heretofore, and a new world, as it were, grow up in America. In contemplating representation, the next thing is the security of elections. Before I proceed to this, I beg leave to observe that the pay of the representatives of the people is essentially connected with their interests. Congress may put the pay of the members unreasonably high, or so low as that none but the rich and opulent can attend. There are very strong reasons for supposing the latter probably will be the case, and a part of the same policy which uniformly and constantly exerts itself to transfer power from the many to the few. Should the pay be well fixed and made alterable by Congress, with the consent of a majority of the state legislatures, perhaps, all the evils to be feared on this head might, in the best practicable manner, be guarded against, and proper security introduced. It is said the state legislatures fix their own pay. The answer is that Congress is not, nor can it ever be, well formed on those equal principles the state legislatures are. I shall not dwell on this point, but conclude this letter with one general observation, that the checks I contend for in the system proposed do not in the least any of them tend to lessen the energy of it, but giving grounds for the confidence of the people, greatly to increase its real energy by ensuring their constant and hearty support. Yours, the Federal Farmer. End of Anti-Federalist No. 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anti-Federalist Papers. Anti-Federalist number 13. Letter from the Federal Farmer to the Republican. Letter 11. January 10, 1788. Dear Sir, I shall now add a few observations respecting the organization of the Senate, the manner of appointing it, and its powers. The Senate is an assembly of 26 members, 2 from each state. Though the senators are apportioned on the federal plan, they will vote individually. They represent the states as bodies politic, sovereign to certain purposes. The states, being sovereign and independent, are all considered equal, each with the other in the Senate. In this we are governed solely by the ideal equalities of sovereignties, the federal and state governments forming one whole, and the state governments an essential part which ought always to be kept distinctly in view and preserved. I feel more disposed on reflection to acquiesce in making them the basis of the Senate, and thereby to make it the interest and duty of the senators to preserve distinct and to perpetuate the respective sovereignties they shall represent. As to the appointments of senators, I have already observed that they must be appointed by the legislatures by concurrent acts, and each branch have an equal share of power. As I do not see any probability of amendments, if advisable, in these points, I shall not dwell upon them. The Senate as a legislative branch is not large, but as an executive branch quite too numerous. It is not to be presumed that we can form a genuine senatorial branch in the United States, a real representation of the aristocracy and balance in the legislature, any more than we can form a genuine representation of the people. Could we separate the aristocratical and democratical interests, compose the Senate of the former, and the House of Assembly of the latter, they are too unequal in the United States to produce a balance. Form them on pure principles, and leave each to be supported by its real weight and connections, the Senate would be feeble and the House powerful. I say on pure principles because I make a distinction between a Senate that derives its weight and influence from a pure source, its numbers and wisdom, its extensive property, its extensive and permanent connections, and a Senate composed of a few men, possessing small property, small and unstable connections, that derives its weight and influence from a corrupt or pernicious source, that is, merely from the power given it by the Constitution and laws, to dispose of the public offices and the annexed emoluments, and by those means to interest officers and the hungry expectants of office, in support of its measures. I wish the proposed Senate may not partake too much of the latter description. To produce a balance and checks, the Constitution proposes 2 branches in the legislature, but they are so formed that the members of both must be generally the same kind of men having similar interests and views, feelings and connections, men of the same grade in society, and who associate on all occasions. Probably, if there be any difference, the senators will be the most democratic. Senators and representatives thus circumstanced as men, though convened in 2 rooms to make laws, must be governed generally by the same motives and views, and therefore pursue the same system of politics. The partitions between the 2 branches will be merely those of the building in which they sit. There will not be found in them any of those genuine balances and checks among the real different interests and efforts of the several classes of men in the community we aim at. Nor can any such balances and checks be formed in the present condition of the United States in any considerable degree of perfection. But to give them the greatest degree of perfection practicable, we ought to make the Senate respectable as to numbers, the qualifications of the electors and the elected, to increase the numbers of the representatives, and so to model the elections of them as to always to draw a majority of them substantially from the body of the people. Though I conclude the senators and representatives will not form in the legislature those balances and checks which correspond with the actual state of the people, yet I approve of 2 branches, because we may notwithstanding derive several advantages from them. The Senate, from the mode of its appointment, will probably be influenced to support the state governments, and from its periods of service will produce stability in legislation, while frequent elections may take place in the other branch. There is generally a degree of competition between 2 assemblies even composed of the same kind of men, and by this, and by means of every law's passing a revision in the second branch, caution, coolness, and deliberation are produced in the business of making laws. By means of a democratic branch we may particularly secure personal liberty, and by means of a senatorial branch we may particularly protect property. By the division, the House becomes the proper body to impeach all officers for misconduct in office, and the Senate the proper court to try them; and in a country where limited powers must be lodged in the first magistrate, the Senate perhaps may be the most proper body to be found to have a negative upon him in making treaties and in managing foreign affairs. Though I agree the Federal Senate in the form proposed may be useful to many purposes, and that it is not very necessary to alter the organization, modes of appointment, and powers of it in several respects, yet without alterations in others, I sincerely believe it will in a very few years become the source of the greatest evils. Some of these alterations I conceive to be absolutely necessary, and some of them at least advisable. 1. By the Confederation the members of Congress are chosen annually. By Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution, the Senators shall be chosen for 6 years. As the period of service must be, in a considerable degree, matter of opinion on this head, I shall only make a few observations, to explain why I think it more advisable to limit it to 3 or 4 years. The people of this country have not been accustomed to so long appointments in their state governments. They have generally adopted annual elections. The members of the present Congress are chosen yearly, who, from the nature and multiplicity of their business, ought to be chosen for longer periods than the federal senators. Men 6 years in office absolutely contract callous habits, and cease in too great a degree to feel their dependence and for the condition of their constituents. Senators continued in offices 3 or 4 years will be in them longer than any popular erroneous opinion will probably continue to actuate their electors. Men appointed for 3 or 4 years will generally be long enough in office to give stability, and amply to acquire political information. By a change of legislators, as often as circumstances will permit, political knowledge is diffused more extensively among the people, and the attention of the electors and elected more constantly kept alive, circumstances of infinite importance in a free country. Other reasons might be added, but my subject is too extensive to admit of my dwelling upon less material points. 2. When the Confederation was formed, it was considered essentially necessary that the members of Congress should at any time be recalled by their respective states, when the states should see fit, and others be sent in their room. I do not think it less necessary that this principle should be extended to the members of Congress under the new Constitution, and especially to the Senators. I have had occasion several times to observe that let us form a federal constitution as extensively and on the best principles in our power, we must after all trust a vast deal to a few men, who, far removed from their constituents, will administer the federal government. There is but little danger these men will feel too great a degree of dependence. The necessary and important object to be attended to is to make them feel dependent enough. Men elected for several years, several hundred miles distant from their states, possessed of very extensive powers and the means of paying themselves, will not probably be oppressed with a sense of dependence and responsibility. The Senators will represent sovereignties, which generally have and always ought to retain the power of recalling their agents. The principle of responsibility is strongly felt in men who are liable to be recalled and censured for their misconduct, and, if we may judge from experience, the latter will not abuse the power of recalling their members; to possess it will at least be a valuable check. It is in the nature of all delegated power that the constituents should retain the right to judge concerning the conduct of their representatives. They must exercise the power, and their decision itself, their approving or disapproving that conduct, implies a power to continue in office or to remove from it. But whenever the substitute acts under a constitution, then it becomes necessary that the power of recalling him be expressed. The reasons for lodging a power to recall are stronger as they respect the Senate than as they respect the representatives. The latter will be more frequently elected and changed of course, and being chosen by the people at large, it would be more difficult for the people than for the legislatures to take the necessary measures for recalling. But even the people, if the powers will be more beneficial to them than injurious, ought to possess it. The people are not apt to wrong a man who is steady and true to their interests. They may for a while be misled by party representations, and leave a good man out of office unheard. But every recall supposes a deliberate action, and a fair hearing, and no man who believes his conduct proper and the result of honest views will be the less useful in his public character on account of the examination his actions may be liable to. And a man conscious of the contrary conduct ought to clearly be restrained by the apprehensions of a trial. I repeat it, it is Interested combinations and factions we are particularly to guard against in the federal government, and all the rational means that can be put into the hands of the people to prevent them ought to be provided and furnished for them. Where there is a power to recall, trusty sentinels among the people or in the state legislatures will have a fair opportunity to become useful. If the members in Congress from the states join in such combinations, or favor them, or pursue a pernicious line of conduct, the most attentive among the people or in the state legislatures may formally charge them before their constituents. The very apprehensions of such constitutional charges may prevent many of the evils mentioned, and the recalling the members of a single state, a single senator or representative, may often prevent many more. Nor do I at present discover any danger in such proceedings, as every man who shall move for a recall will put his reputation at stake, to show he has reasonable grounds for his motion, and it is not probable such motions will be made unless there be good apparent grounds for succeeding. Nor can the charge or motion be anything more than the attack of an individual or individuals, unless a majority of the constituents shall see cause to go into the inquiry. Further, the circumstance of such a power being lodged in the constituents will tend continually to keep up their watchfulness, as well as the attention and dependence of the federal senators and representatives. 3. By the Confederation it is provided that no delegate shall serve more than 3 years in any term of 6 years, and thus by the forms of the government a rotation of members is produced. A like principle has been adopted in some of the states, and also in some ancient and modern republics. Whether this exclusion of a man for a given period, after he shall have served a given time, ought to be engrafted into the Constitution or not, it is a question the proper decision materially depends upon the leading features of the government. Some governments are so formed as to produce a sufficient fluctuation and change of members. Of course, in the ordinary course of elections, proper numbers of new members are, from time to time, brought into the legislature, and a proportionate number of old ones go out, mix, and become diffused among the people. This is the case with all numerous representative legislatures, the members of which are frequently elected and constantly within the view of their constituents. This is the case with our state governments, and in them a constitutional rotation is unimportant. But in a government consisting of but a few members, elected for long periods of time, and far removed from the observation of the people, but few changes in the ordinary course of elections take place among the members. They become in some measure a fixed body, and often inattentive to the public good, callous, selfish, and the fountain of corruption. To prevent these evils, and to force a principle of pure animation into the federal government, which will be formed much in this last manner mentioned, and to produce attention, activity, and a diffusion of knowledge in the community, we ought to establish among others the principle of rotation. Even good men in office, in time, imperceptibly lose the sight of the people, and gradually fall into measures prejudicial to them. It is only a rotation among the members of the federal legislature I shall contend for. Judges and officers at the heads of the judicial and executive departments are in a very different situation. Their offices and duties require the information and studies of many years for performing them in a manner advantageous to the people. These judges and officers must apply their whole time to the detailed business of their offices, and depend on them for their support. Then they always act under masters or superiors, and may be removed from office for misconduct. They pursue a certain round of executive business. Their offices must be in all societies confined to a few men, because but few can become qualified to fill them, and were they, by annual appointments, open to the people at large, they are offices of such a nature as to be of no service to them. They must leave these offices in the possession of the few individuals qualified to fill them, or have them badly filled. In the judicial and executive departments also, the body of the people must possess a large share of power and influence as jurors and subordinate officers, among whom there are many and frequent rotations. But in every free country the legislatures are all on a level, and legislation becomes partial whenever in practice it rests for any considerable time in a few hands. It is the true republican principle to diffuse the power of making laws among the people, and so to modify the forms of the government as to draw and turn the well-informed of every class into the legislature. To determine the propriety or impropriety of this rotation, we must take the inconveniences as well as the advantages attending it into view. On the one hand, by this rotation we may sometimes exclude good men from being elected. On the other hand, we guard against those pernicious connections, which usually grow up among men left to continue long periods in office, We increase the number of those who make the laws and return to their constituents, and thereby spread information and preserve a spirit of activity and investigation among the people. Hence a balance of interests and exertions are preserved, and the ruinous measures of factions rendered more impracticable. I would not urge the principle of rotation if I believed the consequence would be an uninformed federal legislature, but I have no apprehension of this in this enlightened country. The members of Congress at any one time must be but very few, compared with the respectable, well-informed men in the United States, and I have no idea there will be any want of such men for members of Congress, though by a principle of rotation the Constitution should exclude from being elected for 2 years those federal legislators who may have served the 4 years immediately preceding, or any 4 years in the 6 preceding years. If we may judge from experience and fair calculations, this principle will never operate to exclude at any one period a 15th part, even of those men who have been members of Congress. Though no man can sit in Congress by the Confederation more than 3 years in any term of 6 years, yet not more than 3, 4, or 5 men in any one state have been made ineligible at any one period, and if a good man happen to be excluded by this rotation, it is only for a short time. All things considered, the inconveniences of the principle must be very inconsiderable compared with the many advantages of it. It will generally be expedient for a man who has served 4 years in Congress to return home, mix with the people, and reside some time with them. This will tend to reinstate him in the interests, feelings, and views similar to theirs, and thereby confirm him in the essential qualifications of a legislator. Even in point of information, it may be observed the useful information of legislators is not acquired merely in studies and offices, and in meeting to make laws from day to day. They must learn the actual situation of the people by being among them, and when they have made laws return home and observe how they operate. Thus occasionally to be among the people is not only necessary to prevent or banish the callous habits and self-interested views of office and legislators, but to afford them necessary information and to render them useful, another valuable end is answered by it. Sympathy and the means of communication between them and their constituents is substantially promoted, so that on every principle legislators at certain periods ought to live among their constituents. Some men of science are undoubtedly necessary in every legislature, but the knowledge generally necessary for men who make laws is a knowledge of the common concerns and particular circumstances of the people. In a republican government, seats in the legislature are highly honorable. I believe but few do, and surely none ought to consider them as places of profit and permanent support. Were the people always properly attentive, they would, at proper periods, call their lawmakers home, by sending others in their room. But this is not often the case, and therefore, in making constitutions, when the people are attentive, they ought cautiously to provide for those benefits, those advantageous changes in the administration of their affairs, which they are often apt to be inattentive to in practice. On the whole, to guard against the evils and to secure the advantages I have mentioned, with the greatest degree of certainty, we ought clearly, in my opinion, to increase the federal representation, to secure elections on proper principles, to establish a right to recall members, and a rotation among them. 4. By the Article 2, Section 2, treaties must be made with the advice and consent of the Senate, and 2/3 of those present must concur. Also, with consent of the Senate, almost all federal officers, civil and military, must be appointed. As to treaties I have my doubts, but as to the appointments of officers, I think we may clearly show the Senate to be a very improper body indeed to have anything to do with them. I am not perfectly satisfied that the Senate, a branch of the legislature, and court for trying impeachments, ought to have a controlling power in making all treaties. Yet I confess I do not discern how a restraint upon the President in this important business can be better or more safely lodged. A power to make and conclude all treaties is too important to be vested in him alone, or in him and an executive council, only sufficiently numerous for other purposes, and the House of Representatives is too numerous to be concerned in treaties of peace and alliance. This power is now lodged in Congress to be exercised by the consent of 9 states. The Federal Senate, like the delegations in the present Congress, will represent the states, and the consent of 2/3 of that Senate will bear some similitude in the consent of 9 states. It is probable the United States will not make more than one treaty on average in 2 or 3 years, and this power may always be exercised with great deliberation. Perhaps the Senate is sufficiently numerous to be trusted with this power, sufficiently small to proceed with secrecy, and sufficiently permanent to exercise this power with proper consistency and due deliberation. To lodge this power in a less respectable and less numerous body might not be safe. We must place great confidence in the hands that hold it, and we deceive ourselves if we give it under an idea that we can impeach to any valuable purpose the man or men who may abuse it. On a fair construction of the Constitution, I think the legislature has a proper control over the President and Senate in setting commercial treaties. By Article I, Section 2, the legislature will have power to regulate commerce with foreign nations, and by Article II, Section 2, the President, with the advice and consent of 2/3 of the Senate, may make treaties. These clauses must be considered together, and we ought never to make one part of the same instrument contradict another, if it can be avoided by any reasonable construction. By the first recited clause the legislature has the power, that is, as I understand it, the sole power to regulate commerce with foreign nations, or to make all the rules and regulations respecting trade and commerce between our citizens and foreigners. By the second recited clause the President and Senate have power generally to make treaties. There are several kinds of treaties, as treaties of commerce, of peace, of alliance, and I think the words to make treaties may be consistently construed, and yet so as it shall be left to the legislature to confirm commercial treaties. They are in their nature and operation very distinct from treaties of peace and of alliance. The latter generally require security. It is but very seldom they interfere with the laws and internal police of the country. To make them is properly the exercise of executive powers, and the Constitution authorizes the President and Senate to make treaties, and gives the legislature no power, directly or indirectly, respecting these treaties of peace and alliance. As to treaties of commerce, they do not generally require secrecy. They almost always involve them in legislative powers, interfere with the laws and internal police of the country, and operate immediately on persons and property, especially in the commercial towns. They have in Great Britain usually been confirmed by Parliament. They consist of rules and regulations respecting commerce, and to regulate commerce, or to make regulations respecting commerce, the federal legislature by the Constitution has the power. I do not see that any commercial regulations can be made in treaties that will not infringe upon this power in the legislature. Therefore I infer that the true construction is that the President and Senate shall make treaties, but all commercial treaties shall be subject to be confirmed by the legislature. This construction will render the clauses consistent, and make the powers of the President and Senate respecting treaties much less exceptionable. Yours, the Federal Farmer. End of Anti-Federalist No. 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anti-Federalist Papers. Anti-Federalist No. 14. Letters from the Federal Farmer to the Republican. Letter 12. January 12, 1788. Dear Sir, on carefully examining the parts of the proposed system respecting the elections of senators, and especially of the representatives, they appear to me to be both ambitious and very defective. I shall endeavor to pursue a course of reasoning which shall fairly lead to establishing the impartiality and security of elections, and then point out an amendment in this respect. It is well observed by Montesquieu that in republican governments the forms of elections are fundamental, and that it is an essential part of the social compact to ascertain by whom, to whom, when, and in what manner suffrages are to be given. Wherever we find the regulation of elections have not been carefully fixed by the Constitution, or the principles of them, we constantly see the legislatures new modifying its own form, and changing the spirit of the government to answer partial purposes. By the proposed plan it is fixed that the qualifications of the electors of the federal representatives shall be the same as those of the electors of state representatives, though these vary some in the several states. The electors are fixed and designated. The qualifications of the representatives are also fixed and designated, and no person under 25 years of age, not an inhabitant of the state, and not having been 7 years a citizen of the United States, can be elected. The clear inference is that all persons 25 of age and upwards, inhabitants of the state, and having been, at any period or periods, 7 years citizens of the United States, may be elected representatives. They have a right to be elected by the Constitution, and the electors have a right to choose them. This is fixing the federal representation, as to the elected, on a very broad basis. It can be no objection to the elected that they are Christians, pagans, Mohammedans, or Jews, that they are of any color, rich or poor, convict or not. Hence men may be elected who cannot be electors. Gentlemen who have commenced so large upon the wisdom of the Constitution, for excluding from being elected young men under a certain age, would have done well to have recollected that it positively makes pagans, convicts, and etc. eligible. The people make the Constitution, they exclude a few persons by certain descriptions from being elected, and all not thus excluded are clearly admitted. Now a man 25 years old, an inhabitant of the state, and having been a citizen of the state 7 years, though afterwards convicted, may be elected, because not within any of the excluding causes, the same of a beggar, an absentee, and etc. The right of the electors and eligibility of the elected being fixed by the people, they cannot be narrowed by the state legislatures or Congress. It is established that a man being, among other qualifications, an inhabitant of the state shall be eligible. Now it would be narrowing the right of the people to confine them in their choice to a man, an inhabitant of a particular county or district in the state. Hence it follows that neither the state legislatures nor Congress can establish district elections, that is, divide the state into districts and confine the electors of each district to the choice of a man resident in it. If the electors could be thus limited in one respect, they might in another be confined to choose a man of a particular religion, of certain property, and etc., and thereby half of the persons made eligible by the Constitution be excluded. All laws, therefore, for regulating elections must be made on the broad basis of the Constitution. Next we may observe that representatives are to be chosen by the people of the state. What is a choice by the people of the state? If each given district in it choose one, will that be a choice within the meaning of the Constitution? Must the choice be by plurality of votes or a majority? In connection with these questions we must take the 4th section, Article 1, where it is said, "The state legislatures shall prescribe the times, places, and manner of holding elections, but Congress may make or alter such regulations." By this clause, I suppose, the electors of different towns and districts in the state may be assembled in different places to give their votes. But when so assembled, by another clause they cannot, by Congress or the state legislatures, be restrained from giving their votes for any man an inhabitant of the state, and qualified as to age, and having been a citizen at the time required. But I see nothing in the Constitution by which to decide whether the choice shall be by plurality a plurality or a majority of votes. This, in my mind, is by far the most important question in the business of elections. When we say a representative shall be chosen by the people, it seems to imply that he shall be chosen by a majority of them. But states which use the same phraseology in this respect practice both ways. I believe a majority of the states choose by pluralities, and I think it probable the Federal House of Representatives will decide that a choice of its members by pluralities is constitutional. A man who has the most votes is chosen in Great Britain. It is this, among other things, that gives every man fair play in the game of influence and corruption. I believe that not much stress was laid upon the objection that Congress may assemble the electors at some out-of-the-way place. However, the advocates seem to think they obtain a victory of no small glory and importance when they can show, with some degree of color, that the evils is rather a possibility than a probability. When I observed that the elections were not secured on proper principles, I had an idea of far more probable and extensive evils, secret mischiefs, and not so glaring transgressions, the exclusion of proper district elections, and of the choice by a majority. It is easy to perceive that there is an essential difference between elections by pluralities and by majorities, between choosing a man in a small or limited district and choosing a number of men promiscuously by the people of a large state. And while we are almost secure of judicious, unbiased elections by majorities in such districts, we have no security against deceptions, influence, and corruption in states or large districts in electing by pluralities. When a choice is made by a plurality of votes, it is often made by a very small part of the electors who attend and give their votes, when by a majority, never by so few as half of them. The partialities and improprieties attending the former mode may be illustrated by a case that lately happened in one of the Middle States. Several representatives were to be chosen by a large number of inhabitants, compactly settled, among whom there were 4,000 or 5,000 voters. Previous to the time of election, a number of lists of candidates were published, to divide and distract the voters in general. About half a dozen men of some influence who had a favorite list to carry met several times, fixed their list, and agreed to hand it about among all who could probably be induced to adopt it, and to circulate the other lists among their opponents to divide them. The poll was opened, and several hundred electors, suspecting nothing, attended and put in their votes. The list of the half dozen was carried, and men were found to be chosen, some of whom were very disagreeable to a large majority of the electors. Though several hundred electors voted, men on that list were chosen who had only 45, 43, 44, and etc. votes each. They had a plurality, that is, more than any other persons. The votes generally were scattered, and those who made even a feeble combination succeeding in placing highest upon the list, several very unthought of and very unpopular men. This evil could never have happened in a town where all the voters meet in one place and consider no man as elected unless he have a majority, or more than half of all the votes. Clear it is that the men on whom thus but a small part of the votes are bestowed cannot possess the confidence of the people, or have any considerable degree of influence over them. But as partial, as liable to secret influence and corruption as the choice by pluralities may be, I think we cannot avoid it without essentially increasing the federal representation and adopting the principles of district elections. There is but one case in which the choice by the majority is practicable, and that is where districts are formed of such moderate extent that the electors in each can conveniently meet in one place and at one time and proceed to the choice of a representative, when, if no man have a majority or more than half of all the votes, the first time, the voters may examine the characters of those brought forward, accommodate, and proceed to repeat their votes till someone shall have that majority. This, I believe, cannot be a case under the Constitution proposed in its present form. To explain my ideas, take Massachusetts, for instance. She is entitled to 8 representatives. She has 370,000 inhabitants, about 46,000 to one representative. If the elections be so held that the electors throughout the state meet in their several towns or places, and each elector puts in his vote for 8 representatives, the votes of the electors will 99 times in 100 be so scattered that on collecting the votes from the several towns or places, no men will be found, each of whom have a majority of the votes, and therefore the election will not be made. On the other hand, there may be such a combination of votes that in thus attempting to choose 8 representatives, the electors may choose even 15. Suppose 10,000 voters attend and give their votes. Each voter will give 8 votes, one for each of the 8 representatives. In the whole, 80,000 votes will be given. 8 men, each having 5,001 votes, in the whole 40,008 will have a majority and be chosen. 39,092 votes will be bestowed on other men, and if they all be bestowed on 7 men, they may each have a considerable majority and also be chosen. This indeed is a very rare combination, but the bestowing all the votes pretty equally upon 9, 10, or 11 men, and choosing them all, is an event too probable not to be guarded against. If Massachusetts be divided into 8 districts, each having about 46,000 inhabitants, and each district directed to choose 1 representative, it will be found totally impracticable for the electors of it to meet in one place, and, when they meet in several towns and places in the district, they will vote for different men, and 19 times in 20 so scatter their votes that no one man will have a majority of the whole and be chosen. We must therefore take the man who has the most votes, whether he has 3/4, 1/4, or 1/10 part of the whole. The inconveniences of scattering votes will be increased, as men not of the district, as well as those that are in it, may be voted for. I might add many other observations to evince the superiority and solid advantages of proper district elections and a choice by majority, and to prove that evils attend the contrary practice. These evils we must encounter as the Constitution now stands. I see no way to fix elections on a proper footing, and to render tolerably equal and secure the federal representation, but by increasing the representation, so as to have one representative for each district in which the electors may conveniently meet in one place, and at one time, and choose by a majority. Perhaps this might be effected pretty generally by fixing one representative for each 12,000 inhabitants, dividing or fixing the principles for dividing the states into proper districts, and directing the electors of each district to the choice by a majority of some men having a permanent interest and residence in it. I speak of a representation tolerably equal because I am still of opinion that it is impracticable in this extensive country to have a federal representation sufficiently democratic or substantially drawn from the body of the people. The principles just mentioned may be the best practical ones we can expect to establish. By thus increasing the representation, we not only make it more democratical and secure, strengthen the confidence of the people in it, and thereby render it more nervous and energetic, but it will also enable the people essentially to change for the better the principles and forms of elections. To provide for the people's wandering throughout the state for a representative may sometimes enable them to elect a more brilliant or an abler man than by confining them to districts. But generally this latitude will be used to pernicious purposes, especially connected with the choice by plurality, when a man in the remote part of the state, perhaps obnoxious at home but ambitious and intriguing, may be chosen to represent the people in another part of the state far distant, and by a small part of them, or by a faction, or by a combination of some particular description of men among them. This has been long the case in Great Britain. It is the case in several of the states. Nor do I think that such pernicious practices will be merely possible in our federal elections, but highly probable. By establishing district elections we exclude none of the best men from being elected, and we fix what, in my mind, is of far more importance than brilliant talents. I mean a sameness, as to residence and interest, by the representative and his constituents, and by the election by a majority, he is sure to be the man the choice of more than half of them. Though it is impossible to put elections on a proper footing, as the Constitution stands, yet I think regulations respecting them may be introduced of considerable service. It is not only therefore important to inquire how they may be made, but also what body has the controlling power over them. An intelligent, free, and unbiased choice of representatives by the people is of the last importance. We must then carefully guard against all combinations, secret arts, and influence to the contrary. Various expedients have been adopted in different countries and states to effect genuine elections. As the Constitution now stands, I confess, I do not discover any better than those adopted in Connecticut in the choice of councilors before mentioned. The federal representatives are to be chosen every second year, an odd mode of expression. In all the states except South Carolina, the people, the same electors, meet twice in that time to elect state representatives. For instance, let the electors in Massachusetts, when they meet to choose state representatives, put in their votes for 8 federal representatives, the number that the state may choose. Merely for distinction's sake, we may call these the votes of nomination, and return a list of the men voted for in the several towns and places to the legislature, or some proper body. Let this list be immediately examined and published, and some proper number, say 15 or 20, who shall have the most votes upon the list, be sent out to the people. And when the electors shall meet the next year to choose state representatives, let them put in their votes for the 8 federal representatives, confining their votes to the proper number so sent out. And let the 8 highest of those thus voted for in the 2 votes, which we may call by way of distinction votes of election, be the federal representatives. Thus a choice may be made by the people once in 2 years without much trouble and expense, and I believe with some degree of security. As soon as the votes of nomination shall be collected and made known, the people will know who are voted for, and who are candidates for their votes the succeeding year. the electors will have near a year to inquire into their characters and politics, and also into any undue means, if any were taken, to bring any of them forward. And such as they find to be the best men and agreeable to the people they may vote for in giving the votes of election. By these means the men chosen will ultimately always have a majority, or near a majority, of the votes of the electors who shall attend and give their votes. The mode itself will lead to the discovery of truth and of political characters, and to prevent private combinations, by rendering them in a great measure of no effect. As the choice is to be made by the people, all combinations and checks must be confined to their votes. No supplying the want of a majority by the legislatures, as in Massachusetts in the choice of senators, can be admitted. The people generally judge right when informed, and in giving their votes the second time they may always correct their former errors. I think we are all sufficiently acquainted with the progress of elections to see that the regulations as to times, places, and the manner merely of holding elections may, under the Constitution, easily be made useful or injurious. It is important then to inquire who has the power to make regulations, and who ought to have it. By the Constitution the state legislatures shall prescribe the times, places, and manner of holding elections, but Congress may make or alter such regulations. Power in Congress merely to alter those regulations made by the states could answer no valuable purposes. The states might make, and Congress alter them ad infinitum. And when the state should cease to make, or should annihilate its regulations, Congress would have nothing to alter. But the states shall make regulations, and Congress may make such regulations as the clause stands. The true construction is, that when Congress shall see fit to regulate the times, places, and manner of holding elections, Congress may do it, and state regulations on this head must cease. For if state regulations could exist after Congress should make a system of regulations, there would or might be two incompatible systems of regulations relative to the same subject. It has been often urged that Congress ought to have power to make these regulations, otherwise the state legislatures, by neglecting to make provision for election or by making improper regulations, may destroy the general government. It is very improbable that any state legislatures will adopt measures to destroy the representation of its own constituents in Congress, especially when the state must, represented in Congress or not, pay its proportion of the expense of keeping up the government, and even of the representatives of the other states, and be subject to their laws. Should the state legislatures be disposed to be negligent, or to combine to break up Congress, they have a very simple way to do it, as the Constitution now stands. They have only to neglect to choose senators, or appoint the electors of the President and Vice President. There is no remedy provided against these last evils, nor is it to be presumed that if a sufficient number of state legislatures to break up Congress should, by neglect or otherwise, attempt to do it, that the people, who yearly elect those legislatures, would elect under the regulations of Congress. These and many other reasons must evince that it was not merely to prevent an annihilation of the federal government that Congress has the power to regulate elections. It has been urged also that the state legislatures choose the federal senators, one branch, and may injure the people who choose the other, by improper regulations, that therefore Congress, in which the people will immediately have won, the representative branch, ought to have power to interfere in behalf of the people, and rectify such improper regulations. The advocates have said much about the opponents dwelling upon possibilities, but to suppose the people will find it necessary to appeal to Congress to restrain the oppressions of the state legislatures is supposing a possibility indeed. Can any man in his senses suppose that the state legislatures, which are so numerous as to almost be the people themselves, all branches of them depending yearly for the most part on the elections of the people, will abuse them in regulating federal elections, and make it proper to transfer the power to Congress, a body, one branch of which is chosen once in 6 years by these very legislatures, and the other biennially, and not half so numerous as even the senatorial branches in those legislatures? Senators are to be chosen by the state legislatures. Where there are two branches the appointment must be, I presume, by a concurrent resolution, in passing which, as in passing all other legislative acts, each branch will have a negative. This will give the senatorial branch just as much weight in the appointment as the democratic. The two branches form a legislature only when acting separately, and therefore whenever the members of the two branches meet, mix, and vote individually in one room, for making an election, it is expressly so directed by the constitutions. If the Constitution, by fixing the choice to be made by the legislatures, has given each branch an equal vote, as I think it has, it cannot be altered by any regulations. On the whole, I think, all general principles respecting elections ought to be carefully established by the Constitution, as the qualifications of the electors and of elected, the number of the representatives, and the inhabitants of each district, called on to choose a man from among themselves by a majority of votes, leaving it to the legislature only so to regulate from time to time the extent of the districts so as to keep the representatives proportionate to the number of inhabitants in the several parts of the country, and so far as regulations as to elections cannot be fixed by the Constitution, they ought to be left to state legislatures, they coming far nearest the people themselves. At most, Congress ought to have the power to regulate elections only where a state shall neglect to make them. Yours, the Federal Farmer. End of Anti-Federalist number 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anti-Federalist Papers. Anti-Federalist number 15. Letters from the Federal Farmer to the Republican. Letter number 13. January 14, 1788. Dear Sir, in this letter I shall further examine two clauses in the proposed Constitution respecting appointments to office. By Article 2, Section 2, the President shall nominate, and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States, whose appointments, and etc. By Article 1, Section 6, no senator or representative shall, during the term for which he was elected, be appointed to any civil office under the authority of the United States, which shall have been created, or the emoluments whereof shall have been increased during such time. Thus the President must nominate, and the Senate concur in the appointment of all federal officers, civil and military, and the senators and representatives are made ineligible only to the few civil offices above mentioned. To preserve the federal government pure and uncorrupt, peculiar precautions relative to appointments of office will be found highly necessary from the very forms and character of the government itself. The honors and emoluments of public offices are the objects in all communities, that ambitious and necessitous men never lose sight of. The honest, the modest, and the industrious part of the community content themselves generally with their private concerns. They do not solicit those offices which are the perpetual source of cabals, intrigues, and contests among men of the former description, men embarrassed, intriguing, and destitute of modesty. Even in the most happy country and virtuous government, corrupt influence in appointments cannot always be avoided. Perhaps we may boast of our share of virtue as a people, and if we are only sufficiently aware of the influence, biases, and prejudices common to the affairs of men, we may go far towards guarding against the effects of them. We all agree that a large standing army has a strong tendency to depress and enslave the people. It is equally true that a large body of selfish, unfeeling, unprincipled civil officers has a like or a more pernicious tendency to the same point. Military, and especially civil establishments, are the necessary appendages of society. They are deductions from productive labor and substantial wealth in proportion to the number of men employed in them. They are oppressive where unnecessarily extended and supported by men unfriendly to the people. They are injurious when too small, and supported by men too timid and dependent. It is of the last importance to decide well upon the necessary number of offices, to fill them with proper characters, and to establish efficiently the means of punctually punishing those officers who may do wrong. To discern the nature and extent of this power of appointments, we need only to consider the vast number of officers necessary to execute a national system in this extensive country, the prodigious biases the hopes and expectations of offices have on their conduct, and the influence public officers have among the people. These necessary officers, as judges, states attorneys, clerks, sheriffs, etc., in the federal supreme and inferior courts, admirals and generals and subordinate officers in the army and navy, ministers, consuls, and etc. sent to foreign countries, officers in the federal city, in the revenue, post office departments, and etc., must probably amount to several thousands, without taking into view the very inferior ones. There can be no doubt that the most active men in politics, in and out of Congress, will be the foremost candidates for the best of these offices. The man or men who shall have the disposal of them, beyond dispute, will have by far the greatest share of active influence in the government. But appointments must be made, and who shall make them? What modes of appointments will be attended with the fewest inconveniences, is the question. The senators and representatives are the lawmakers, create all offices, and whenever they see fit, they impeach and try officers for misconduct. They ought to be in session but part of the year, and as legislators they must be too numerous to make appointments, perhaps, a few very important ones excepted. In contemplating the necessary officers of the Union, there appear to be 6 different modes in which, in whole or in part, the appointments may be made. 1. By the legislature. 2. By the President and Senate. 3. By the President and an Executive Council. 4. By the President alone. 5. By the heads of the departments. And 6. By the state governments. Among these, in my opinion, there may be an advantageous distribution of the powers of appointments. In considering the legislators in relation to the subject before us, 2 interesting questions particularly arise. 1. Whether they ought to be eligible to any offices whatever during the period for which they shall be elected to serve, and even for some time afterwards. And 2. How far they ought to participate in the power of appointments. As to the first, it is true that legislators in foreign countries or in state governments are not generally made ineligible to office. There are good reasons for it. In many countries the people have gone on without ever examining the principles of government. There have been but few countries in which the legislators have been a particular set of men periodically chosen. But the principal reason is that which operates in the several states, viz., the legislators are so frequently chosen and so numerous compared with the number of offices for which they can reasonably consider themselves as candidates, that the choice of any individual members being chosen is too small to raise his hopes or expectations, or to have any considerable influence on his conduct. Among the state legislators, 1 man in 20 may be appointed in some committee business, for a month or 2. But on a fair computation, not 1 man in 100 sent to the state legislatures is appointed to any permanent office of profit. Directly the reverse of this will evidently be found true in the federal administration. Throughout the United States, about 4 federal senators and 33 representatives averaging the elections will be chosen in a year. These few men may rationally consider themselves as the fairest candidates for a very great number of lucrative offices, which must become vacant in the year, and pretty clearly a majority of the federal legislators, if not excluded, will be mere expectants for public offices. I need not adduce further arguments to establish a position so clear. I need only call to your recollection my observation in a former letter, wherein I endeavored to show the fallacy of the argument that the members must return home and mix with the people. It is said that men are governed by interested motives, and will not attend as legislators unless they can, in common with others, be eligible to offices of honor and profit. This will undoubtedly be the case with some men, but I presume only with such men as never ought to be chosen legislators in a free country. An opposite principle will influence good men, virtuous patriots, and generous minds, and will esteem it a higher honor to be selected as the guardians of a free people. They will be satisfied with a reasonable compensation for their time and service, nor will they wish to be within the vortex of influence. The valuable effects of this principle of making legislators ineligible to offices for a given time has never yet been sufficiently attended to or considered. I am assured that it was established by the convention after a long debate, and afterwards, on an unfortunate change of a few members, altered. Could the federal legislators be excluded in the manner proposed, I think it would be an important point gained. As to themselves, they would be left to act much more from motives consistent with the public good. In considering the principle of rotation, I had occasion to distinguish the condition of a legislator from that of a mere official man. We acquire certain habits, feelings, and opinions as men and citizens, others, and very different ones, from a long continuance in office. It is, therefore, a valuable observation in many bills of rights that rulers ought frequently to return and mix with the people. A legislature in a free country must be numerous. It is in some degree a periodical assemblage of the people, frequently formed. The principal officers in the executive and judicial departments must have more permanency in office. Hence it may be inferred that the legislature will remain longer uncorrupted and virtuous, longer congenial to the people, than the officers of those departments. If it is not, therefore, in our power to preserve republican principles for a series of ages in all the departments of government, we may a long while preserve them in a well-formed legislature. To this end we ought to take every precaution to prevent legislatures from becoming mere office-men. Choose them frequently, make them recallable, establish rotation among them, make them ineligible to offices, and give them as small a share as possible in the disposal of them. Add to this a legislature in the nature of things is not formed for the detailed business of appointing officers. There is also generally an impropriety in the same men's making offices and filling them, and still a greater impropriety in their impeaching and trying the officers they appoint. For these and other reasons I conclude the legislature is not a proper body for the appointment of officers in general. But having gone through with the different modes of appointment, I shall endeavor to show what share in the distribution of power of appointments the legislature must, from necessity, rather than from propriety, take. 2. Officers may be appointed by the President and Senate. This mode, for general purposes, is clearly not defensible. All the reasoning touching the legislature will apply to the Senate. The Senate is a branch of the legislature which ought to be kept pure and unbiased. It has a part in trying officers for misconduct and in creating offices. It is too numerous for a council of appointment, or to feel any degree of responsibility. If it has an advantage of the legislature in being the least numerous, it has a disadvantage in being the more unsafe. Add to this, the Senate is to have a share in the important branch of power respecting treaties. Further, this sexennial Senate of 26 members, representing 13 sovereign states, will not in practice be found a body to advise, but to order and dictate in fact, and the President will be a mere primus inter pares. The consequence will be that the Senate, with these efficient means of influence, will not only dictate, probably, to the President, but manage the House, as the Constitution now stands, and under appearances of a balanced system in reality govern alone. There may also, by this undue connection, be particular periods when a very popular President may have a very improper influence upon the Senate and upon the legislature. A council of appointment must very probably sit all or near in the year. The Senate will be too important and too expensive a body for this. By giving the Senate, directly or indirectly, an undue influence over the representatives, and the improper means of fettering, embarrassing, or controlling the President or Executive, we give the government in the very outset a fatal and pernicious tendency to that middle undesirable point, aristocracy. When we, as a circumstance not well to be avoided, admit the Senate to a share of power in making treaties and managing foreign concerns, we certainly progress full far enough towards this most undesirable point in a government. For with this power also, I believe, we must join that of appointing ambassadors, other foreign ministers, and consuls, being powers necessarily connected. In every point of view in which I can contemplate this subject, it appears extremely clear to me that the Senate ought not generally to be a council of appointment. The legislature, after the people, is the great fountain of power, and ought to be kept as pure and uncorrupt as possible from the hankerings, biases, and contagion of offices. Then the streams issuing from it will be less tainted with those evils. It is not merely the number of impeachments that are to be expected to make public officers honest and attentive in their business. A general opinion must pervade the community that the House, the body to impeach them for misconduct, is disinterested, and ever watchful for the public good, and that the judges who shall try impeachments will not feel a shadow of bias. Under such circumstances men will not dare transgress, who, not deterred by such accusers and judges, would repeatedly misbehave. We have already suffered many and extensive evils, owing to the defects of Confederation, in not providing against the misconduct of public officers. When we expect the law to be punctually executed, not one man in 10,000 will disobey it. It is the probable chance of escaping punishment that induces men to transgress. It is one important mean to make the government just and honest, rigidly and constantly to hold before the eyes of those who execute it punishment and dismission from office for misconduct. These are principles no candid man who has just ideas of the essential features of a free government will controvert. They are, to be sure, at this period called visionary, speculative, and anti-governmental, but in the true style of courtiers, selfish politicians, and flatterers of despotism, discerning republican men of both parties see their value. They are said to be of no value by empty, boasting advocates for the Constitution, who, by their weakness in conduct, in fact, injure its cause much more than most of its opponents. From their high-sounding promises, men are led to expect a defense of it, and to have their doubts removed. When a number of long pieces appear, they, instead of the defense, etc., they expected to see nothing but a parade of names, volumes written without ever coming to the point, cases quoted between which and ours there is not the least similitude, and partial extracts made from histories and governments merely to serve a purpose. Some of them, like the true admirers of royal and senatorial robes, would fain prove that nations who have thought like freemen and philosophers about government, and endeavoured to be free, have often been the most miserable. If a single riot in the course of 500 years happened in a free country, if a salary or the interest of a public or private debt was not paid at the moment, they seem to lay more stress upon these trifles, for trifles they are in a free and happy country, than upon the oppressions of despotic government for ages together. As to the lengthy writer in New York you mention, I have attentively examined his pieces. He appears to be a candid, good-hearted man, to have a good style, and some plausible ideas. But when we carefully examine his pieces to see where the strength of them lies, when the mind endeavours to fix on those material points which ought to be the essence of all voluminous productions, we do not find them. The writer appears constantly to move on a smooth surface. The part of his work, like the parts of a cob-house, are all equally strong and equally weak, and all like those works of the boys without an object. His pieces appear to have but little relation to the great question, whether the Constitution is fitted to the condition and character of this people or not. But to return. 3. Officers may be appointed by the President and an Executive Council, when we have assigned to the Legislature the appointment of a few important officers, to the President and Senate the appointment of those concerned in managing foreign affairs, to the State governments the appointment of militia officers, and authorize the Legislature by legislative acts to assign to the Presidency alone, to the heads of the departments and courts of law respectively, the appointment of many inferior officers, we shall then want to lodge somewhere a residuum of power, a power to appoint all other necessary officers as established by law. The fittest receptacle for this residuary power is clearly, in my opinion, the first executive magistrate, advised and directed by an executive council of 7 or 9 members, periodically chosen from such proportional districts as the Union may for the purpose be divided into. The people may give their votes for twice the number of councillors wanted, and the federal legislature take twice the number also from the highest candidates, and from among them choose the 7 or 9, or number wanted. Such a council may be rationally formed for the business of appointments, whereas the Senate, created for other purposes, never can be. Such councils form a feature in some of the best executives in the Union. They appear to be essential to every first magistrate, who may frequently want advice. To authorize the President to appoint his own council would be unsafe. To give the sole appointment of it to the legislature would confer an undue and unnecessary influence upon that branch. Such a council for a year would be less expensive than the Senate for 4 months. The President may nominate, and the councillors always be made responsible for their advice and opinions by recording and signing whatever they advise to be done. They and the President, to many purposes, will properly form an independent executive branch. have an influence unmixed with the legislative, which the executive never can have while connected with a powerful branch of the legislature. And yet the influence arising from the power of appointments be less dangerous, because in less dangerous hands, hands properly adequate to possess it. Whereas the Senate, from its character and situation, will add a dangerous weight to the power itself, and be far less capable of responsibility than the Council proposed. There is another advantage. The residuum of power as to appointments which the President and Council need possess is less than the President and Senators must have, and as such a Council would render the sessions of the Senate unnecessary many months in the year. The expenses of the government would not be increased if they would not be lessened by the institution of such a Council. I think I need not dwell upon this article, as the fitness of this mode of appointment will perhaps amply appear by the evident unfitness of the others. 4. Offices may be appointed by the President alone. It has been almost universally found, when a man has been authorized to exercise power alone, he has never done it alone, but generally aided his determinations by, and rested on the advice and opinions of others. And it often happens, when advice is wanted, the worst men, the most interested creatures, the worst advice is at hand, obtrude themselves, and misdirect the mind of him who would be informed and advised. It is very seldom we see a single executive depend on accidental advice and assistance, but each single executive has, almost always, formed itself a regular council, to be assembled and consulted on important occasions. This proves that a select council of some kind is by experience generally found necessary and useful. But in a free country the exercise of any considerable branch of power ought to be under some checks and controls. As to this point, I think the Constitution stands well. The legislature may, when it shall deem it expedient, from time to time, authorize the President alone to appoint particular inferior officers, and when necessary to take back the power. His power, therefore, in this respect may always be increased or decreased by the legislature, as experience, the best instructor, shall direct, always keeping him, by the Constitution, within certain bounds. Yours, The Federal Farmer. End of Anti-Federalist number 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anti-Federalist Papers. Anti-Federalist number 16. Letters from the Federal Farmer to the Republican, letter number 14. January 17, 1788. Dear Sir, to continue the subject of appointments, officers, in the 5th place, may be appointed by the heads of departments or courts of law. Article 2, Section 2, respecting appointments, goes on. But Congress may by law vest the appointment of such inferior officers as they think proper in the President alone, in the courts of law, or in the heads of departments. The probability is, as the Constitution now stands, that the Senate, a branch of the legislature, will be tenacious of the power of appointment, and much too sparingly part with a share of it to the courts of law and heads of departments. Here again the impropriety appears of the Senate's having generally a share in the appointment of officers. We may fairly presume that the judges and principal officers in the departments will be able, well-informed men in their respective branches of business, that they will from experience be best informed as to proper persons to fill inferior offices in them, that they will feel themselves responsible for the execution of their several branches of business, and for the conduct of the officers they may appoint therein. From these and other considerations I think we may infer that impartial and judicious appointments of subordinate officers will, generally, be made by the courts of law and the heads of departments. This power of distributing appointments, as circumstances may require, into several hands, in a well-formed and disinterested legislature, might be of essential service, not only in promoting beneficial appointments, but also in preserving the balance in government. A feeble executive may be strengthened and supported by placing in its hands more numerous appointments. An executive too influential may be reduced within proper bounds by placing many of the inferior appointments in the courts of law and heads of departments, nor is there much danger that the executive will be wantonly weakened or strengthened by the legislature by thus shifting the appointments of inferior officers, since all must be done by legislative acts, which cannot be passed without the consent of the executive or the consent of 2/3 of both branches. A good legislature will use this power to preserve the balance and perpetuate the government. Here again we are brought to our ultimatum. Is the legislature so constructed as to deserve our confidence? 6. Officers may be appointed by the state governments. By Article 1, Section 8, the respective states are authorized exclusively to appoint the militia officers. This not only lodges the appointments in proper places, but it also tends to distribute and lodge in different executive hands the powers of appointing offices, so dangerous when collected into the hands of one or a few men. It is a good general rule that the legislative, executive, and judicial powers ought to be kept distinct. But this, like other general rules, has its exceptions, and without these exceptions we cannot form a good government, and properly balance its parts, and we can determine only from reason, experience, and a critical inspection of the parts of the government how far it is proper to intermix those powers. Appointments, I believe, in all mixed governments have been assigned to different hands. Some are made by the executive, some by the legislature, some by the judges, and some by the people. It has been thought advisable by the wisest nations that the legislature should so far exercise the executive and judicial powers as to appoint some officers, judge of the elections of its members, and impeach and try officers for misconduct; that the executive should have a partial share in legislation; that judges should appoint some subordinate officers, and regulate so far as to establish rules for their own proceedings. Where the members of government, as the House, the Senate, the executive, and judiciary, are strong and complete, each in itself, the balance is naturally produced. Each party may take the powers congenial to it, and we have less need to be anxious about checks and the subdivision of powers. If, after making the deductions already alluded to from the general power to appoint federal officers, the residuum shall be thought to be too large and unsafe, and to place an undue influence in the hands of the President and Council, a further deduction may be made, with many advantages and perhaps with but a few inconveniences, and that is by giving the appointment of a few great officers to the legislature, as of the commissioners of the Treasury, of the comptroller, treasurer, master coiner, and some principal officers in the money department, of the sheriffs or marshals of the United States, of states attorneys, secretary of the Home Department, and secretary of War, perhaps of the judges of the Supreme Court, of major generals and admirals. The appointments of these officers, who may be at the heads of the great departments of business, in carrying into execution the national system, involve them in a variety of considerations. They will not often occur, and the power to make them ought to remain in safe hands. Officers of the above description are appointed by the legislatures in some of the states, and in some not. We may, I believe, presume that the federal legislature will possess sufficient knowledge and discernment to make judicious appointments. However, as these appointments by the legislature tend to increase a mix of power, to lessen the advantages of impeachments and responsibility, I would by no means contend for them any further than it may be necessary for reducing the power of the executive within the bounds of safety. To determine with propriety how extensive power the executive ought to possess relative to appointments, we must also examine the forms of it, and its other powers, and these forms and other powers I shall now proceed to briefly examine. By Article 2, Section 1, the executive power shall be vested in a President elected for 4 years, by electors to be appointed from time to time, in such manner as the state legislatures shall direct. The electors to be equal in number to the federal senators and representatives, but Congress may determine the time of choosing electors, and on the day in which they shall give their votes, and if no President shall be chosen by the electors by a majority of votes, the states, as states in Congress, shall elect one of the 5 highest on the list for President. It is to be observed that in choosing the President the principle of electing by a majority of votes is adopted; in choosing the Vice President that of electing by a plurality. Viewing the principles and checks established in the election of a President, and especially considering the several states may guard the appointments of the electors as they shall judge best, I confess there appears to be a judicious combination of principles and precautions. Were the electors more numerous than they will be, in case the representation be not increased, I think the system would be improved. Not that I consider the democratic character so important in the choice of the electors as in the choice of representatives. Be the electors more or less democratic, the President will be one of the very few of the most elevated characters. But there is danger that a majority of a small number of electors may be corrupted and influenced, after appointed electors, and before they give their votes, especially if a considerable space of time elapse between the appointment and voting. I have already considered the advisory council in the executive branch. There are two things further in the organization of the executive to which I would particularly draw your attention. The first, which is a single executive, I confess I approve; the second, by which any person from period to period may be re-elected President, I think very exceptionable. Each State in the Union has uniformly shown its preference for a single executive, and generally directed the first executive magistrate to act in certain cases by the advice of an executive council. Reason and the experience of enlightened nations seem justly to assign the business of making laws to numerous assemblies, and the execution of them principally to the direction and care of one man. Independent of practice, a single man seems to be peculiarly well circumstanced to superintend the execution of laws with discernment and decision. With promptitude and uniformity, the people usually point out a first man. He is to be seen in civilized as well as uncivilized nations, in republics as well as in other governments. In every large collection of people, there must be a visible point serving as a common center in the government, towards which to draw their eyes and attachments. The Constitution must fix a man, or a congress of men, superior in the opinion of the people to the most popular men in the different parts of the community, else the people will be apt to divide and follow their respective leaders. Aspiring men, armies and navies, have not often been kept in tolerable order by the decrees of a Senate or an Executive Council. The advocates for lodging the executive power in the hands of a number of equals, as an Executive Council, say that much wisdom may be collected in such a council, and that it will be safe, but they agree that it cannot be so prompt and responsible as a single man. They admit that such a council will generally consist of the aristocracy, and not stand so indifferent between it and the people as a first magistrate. But the principal objection made to a single man is, that when possessed of power he will be constantly struggling for more, disturbing the government, and encroaching on the rights of others. It must be admitted that men from the monarch down to the porter are constantly aiming at power and importance, and this propensity must be constantly guarded against in the forms of the government. Adequate powers must be delegated to those who govern, and our security must be in limiting, defining, and guarding the exercise of them, so that those given shall not be abused or made use of for openly or secretly seizing more. Why do we believe this abuse of power peculiar to a first magistrate? Is it because in the wars and contests of men, one man has often established his power over the rest? Or are men naturally fond of accumulating powers in the hands of one man? I do not see any similitude between the cases of those tyrants who have sprung up in the midst of wars and tumults, and the cases of limited executives in established governments. Nor shall we, on careful examination, discover much likeness between the executives in Sweden, Denmark, Holland, etc., which have from time to time increased their powers, and become more absolute, and the executives whose powers are well ascertained and defined, and which remain by the Constitution only for a short and limited period in the hands of any one man or family. A single man or family can long and effectually direct its exertions to one point. There may be many favorable opportunities in the course of a man's life to seize on additional powers, and many more where powers are hereditary, and there are many circumstances favorable to usurpations where the powers of the man or family are undefined, and such as often may be unduly extended before the people discover it. If we examine history attentively, we shall find that such exertions, such opportunities, and such circumstances as these have attended all the executives which have usurped upon the rights of the people, and which appear originally to have been in some degree limited. Admitting that moderate and even well-defined powers, long in the hands of the same man or family, will probably be unreasonably increased, it will not follow that even extensive powers placed in the hands of a man only for a few years will be abused. The Roman consuls and Carthaginian suffets possessed extensive powers while in office, but being annually appointed, they but seldom, if ever, abused them. The Roman dictators often possessed absolute power while in office, but usually being elected for short periods of time, no one of them for ages usurped upon the rights of the people. The kings of France, Spain, Sweden, Denmark, etc., have become absolute merely from the encroachments and abuse of power made by the nobles. As to kings and limited monarchs, generally, history furnishes many more instances in which their powers have been abridged or annihilated by the nobles or people, or both, than in which they have been increased or made absolute. And in almost all the latter cases we find the people were inattentive and fickle, and evidently were not born to be free. I am the more particular respecting this subject because I have heard many mistaken observations relative to it. Men of property, and even men who hold powers for themselves and posterity, have too much to lose, wantonly to hazard a shock of the political system. The game must be large, and the chance of winning great, to induce them to risk what they have for the uncertain prospect of gaining more. Our executive may be altogether elective, and possess no power, but as the substitute of the people, and that well limited, and only for a limited time. The great object is, in a republican government, to guard effectually against perpetuating any portion of power, great or small, in the same man or family. This perpetuation of power is totally uncongenial to the true spirit of republican governments. On the one hand, the first executive magistrate ought to remain in office so long as to avoid instability in the execution of the laws; on the other, not so long as to enable him to take any measures to establish himself. The Convention, it seems, first agreed that the President should be chosen for 7 years, and never after to be eligible. Whether 7 years is a period too long or not is rather matter of opinion, but clear it is that this mode is infinitely preferable to the one finally adopted. When a man shall get the chair, who may be re-elected from time to time for life, his greatest object will be to keep it, to gain friends and votes, at any rate to associate some favorite son with himself, to take the office after him. Whenever he shall have any prospect of continuing the office in himself and family, he will spare no artifice, no address, and no exertions to increase the powers and importance of it. The servile supporters of his wishes will be placed in all offices, and tools constantly employed to aid his views and sound his praise. A man so situated will have no permanent interest in the government to lose, by contests and convulsions in the state, but always much to gain, and frequently the seducing and flattering hope of succeeding. If we reason at all on the subject, we must irresistibly conclude that this will be the case with 9/10 of the presidents. We may have for the first president, and perhaps one in a century or two afterwards, if the government should withstand the attacks of others, a great and good man, governed by superior motives; but these are not events to be calculated upon in the present state of human nature. A man chosen to this important office for a limited period, and always afterwards rendered by the Constitution ineligible, will be governed by very different considerations. He can have no rational hopes or expectations of retaining his office after the expiration of a known limited time, or of continuing the office in his family, as by the Constitution there must be a constant transfer of it from one man to another, and consequently from one family to another. No man will wish to be a mere cipher at the head of the government. The great object of each president, then, will be to render his government a glorious period in the annals of his country. When a man constitutionally retires from office, he retires without pain. He is sensible he retires because the law directs it, and not from the success of his rivals, nor with what that public disapprobation which being left out, when eligible, implies. It is said that a man knowing that at a given period he must quit his office, will unjustly attempt to take from the public and lay in store the means of support and splendor in his retirement. There can, I think, be but very little in this observation. The same Constitution that makes a man eligible for a given period only ought to make no man eligible till he arrives to the age of 40 or 45 years. If he be a man of fortune, he will retire with dignity to his estate. If not, he may, like the Roman consuls and other eminent characters in republics, find an honorable support and employment in some respectable office. A man who must, at all events, thus leave his office, will have but few or no temptations to fill its dependent offices with his tools, or any particular set of men; whereas the man constantly looking forward to his future elections, and perhaps to the aggrandizement of his family, will have every inducement before him to fill all places with his own props and dependents. As to public moneys, the President need handle none of them, and he may always rigidly be made to account for every shilling he shall receive. On the whole, it would be, in my opinion, almost as well to create a limited monarchy at once, and give some family permanent power and interest in the community, and let it have something valuable to itself to lose in convulsions in the state, and in attempts of usurpation, as to make a first magistrate eligible for life, and to create hopes and expectations in him and his family of obtaining what they have not. In the latter case we actually tempt them to disturb the state, to foment struggles and contests, by laying before them the flattering prospect of gaining much in them without risking anything. The Constitution provides only that the President shall hold his office during the term of 4 years. That at most only implies that one shall be chosen every 4th year. It also provides that in case of the removal, death, resignation, or inability, both of the President and Vice President, Congress may declare what officer shall act as President, and that such officers shall act accordingly until the disability be removed or a President shall be elected. It also provides that Congress may determine the time of choosing electors, and the day on which they shall give their votes. Considering these clauses together, I submit this question: whether in case of a vacancy in the office of President by the removal, death, resignation, or inability of the President and Vice President, and Congress should declare that a certain officer, as Secretary for Foreign Affairs, for instance, shall act as President, and suffer such officer to continue several years, or even for his life, to act as President, by omitting to appoint the time for choosing electors of another President, it would be any breach of the Constitution. This appears to me to be an intended provision for supplying the office of President, not only for any remaining portion of the 4 years, but in cases of emergency until another President shall be elected, and that at a period beyond the expiration of the 4 years. We do not know that it is improbable, in case a popular officer should be thus declared the acting President, but that he might continue for life, and without any violent act, but merely by neglects and delays on the part of Congress. I shall conclude my observations on the organization of the legislature and executive with making some remarks, rather as a matter of amusement, on the branch or partial negative in the legislation. The third branch in the legislature may answer 3 valuable purposes: to impede in their passage hasty and intemperate laws, to occasionally to assist the Senate or people, and to prevent the legislature from encroaching upon the executive or judiciary. In Great Britain the King has a complete negative upon all laws, but he very seldom exercises it. This may be well lodged in him who possesses strength to support it, and whose family has independent and hereditary interests and powers, rights, and prerogatives in the government, to defend; but in a country where the first executive officer is elected, and has no rights but in common with the people, a partial negative in legislation, as in Massachusetts and New York, is, in my opinion, clearly best. In the former state, as being before observed, it is lodged in the governor alone; in the latter, in the governor, chancellor, and judges of the Supreme Court. The new Constitution lodges it in the President. This is simply a branch of legislative power, and has in itself no relation to executive or judicial powers. The question is, in what hands ought it to be lodged, to answer the 3 purposes mentioned the most advantageously. The prevailing opinion seems to be in favor of vesting it in the hands of the first executive magistrate. I will not say this opinion is ill-founded. The negative, in one case, is intended to prevent hasty laws not supported and revised by 2/3 of each of the 2 branches. In the second, it is to aid the weaker branch, and in the third, to defend the executive and judiciary. To answer these ends there ought therefore to be collected in the hands which hold this negative firmness, wisdom, and strength, the very object of the negative is occasional opposition to the two branches. By lodging it in the executive magistrate, we give him a share in making the laws which he must execute. By associating judges with him, as in New York, we give them a share in making the laws upon which they must decide as judicial magistrates. This may be a reason for excluding judges. However, the negative in New York is certainly well calculated to answer its great purposes. The governor and judges united must possess more firmness and strength, more wisdom and information than either alone, and also more of the confidence of the people. And as to the balance among the departments, why should the executive alone hold the scales, and the judicial be left defenseless? I think the negative in New York is found best in practice. We see it there frequently and wisely put upon the measures of the two branches, whereas in Massachusetts it is hardly ever exercised, and the governor, I believe, has often permitted laws to pass to which he had substantial objections, but did not make them. He, however, it is to be observed, is annually elected. Yours, The Federal Farmer. End of Anti-Federalist No. 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anti-Federalist Papers. Anti-Federalist No. 17. Letters from the Federal Farmer to the Republican. Letter No. 15. January 18, 1788. Dear Sir, before I proceed to examine particularly the powers vested, or which ought to be, vested in each branch of the proposed government, I shall briefly examine the organization of the remaining branch, the judicial, referring the particular examination of its powers to some future letters. In forming this branch, our objects are a fair and open, a wise and impartial interpretation of the laws, a prompt and impartial administration of justice between the public and individuals, and between man and man. I believe there is no feature in a free government more difficult to be well formed than this, especially in an extensive country, where the courts must be numerous or the citizens travel to obtain justice. The Confederation empowers Congress to institute judicial courts in 4 cases. 1. For settling disputes between individual states. 2. For determining finally appeals in all cases of captures. 3. For the trial of piracies and felonies committed on the high seas. And 4. For the administration of martial law in the Army and Navy. The state courts in all other cases possess the judicial powers in all questions arising on the laws of nations, of the states, and of the states individually, nor does Congress appear to have any control over state courts, judges, or officers. The business of the judicial department is, properly speaking, judicial in part executive, done by judges and juries, by certain recording and executive officers, as clerks, sheriffs, and etc. They are all properly limbs or parts of the judicial courts, and have it in charge faithfully to decide upon and execute the laws in judicial cases, between the public and individuals, between man and man. The recording and executive officers in this department may well enough be formed by legislative acts, from time to time, but the offices, the situation, the powers and duties of judges and juries are too important, as they respect the political system, as well as the administration of justice, not to be fixed on general principles by the Constitution. It is true the laws are made by the legislature, but the judges and juries, in their interpretations and in directing the execution of them, have a very extensive influence for preserving or destroying liberty, and for changing the nature of the government. It is an observation of an improved writer that judicial power is of such a nature that when we have ascertained and fixed its limits, with all the caution and precision we can, it will be yet formidable, somewhat arbitrary and despotic. That is, after all our cares, we must leave a vast deal to the discretion and interpretation, to the wisdom, integrity, and politics of the judges. These men, such is the state even of the best laws, may do wrong, perhaps, in 1,000 cases, sometimes with and sometimes without design. Yet it may be impracticable to convict them of misconduct. These considerations show how cautious a free people ought to be in forming this, as well as the other branches of their government, especially when connected with other considerations equally deserving of notice and attention. When the legislature makes a bad law, or the first executive magistrate usurps upon the rights of the people, they discover the evil much sooner than the abuses of power in the judicial department, the proceedings of which are far more intricate, complex, and out of their immediate view. A bad law immediately excites a general alarm. A bad judicial decision, though not less pernicious in its consequences, is immediately felt, probably by a single individual only, and noticed only by his neighbors, and a few spectators in the court. In this country we have always been jealous of the legislature, and especially the executive, but not always of the judiciary. But very few men attentively consider the essential parts of it, and its proceedings, as they tend to support or to destroy free government. Only a few professional men are in a situation properly to do this, and it is often alleged that instances have not frequently occurred in which they have been found very alert watchmen in the cause of liberty or in the cause of democratic republics. Add to these considerations that particular circumstances exist at this time to increase our inattention to limiting properly the judicial powers, we may fairly conclude we are more in danger of sowing the seeds of arbitrary government in this department than in any other. In the unsettled state of things in this country for several years past, it has been thought that our popular legislatures have sometimes departed from the line of strict justice, while the law courts have shown a disposition more punctually to keep it. We are not sufficiently attentive to the circumstances that the measures of popular legislatures naturally settle down in time and gradually approach a mild and just medium, while the rigid systems of the law courts naturally become more severe and arbitrary, if not carefully tempered and guarded by the Constitution and by laws from time to time. It is true, much has been written and said about some of these courts lately, in some of the states, but all has been about their fees, and but very little to the purposes as to their influence upon the freedom of the government. By Article 3, Section 1, the judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court, and in such inferior courts as Congress may from time to time ordain and establish, the judges of them to hold their offices during good behavior, and to receive at stated times a compensation for their services, which shall not be diminished during their continuance in office, but which I conceive may be increased. By the same Article 2, Section 2, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction in all cases affecting ambassadors and other public ministers and consuls, and those in which a state shall be a party, and appellate jurisdiction both as to law and fact, in all other federal causes, with such exceptions and under such regulations as the Congress shall make. By the same section the judicial power shall extend in law and equity to all the federal cases therein enumerated. By the same section the jury trial in criminal causes except in cases of impeachment is established, but not in civil causes, and the whole state may be considered as the vicinage in cases of crimes. These clauses present to view the constitutional features of the federal judiciary. This has been called a monster by some of the opponents, and some, even of the able advocates, have confessed they do not comprehend it. For myself, I confess, I see some good things in it, and some very extraordinary ones. There shall be one Supreme Court. There ought in every government to be one court in which all great questions in law shall finally meet and be determined. In Great Britain this is the House of Lords, aided by all the superior judges. In Massachusetts it is at present the Supreme Judicial Court, consisting of 5 judges. In New York, by the Constitution, it is a court consisting of the President of the Senate, the Senators, Chancellor, and Judges of the Supreme Court, and in the United States the Federal Supreme Court, or this court in the last resort, may, by the legislature, be made to consist of 3, 5, 50, or any other number of judges. The inferior federal courts are left by the Constitution to be instituted and regulated altogether as the legislature shall judge best, and it is well provided that the judges shall hold their offices during good behavior. I shall not object to the line drawn between the original and appellate jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. Though we should for safety be obliged to form a numerous Supreme Court, and place in it a considerable number of respectable characters, it will be found inconvenient for such a court originally to try all the causes affecting ambassadors, consuls, and etc. Appeals may be carried up to the Supreme Court under such regulations as Congress shall make. Thus far, the legislature does not appear to be limited to improper rules or principles in instituting judicial courts. Indeed, the legislature will have full power to form and arrange judicial courts in the federal cases enumerated, at pleasure, with these 8 exceptions only. 1. There can be but one Supreme Federal Judicial Court. 2. This must have jurisdiction as to law and fact in the appellate causes. 3. Original jurisdiction when foreign ministers and the states are concerned. 4. The judges of the judicial courts must continue in office during good behavior. And 5. Their salaries cannot be diminished while in office. 6. There must be a jury trial in criminal causes. 7. The trial of crimes must be in the state where committed. And 8. There must be 2 witnesses to convict of treason. In all other respects, Congress may organize the judicial department according to their discretion. The importance of this power, among others proposed by the legislature, perhaps necessarily, I shall consider hereafter. Though there must by the Constitution be but one judicial court, in which all the rays of judicial powers as to law, equity, and fact, in the cases enumerated, must meet, yet this may be made by the legislature a special court, consisting of any number of respectable characters or officers, the federal legislators excepted, to superintend the judicial department, to try the few causes in which foreign ministers and states may be concerned, and to correct errors as to law and fact in certain important causes on appeals. Next, below this judicial head, there may be several courts, such as are usually called superior courts, as a court of chancery, a court of criminal jurisdiction, a court of civil jurisdiction, a court of admiralty jurisdiction, a court of exchequer, and etc., giving an appeal from these respectively to the Supreme Judicial Court. These superior courts may be considered as so many points to which appeals may be brought up from the various inferior courts in the several branches of judicial causes. In all these superior and inferior courts the trial by jury may be established in all cases, and the law and equity properly separated. In this organization only a few important causes probably would be carried up to the Supreme Court. The superior courts would, finally, settle almost all causes. This organization, so far as it would respect questions of law, inferior, superior, and a special Supreme Court, would resemble that of New York in a considerable degree, and those of several other states. This, I imagine, we must adopt, or else the Massachusetts plan, that is, a number of inferior courts and one superior or Supreme Court, consisting of 3 or 5 or 7 judges, in which one Supreme Court all the business shall be immediately collected from the inferior ones. The decision of the inferior courts on either plan probably will not much be relied on, and in the latter plan there must be a prodigious accumulation of powers and business in all cases touching law, equity, and facts, and all kinds of causes in a few hands, for whose errors of ignorance or design there will be no possible remedy. As the legislature may adopt either of these, or any other, I shall not dwell longer on this subject. In examining the federal judiciary, there appears to be some things very extraordinary and very peculiar. The judges or their friends may seize every opportunity to raise the judges' salaries, but by the Constitution they cannot be diminished. I am sensible how important it is that judges shall always have adequate and certain support. I am against their depending upon annual or periodical grants, because these may be withheld or rendered too small by the dissent or narrowness of any one branch of the legislature. But there is a material distinction between periodical grants and salaries held under permanent and standing laws. The former at stated periods cease, and must be renewed by the consent of all and every part of the legislature. The latter continue of course, and never will cease or be lowered unless all parts of the legislature agree to do it. A man has a permanent interest in his salary fixed by a standing law, so long as he may remain in office, as in any property he may possess, for the laws regulating the tenure of all property are always liable to be altered by the legislature. The same judge may frequently be in office 30 or 40 years. There may often be times, as in cases of war or very high prices, when his salary may reasonably be increased one half or more. In a few years money may become scarce again, and prices fall, and his salary with equal reason and propriety be decreased and lowered. Not to suffer this to be done by consent of all the branches of the legislature is, I believe, quite a novelty in the affairs of government. It is true, by a very forced and unnatural construction, the Constitution of Massachusetts, by the governor and minority in the legislature, was made to speak this kind of language. Another circumstance ought to be considered. The mines which have been discovered are gradually exhausted, and the precious metals are continually wasting. Hence the probability is that money, the nominal representative of property, will gradually grow scarcer hereafter, and afford just reasons for gradually lowering salaries. The value of money depends altogether upon the quantity of it in circulation, which may also be decreased, as well as increased, from a great variety of causes. The Supreme Court, in cases of appeals, shall have jurisdiction both as to law and fact. That is, in all civil causes carried up to the Supreme Court by appeals, the court or judges shall try the fact and decide the law. Here an essential principle of the civil law is established, and the most noble and important principle of the common law exploded. To dwell a few minutes on this material point, the Supreme Court shall have jurisdiction both as to law and fact. What is meant by court? Is the jury included in the term, or is it not? I conceive it is not included, and so the members of convention, I am very sure, understand it. Court or curia was a term well understood long before juries existed. The people and the best writers in countries where there are no juries uniformly use the word court, and can only mean by it the judge or judges who determine causes. Also, in countries where there are juries we express ourselves in the same manner. We speak of the court of probate, the court of chancery, justice's court, alderman's court, etc., in which there is no jury. In our Supreme Courts, common pleas, and etc., in which there are jury trials, we uniformly speak of the court and jury, and consider them as distinct. Were it necessary, I might cite a multitude of cases from law books to confirm beyond controversy this position, that the jury is not included or a part of the court. But the Supreme Court is to have jurisdiction as to law and fact, under such regulations as Congress shall make. I confess it is impossible to say how far Congress may, with propriety, extend their regulations in this respect. I conceive, however, they cannot by any reasonable construction go so far as to admit the jury, on true common law principles, to try the fact, and give a general verdict. I have repeatedly examined this article. I think the meaning of it is, that the judges in all final questions as to property and damages shall have complete jurisdiction, to consider the whole cause, to examine the facts, and on a general view of them, and on principles of equity as well as law, to give judgment. As the trial by jury is provided for in criminal causes, I shall confine my observations to civil causes, and in these I hold it is the established right of the jury by the common law and the fundamental laws of this country to give a general verdict in all cases when they choose to do it, to decide both as to law and fact, whenever blended together in the issue put to them. Their right to determine as to facts will not be disputed, and their right to give a general verdict has never been disputed, except by a few judges and lawyers governed by despotic principles. Coke, Hale, Holt, Blackstone, Delome, and almost every other legal or political writer who has written on the subject has uniformly asserted this essential and important right of the jury. Juries in Great Britain and America have universally practised accordingly. Even Mansfield, with all his wishes about him, dare not directly avow the contrary. What fully confirms this point is, that there is no instance to be found where a jury was ever punished for finding a general verdict, when a special one might, with propriety, have been found. The jury trial, especially politically considered, is by far the most important feature in the judicial department in a free country, and the right in question is by far the most valuable part, and the last that ought to be yielded of this trial. Juries are constantly and frequently drawn from the body of the people, and free men of the country, and by holding the jury's right to return a general verdict in all cases sacred, we secure to the people at large their just and rightful control in the judicial department. If the conduct of judges shall be severe and arbitrary, and tend to subvert the laws, and change the forms of government, the jury may check them by deciding against their opinions and determinations in similar cases. It is true the freemen of a country are not always minutely skilled in the laws, but they have common sense in its purity, which seldom or never errs in making and applying laws to the condition of the people, or in determining judicial cases when stated to them by the parties. The body of the people principally bear the burdens of the community. They of right ought to have a control in its important concerns, both in making and executing the laws, otherwise they may in a short time be ruined. Nor is it merely this control alone we are to attend to. The jury trial brings with it an open and public discussion of all causes, and excludes secret and arbitrary proceedings. This, and the democratic branch in the legislature, as was formerly observed, are the means by which the people are let into the knowledge of public affairs, are enabled to stand as the guardians of each other's rights, and to restrain by regular and legal measures those who otherwise might infringe upon them. I am not unsupported in my opinion of the value of the trial by jury. Not only British and American writers, but Delhomme and the most approved foreign writers hold it to be the most valuable part of the British Constitution, and indisputably the best mode of trial ever invented. It was merely by the intrigues of the Popish clergy and of the Norman lawyers that this mode of trial was not used in maritime, ecclesiastical, and military courts, and the civil law proceedings were introduced. And, I believe, it is more from custom and prejudice than for any substantial reasons that we do not in all the States establish the jury in our maritime as well as other courts. In the civil law process the trial by jury is unknown. The consequence is that a few judges and dependent officers possess all the power in the judicial department. Instead of the open fair proceedings of the common law, where witnesses are examined in open court and may be cross-examined by the parties concerned, where counsel is allowed, and etc., we see in the civil law process judges alone, who always, long previous to the trial, are known and often corrupted by ministerial influence, or by parties. Judges once influenced soon become inclined to yield to temptations, and to decree for him who will pay the most for their impartiality. It is, therefore, we find in the Roman and almost all governments where judges alone possess the judicial powers and try all cases, that bribery has prevailed. This, as well as the forms of the courts, naturally lead to secret and arbitrary proceedings, to taking evidence secretly, ex parte, and to perplexing the cause, and to hasty decisions, but as to jurors it is quite impracticable to bribe or influence them by any corrupt means, not only because they are untaught in such affairs and possess the honest characters of the common freemen of a country, but because it is not, generally, known till the hour the cause comes on for trial what persons are to form the jury. But it is said that no words could be found by which the States could agree to establish the jury trial in civil causes. I can hardly believe men to be serious who make observations to this effect. The States have all derived judicial proceedings principally from one source, the British system. From the same common source the American lawyers have almost universally drawn their legal information. All the States have agreed to establish the trial by jury in civil as well as in criminal causes. The several States in Congress found no difficulty in establishing it in the Western Territory in the ordinance passed in July 1787. We find that the several States in Congress, in establishing government in that territory, agreed that the inhabitants of it should always be entitled to the benefit of the trial by jury. Thus, in a few words, the jury trial is established in its full extent, and the Convention with as much ease have established the jury trial in criminal cases. In making a constitution we are substantially to fix principles. If in one state damages on default are assessed by a jury and in another by the judges, if in one state jurors are drawn out of a box and in another not, if there be other trifling variations, they can be of no importance in the great question. Further, when we examine particular practices of the states, in little matters in judicial proceedings, I believe we shall find they differ near as much in criminal processes as in civil ones. Another thing worthy of notice in this place, the Convention have used the word equity and agreed to establish a chancery jurisdiction, about the meaning and extent of which, we all know, the several states disagree much more than about jury trials. In adopting the latter, they have very generally pursued the British plan, but as to the former we see the states have varied as their fears and opinions dictated. By the common law in Great Britain and America there is no appeal from the verdict of the jury, as to facts, to any judges whatever. The jurisdiction of the jury is complete and final in this, and only errors in law are carried up to the House of Lords, the special Supreme Court in Great Britain, or to the special Supreme Courts in Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, and etc. Thus the juries are left masters as to facts, but by the proposed Constitution directly the opposite principle is established. An appeal will lay in all appellate causes from the verdict of the jury, even as to mere facts, to the judges of the Supreme Court. Thus in effect we establish a civil law in this point, for if the jurisdiction of the jury be not final as to facts, it is of little or no importance. By Article 3, Section 2, the judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under this Constitution, the laws of the United States. What is here meant by equity? What is equity in a case arising under the Constitution? Possibly the clause might have the same meaning were the words in law and equity omitted. Cases in law must differ widely from cases in law and equity. At first view, by thus joining the word equity with the word law, if we mean anything, we seem to mean to give the judge a discretionary power. The word equity in Great Britain has in time acquired a precise meaning. Chancery proceedings there are now reduced to a system, but this is not the case in the United States. In New England the judicial courts have no powers in cases in equity except those dealt out to them by the legislature, in certain limited portions by legislative acts. In New York, Maryland, Virginia, and South Carolina, powers to decide in cases of equity are vested in judges distinct from those who decide in matters of law. And the states generally seem to have carefully avoided giving unlimitedly to the same judges powers to decide in cases in law and equity. Perhaps the clause would have the same meaning were the words "this Constitution" omitted. There is in it either a careless complex misuse of words, in themselves of extensive significance, or there is some meaning not easily to be comprehended. Suppose a case arising under the Constitution, suppose the question judicially moved, whether by the Constitution Congress can suppress a state-laid tax on polls, lands, or as an excise duty, which may be supposed to interfere with a federal tax. By the letter of the Constitution Congress will appear to have no power to do it, but the judges may decide the question on principles of equity as well as law. Now, omitting the words "in law and equity," they may decide according to the spirit and true meaning of the Constitution, as collected from what must appear to have been the intentions of the people when they made it. Therefore it would seem that if these words mean anything, they must have a further meaning. Yet I will not suppose it intended to lodge an arbitrary power or discretion in the judges, to decide as their conscience, their opinions, their caprice, or their politics might dictate. Without dwelling on this obscure clause, I will leave it to the examination of others. Yours, The Federal Farmer. End of Anti-Federalist No. 17. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anti-Federalist Papers. Anti-Federalist No. 18. Letters from the Federal Farmer to the Republican, Letter No. 16, January 20th, 1788. Dear Sir, having gone through with the organization of the government, I shall now proceed to examine more particularly those clauses which respect its powers. I shall begin with those articles and stipulations which are necessary for accurately ascertaining the extent of powers, and what is given, and for guarding, limiting, and restraining them in their exercise. We often find these articles and stipulations placed in bills of rights, but they may as well be incorporated in the body of the Constitution as selected and placed by themselves. The Constitution or whole social compact is but one instrument, no more or less than a certain number of articles or stipulations agreed to by the people. Whether it consists of articles, sections, chapters, bills of rights, or parts of any other denomination cannot be material. Many needless observations and idle distinctions, in my opinion, have been made respecting a Bill of Rights. On the one hand, it seems to be considered as a necessary distinct limb of the Constitution, and as containing a certain number of very valuable articles, which are applied to all societies, and on the other as useless, especially in a federal government possessing only enumerated power, nay, dangerous, as individual rights are numerous and not easy to be enumerated in a Bill of Rights, and from articles or stipulations securing some of them, it may be inferred that others not mentioned are surrendered. There appears to me to be general, indefinite propositions without much meaning, and the man who first advanced those of the latter description in the present case signed the Federal Constitution, which directly contradicts him. The supreme power is undoubtedly in the people, and it is a principle well established in my mind that they may reserve all powers not expressly delegated by them to those who govern. This is as true in forming a state as in forming a federal government. There is no possible distinction but this founded merely in the different modes of proceeding which take place in some cases. In forming a state constitution under which to manage not only the great but the little concerns of a community, the powers to be possessed by the government are often too numerous to be enumerated. The people to adopt the shortest way often give general powers, indeed all powers, to the government, in some general words, and then by a particular enumeration take back, or rather say they however reserve certain rights as sacred, and which no laws shall be made to violate. Hence the idea that all powers are given which are not reserved. But in forming a federal constitution, which ex vi termine supposes state governments existing, and which is only to manage a few great national concerns, we often find it easier to enumerate particularly the powers to be delegated to the federal head, than to enumerate particularly the individual rights to be reserved, and the principle will operate in its full force when we carefully adhere to it. When we particularly enumerate the powers given, we ought either carefully to enumerate the rights reserved, or be totally silent about them. We must either particularly enumerate both, or else suppose the particular enumeration of the powers given adequately draws the line between them and the rights reserved, particularly to enumerate the former and not the latter, I think most advisable. However, as men appear generally to have their doubts about these silent reservations, we might advantageously enumerate the powers given, and then in general words, according to the mode adopted in the second article of the Confederation, declare all powers, rights, and privileges are reserved, which are not explicitly and expressly given up. People, and very wisely too, like to be express and explicit about their essential rights, and not be forced to claim them on precarious and unascertained tenure of inferences and general principles, knowing that in any controversy between them and their rulers concerning those rights, disputes may be endless and nothing certain. But admitting on the general principle that all rights are reserved of course which are not expressly surrendered, the people could with sufficient certainty assert their rights on all occasions, and establish them with ease. Still there are infinite advantages in particularly enumerating many of the most essential rights reserved in all cases, and as to the less important ones, we may declare in general terms that all not expressly surrendered are reserved. We do not by declarations change the nature of things or create new truths, but we give existence, or at least establish in the minds of the people truths and principles which they might never otherwise have thought of, or soon forgot. If a nation means its systems, religious or political, shall have duration, It ought to recognize the leading principles of them in the front page of every family book. What is the usefulness of a truth in theory, unless it extends constantly in the minds of the people, and has their assent? We discern certain rights, as the freedom of the press and the trial by jury, which the people of England and of America of course believe to be sacred, and essential to their political happiness. And this belief in them is the result of ideas at first suggested to them by a few able men, and of subsequent experience, while the people of some other countries hear these rights mentioned with the utmost indifference. They think the privilege of existing at the will of a despot much preferable to them. Why this difference amongst beings every way formed alike? The reason of the difference is obvious. It is the effect of education, a series of notions impressed upon the minds of the people by examples, precepts, and declarations. When the people of England got together at the time they formed Magna Carta, they did not consider it sufficient that they were indisputably entitled to a certain natural and unalienable rights, not depending on silent titles. They, by a declaratory act, expressly recognized them and explicitly declared to all the world that they were entitled to enjoy those rights. They made an instrument in writing, and enumerated those they then thought essential or in danger, and this, wise men saw, was not sufficient. And therefore, that the people might not forget these rights, and gradually become prepared for arbitrary government, their discerning and honest leaders caused this instrument to be confirmed near 40 times, and to be read twice a year in public places. Not that it would lose its validity without such confirmations, but to fix the contents of it in the minds of the people, as they successively come upon the stage. Men in some countries do not remain free, merely because they are entitled to natural and unalienable rights. Men in all countries are entitled to them, not because their ancestors once got together and enumerated them on paper, but because by repeated negotiations and declarations all parties are brought to realize them, and of course believe them to be sacred. Were it necessary, I might show the wisdom of our past conduct, as a people, in not merely comforting ourselves that we were entitled to freedom, but in constantly keeping in view, in addresses, bills of rights, in newspapers, etc., the particular principles on which our freedom must always depend. It is not merely in this point of view that I urge the engrafting in the Constitution additional declaratory articles. The distinction in itself just, that all powers not given are reserved, is in effect destroyed by this very Constitution, as I shall particularly demonstrate. And even independent of this, the people, by adopting the Constitution, give many general undefined powers to Congress, in the constitutional exercise of which the rights in question may be effected. Gentlemen who oppose a Federal Bill of Rights, or further declaratory articles, seem to view the subject in a very narrow, imperfect manner. These have for their objects not only the enumeration of the rights reserved, but principally to explain the general powers delegated in certain material points, and to restrain those who exercise them by fixed, known boundaries. Many explanations and restrictions necessary and useful would be much less so, were the people at large all well and fully acquainted with the principles and affairs of government. There appears to be in the Constitution a studied brevity, and it may also be probable that several explanatory articles were omitted from a circumstance very common. What we have long and clearly understood ourselves in the common concerns of the community, we are apt to suppose is understood by others, and need not be expressed, and it is not unnatural or uncommon for the ablest men most frequently to make this mistake. To make declaratory articles unnecessary in an instrument of government, two circumstances must exist. The rights reserved must be indisputably so, and in their nature defined. The powers delegated to the government must be precisely defined by the words that convey them, and clearly be of such extent and nature as that, by no reasonable construction, they can be made to invade the rights and prerogatives intended to be left in the people. The first point urged is, that all power is reserved, not expressly given; that particular enumerated powers are only given; that all others are not given but reserved; and that it is needless to attempt to restrain Congress in the exercise of powers they possess not. The reasoning is logical, but of very little importance in the common affairs of men. but the Constitution does not appear to respect it even in any view. To prove this, I might cite several clauses in it. I shall only remark on 2 or 3. By Article 1, Section 9, no title of nobility shall be granted by Congress. Was this clause omitted, what power would Congress have to make titles of nobility? In what part of the Constitution would they find it? The answer must be that Congress would have no such power, that the people, by adopting the Constitution, will not part with it. Why then, by a negative clause, restrain Congress from doing what it would have no power to do? This clause, then, must have no meaning, or imply that it were omitted, Congress would have the power in question, either upon the principle that some general words in the Constitution may be so construed as to give it, or on the principle that Congress possess the powers not expressly reserved. But this clause was in the Confederation, and is said to be introduced into the Constitution from very great caution. Even a cautionary provision implies a doubt, at least, that it is necessary, and if so in this case, clearly it is also alike necessary in all similar ones. The fact appears to be that the people in forming the Confederation and the Convention in this instance acted naturally. They did not leave the point to be settled by general principles and logical inferences, but they settled the point in a few words, and all who read them at once understand them. The trial by jury in criminal as well as in civil causes has long been considered as one of our fundamental rights, and has been repeatedly recognized and confirmed by most of the state conventions. But the Constitution expressly establishes this trial in criminal and wholly omits it in civil causes. The jury trial in criminal causes and the benefit of the writ of habeas corpus are already as effectually established as any of the fundamental or essential rights of the people in the United States. This being the case, why, in adopting a federal constitution, do we now establish these and omit all others, or all others at least with a few exceptions, such as again agreeing there shall be no ex post facto laws, no titles of nobility, and etc.? We must consider this Constitution when adopted as the supreme act of the people, and in construing it hereafter, we and our posterity must strictly adhere to the letter and spirit of it, and in no instance depart from them. In construing the federal Constitution, it will not only be impracticable but improper to refer to the state constitutions. They are entirely distinct instruments and inferior acts. Besides, by the people's now establishing certain fundamental rights, it is strongly implied that they are of opinion that they would not otherwise be secured as a part of the federal system, or be regarded in the federal administration as fundamental. Further, these same rights, being established by the state constitutions and secured to the people, our recognizing them now implies that the people thought them insecure by the state establishments, and extinguished or put afloat by the new arrangement of the social system unless re-established. Further, the people thus establishing some few rights and remaining totally silent about others similarly circumstanced, the implication indubitably is that they mean to relinquish the latter, or at least feel indifferent about them. Rights, therefore, inferred from general principles of reason, being precarious and hardly ascertainable in the common affairs of society, and the people, in forming a federal constitution, explicitly showing they conceive these rights to be thus circumstanced, and accordingly proceed to enumerate and establish some of them, the conclusion will be that they have established all which they esteem valuable and sacred. On every principle, then, the people, especially having began, ought to go through enumerating, and establish particularly all the rights of individuals which can by any possibility come in question in making and executing federal laws. I have already observed upon the excellency and importance of the jury trial in civil as well as in criminal causes. Instead of establishing it in criminal causes only, we ought to establish it generally. Instead of the clause of 40 or 50 words relative to this subject, why not use the language that has always been used in this country, and say, the people of the United States shall always be entitled to the trial by jury? This would show the people still hold the right sacred, and enjoin it upon Congress substantially to preserve the jury trial in all cases, according to the usage and custom of the country. I have observed before that it is the jury trial we want. The little different appendages and modifications tacked to it in the different states are no more than a drop in the ocean. The jury trial is a solid, uniform feature in a free government. It is the substance we would save, not the little articles of form. Security against ex post facto laws, the trial by jury, and the benefits of the writ of habeas corpus are but a part of those inestimable rights the people of the United States are entitled to, even in judicial proceedings, by the course of the common law. These may be secured in general words, as in New York, the Western Territory, etc., by declaring the people of the United States shall always be entitled to judicial proceedings according to the course of the common law, as used and established in the said states. Perhaps it would be better to enumerate the particular essential rights the people are entitled to in these proceedings, as has been done in many of the states, and as has been done in England. In this case the people may proceed to declare that no man shall be held to answer to any office till the same be fully described to him, nor to furnish evidence against himself, that, except in the government of the army and navy, no person shall be tried for any offence whereby he may incur loss of life, or an infamous punishment, until he be first indicted by a grand jury, that every person shall have a right to produce all proofs that may be favourable to him, and to meet the witnesses against him face to face, that every person shall be entitled to obtain right and justice freely and without delay, that all persons shall have a right to be secure from all unreasonable searches and seizures of their persons, houses, papers, or possessions, and that all warrants shall be deemed contrary to this right if the foundation of them be not previously supported by oath, and there not be in them a special designation of persons or objects of search, arrest, or seizure, and that no person shall be exiled or molested in his person or effects otherwise than by the judgment of his peers, or according to the law of the land. A celebrated writer observes upon this last article that in itself it may be said to comprehend the whole end of political society. These rights are not necessarily reserved; they are established or enjoyed but in a few countries. They are stipulated rights, almost peculiar to British and American laws. In the execution of those laws, individuals, by long custom, by Magna Carta, Bills of Rights, etc., have become entitled to them. A man at first, by Act of Parliament, became entitled to the benefits of the writ of habeas corpus. Men are entitled to these rights and benefits in the judicial proceedings of our state courts generally, but it will by no means follow that they will be entitled to them in the federal courts, and have a right to assert them, unless secured and established by the Constitution or federal laws. We certainly in federal processes might as well claim the benefits of the writ of habeas corpus as to claim trial by a jury. The right to have counsel, to have witnesses face to face, to be secure against unreasonable search warrants, etc., was the Constitution silent as to the whole of them, but the establishment of the former will evince that we could not claim them without it, and the omission of the latter implies they are relinquished, or deemed of no importance. These are rights and benefits individuals acquired by compact; they must claim them again under compacts, or immemorial usage. It is doubtful, at least, whether they can be claimed under immemorial usage in this country, and it is therefore we generally claim them under compacts, as charters and constitutions. The people, by adopting the federal Constitution, give Congress general powers to institute a distinct and new judiciary, new courts, and to regulate all proceedings in them under the 8 limitations mentioned in a former letter, and the further one that the benefits of the Habeas Corpus Act shall be enjoyed by individuals. Thus general powers being given to institute courts and regulate their proceedings, with no provision for securing the rights principally in question, may not Congress so exercise those powers, and constitutionally too, as to destroy those rights? Clearly, in my opinion, they are not in any degree secured. But admitting the case is only doubtful, would it not be prudent and wise to secure them and remove all doubts, since all agree the people ought to enjoy these valuable rights, a very few men excepted, who seem to be rather of opinion that there is little or nothing in them? Were it necessary, I might add many observations to show their value and political importance. The Constitution will give Congress general powers to raise and support armies. General powers carry with them incidental ones, and the means necessary to the end. In the exercise of these powers, is there any provision in the Constitution to prevent the quartering of soldiers on the inhabitants? You will answer, there is not. This may sometimes be deemed a necessary measure in the support of armies. On what principle can the people claim the right to be exempt from this burden? They will urge perhaps the practice of the country and the provisions made in some of the state constitutions. They will be answered that their claim thus to be exempt is not founded in nature, but only in custom and opinion, or at best in stipulations in some of the state constitutions which are local, and inferior in their operation, and can have no control over the general government. That they had adopted a federal constitution, had noticed several rights, but had been totally silent about this exemption. That they had given general powers relative to the subject, which, in their operation, regularly destroyed the claim. Though it is not to be presumed that we are in any immediate danger from this quarter, yet it is fit and proper to establish beyond dispute those rights which are particularly valuable to individuals, and essential to the permanency and duration of free government. An excellent writer observes that the English, always in possession of their freedom, are frequently unmindful of the value of it. We at this period do not seem to be so well off, having in some instances abused ours. Many of us are quite disposed to barter it away for what we call energy, coercion, and some other terms we use vaguely as that of liberty. There is often as great a rage for change and novelty in politics as in amusements and fashions. All parties apparently agree that the freedom of the press is a fundamental right, and ought not to be restrained by any taxes, duties, or in any manner whatever. Why should not the people, in adopting a federal constitution, declare this, even if there are only doubts about it? But, say the advocates, all powers not given are reserved. True, but the great question is, are not powers given in the exercise of which this right may be destroyed? The people's or the printer's claim to a free press is founded on the fundamental laws, that is, compacts and state constitutions, made by the people. The people who can annihilate or alter those constitutions can annihilate or limit this right. This may be done by giving general powers as well as by using particular words. No right claimed under a state constitution will avail against a law of the Union made in pursuance of the federal constitution. Therefore the question is, what laws will Congress have a right to make by the Constitution of the Union, and particularly touching the press? By Article 1, Section 8, Congress will have the power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excise. By this Congress will clearly have power to lay and collect all kind of taxes whatever, taxes on houses, lands, polls, industry, merchandise, etc., taxes on deeds, bonds, and all written instruments, on writs, pleas, and all judicial proceedings, on licenses, naval office papers, etc., on newspapers, advertisements, etc., and to require bonds of the naval officers, clerks, printers, etc., to account for the taxes that may become due on papers that go through their hands. Printing, like all other business, must cease when taxed beyond its profits, and it appears to me that a power to tax the press at discretion is a power to destroy or restrain the freedom of it. There may be other powers given in the exercise of which this freedom may be affected, and certainly it is of too much importance to be left thus liable to be taxed, and constantly to constructions and inferences. A free press is the channel of communication as to mercantile and public affairs. By means of it the people in large countries ascertain each other's sentiments, are enabled to unite, and become formidable to those rulers who adopt improper measures. Newspapers may sometimes be the vehicles of abuse and of many things not true, but these are but small inconveniences in my mind among many advantages. A celebrated writer I have several times quoted, speaking on high terms of the English liberties, says, "Lastly, the keystone was put to the arch by the final establishment of the freedom of the press." I shall not dwell longer upon the fundamental rights, to some of which I have attended in this letter, for the same reasons that these I have mentioned ought to be expressly secured, lest in the exercise of general powers given they may be invaded. It is pretty clear that some other of less importance, or less in danger, might with propriety also be secured. I shall now proceed to examine briefly the powers proposed to be vested in the several branches of the government, and especially the mode of laying and collecting internal taxes. Yours, The Federal Farmer. End of Anti-Federalist, number 18.